spinning. Got my head spinning. Got my head spinning. And I'm so dizzy. And I'm so dizzy. And I'm so dizzy. And I'm so dizzy. I'll be alright. I'll be alright. I'll be alright. I'll be alright.
And welcome here to day 2 of the Piltover bracket here with the Midwest Esports Conference CLAW preseason showcase. We have had some fantastic matches so far throughout the entire tournament, and I'm excited to bring you the semifinals here. My name is Orbital. With me is Cubby. Cubby, how you feeling?
Doing good. Day 2. We survived day 1, made it to day 2. We've had a couple interesting results due to this couple teams not being able to make it out this weekend, but that makes for a fun semifinals bracket, and most of all, actually a pretty good first series here, as we're going to see if Minnesota can try and go toe-to-toe with Maryville.
Yeah. And to keep in mind, University of Minnesota coming out here as the 4th seed will be rocking a pretty stellar lineup. Same with Maryville University. You can see it there on your screen. University of Minnesota, though, coming off of a pretty nice 2-0, I believe, over the University of Texas at Dallas. And that was on the backs of some amazing top and jungle play from Lonely and Igneous.
Yeah, and I mean Minnesota, they're a team that in the North, the region that is consistently stacked. 3 out of the 4 teams that we have in semis are from the Northern Conference for today. But I think that it's interesting because a lot of teams, when you go toe to toe with Maryville, you just get blown out of the water individually. The fact they have, a 10-man roster, everyone on there feels like GM plus, all very solid players. It's tough to really just be able to put together 5 people in collegiate to kind of hold a candle to Maryville, the team that always has the top 1 aspirations. But Minnesota, they're a very talented roster that on paper the game's not over on paper, right? So I'm excited to see if Minnesota can kind of hang strong with Maryville, who uh, have still put together some good finishes in the collegiate scene. But for Maryville, it always feels like if it's not a win, they're not satisfied. And so we're going to have to see if they can wrap it up, take the win this weekend, because they failed to do so last weekend when they fell to University of St. Thomas.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things, and not only that, we do kind of have to mention the fact that Maryville University are coming into this stone cold, due to some teams unfortunately having to drop out. They not only had a bye in the round of 16, but they also had a forfeit from the University of Kansas in the quarterfinals. So this will be their first game not only on stream, but also in the entire bracket here on this weekend. And I mean that can sometimes cause a little shift here and there.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Maryville in that sense, as this team, they're the best program in the nation for a reason, right? And no matter what game it is, their teams always come to play. So I'm excited for that. But I think the one thing that is interesting in the 5 players that have came to play today, actually Shady not in the lineup. It is Evan RL playing support today. So a bit of a different look for Maryville. And I think one of the highlights and one of the things that I always feel like I have to talk about when it comes to Maryville is how good Shady is at support and how good he is at getting out of lane, affecting the solo lanes on the right timers. They will not have access to that today, or Evan RL will be doing his best to emulate that as he is playing off role. Still a very intelligent, talented player. Dates way back to season 4, even when I was playing in collegiate. So Evan RL, he's been around for a while. If anyone's going to pull this off, it's going to be him. But we're kind of curious to see how Maryville looks without shading the lineup, because that is a huge piece and has been a huge piece of a lot of their championship rosters.
Yeah. And we'll have to see, of course, what champions they are rocking here as we are getting into the draft for game number 1. University of Minnesota will be rocking that blue side. Maryville University, of course, on the red. A lot of counter picks that they can pick up. So University of Minnesota will have to try and take things a little bit off the chin, just try and work their way over the rocky terrain that might be coming out towards them.
Yeah, it is a new day, so that means that I get to give my standard collegiate red side spiel. As I really like red side for collegiate play. I feel like at this level, a lot of counters that people have are unique. And when you are on red side, you are able to play those counters. Whereas I think it is a lot harder at this level of play to kind of round out those champion pools, be able to play multiple strats. Most of these teams, they really index into whatever 5 players they're able to put together and try and get really good at one strat. So I feel like on red side, it's a little bit easier to be able to execute upon that, the fact that you have more counter picks. But hey, if you are on blue, you get that all-powerful first pick. Curious to see how Minnesota uses it. And my eyes go towards the one challenger player that they do have on the roster in Igneous, who as you mentioned, Orbital put together a heck of a series yesterday to put Minnesota in this semifinal.
Yeah, one of the two that I really had my eyes on, and it's going to be really curious because, again, you are, as you stated, it's Maryville University, no introduction needed. Yeah, we gave them probably an amazing one. I mean, their record speaks for itself, and so here we're seeing some of the champions come out here, the Kindred and the Evelyn. You mentioned it, I think, yesterday. You touched on the fact that we have had an Evelyn every so often, so don't want to deal with that one. The Senna on the flip side, though, taken away.
I am curious. So Igneous is most played. It is Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix did see some nerfs on this patch as they brought down his Q ratio for isolation damage, but it is his most played in solo queue by a long shot. 5 times more games than any other champion that he has on his account. Kindred is not the best matchup for Kha'Zix. Evelyn, not so much either. Kind of curious to see if Minnesota might be setting up that first pick Kha'Zix to really go for that comfort. And of course, Maryville, a team that always feels like they have a sound team strategy ready to go at any time. If they see this coming, they might be okay giving that up and getting kind jungle, something like that Xin Zhao, which he has always been so prevalent on, and just so happens to be the strongest jungler in the meta at the moment.
Yeah. You love it if you can pick that one up. But of course, the Lucian tagged down to the bottom lane. Azog not going to be running that champion. Final ban here. Maryville University have kind of swayed in and out of which lanes they've kind of wanted to focus. Again, the Camille is a pretty standard one. The Senna as well, targeted down, I think, to Little Chimp to not deal with that champion. And now in the final ban phase, looking like it's going to be a Talon. So swapping things up here, it's kind of interesting to see. I don't think we've seen Talon too much lately. But still, maybe a little bit of a worry.
We have not seen a lot of Talon, but, you know, it is the second most played in the solo queue account. And Kindred still not a great matchup for that assassin either. But given the fact we have so many targeted bans, it means that a lot of picks in the meta are open. And we're seeing that first pick Graves on blue side that we have seen from a lot of the teams in this tournament. That 3-way flexibility gives you a lot of power in the next phase of draft. And if you pair that with just taking a strong bot lane on 2-3, you can maintain the 3-way flex going into the next phase. So that makes it very difficult for the red side team to ban against you. Curious to see Maryville's counter. Xin Zhao is on the table. It is something that Kind Jungle was known for, but actually looks like he's going to be going for the Lee Sin, as he might be looking for a little bit more playmaking in that early game.
Yeah, might as well, because we saw Igneous. He was able to play a pretty nasty Graves. So if that is going into the jungle on the UMN side, that will be one that can maybe have some fun against the Lee Sin. But so far, we haven't, I don't think you and I have been able to see a Lee Sin just yet. It was banned away, and I think both of the series beforehand. And what else was banned away was also the Yuumi. So this is getting a little bit excessive with the champions that we haven't seen so far.
Well, I said, you know, might be difficult for Evan RL to match the map impact that Shady is able to have. And when you pick Yuumi, you're not going for the map impact, right? You're just going for that bot lane 2v2, trying to get Yuumi out in the later stages of the game where she really excels and it can be so oppressive to go up against. And this already makes things difficult for the side of Minnesota, as Yuumi scales very hard, and Minnesota, instead of taking that early playmaking, trying to take advantage of the fact that you know that the support is going to be stuck in the bot lane, or you can track Yuumi rather easily, they're going to match it. They're going to take Lulu, another champion that scales into oblivion. And I said that picking a strong bot lane here on 2-3 with the Graves is really strong. I think they're going to take their AD. Curious to see what they end up going with, as Misfortune's on the board. That is of high priority, but instead looks like they might be taking the Ashe. So that is a good way for them to force onto Maryville, but it's so easy to also take a cleanse in a Yuumi lane. So want to see what Maryville takes if they choose to counter the Ashe or take a solo laner and open up the opportunity to ban out 2 counters to it. We move into the next phase of draft.
Yeah, I was I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen Lulu in a long time, and I love Lulu paired with the, you know, a super hyper carry, right? Maybe that Jinx coming in or anything like that. So maybe a little disappointment, but I still think obviously Fem in the bottom lane is gonna have a fantastic time. We do see an extremely safe lane actually coming out here. The Zaya locked in, making sure that Featherstorm is available. Maybe you don't have to run the cleanse now.
Yeah, and I'm curious if it's going to be the poke Zaya build that we've been seeing. The Airy with Eclipse and the Mirror Mana. It did get hot fixed, but still some people indexing into that. I really like Zaya into Ashe because, as you mentioned, maybe you don't need cleanse because you have access to the ultimate. It is an option to always get out of Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So Maryville taking that, and with all the bot lanes selected, going to be throwing out some mid lane bans and protecting their mid lane blind here on 4. So want to see what Minnesota ends up getting rid of. You're going up against Spyrax. I think they have a team that deals well with Ryze at the moment, but I think taking that away is a decent idea. And I would definitely want to take away a LeBlanc as well, given the fact that Yuumi LeBlanc can be incredibly oppressive, especially if you fall behind at any point in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of people, I always like to talk about it a little bit, is to touch on the fact that passively a Yuumi will give extra AP to your teammate, whoever you're connected to, and it scares you a lot of the time. You're not expecting it. Yeah, it's painful. Let's just say I've lost mid lane many a time to a Yuumi on someone and was not happy. But the Silas is taken off the table, saying, hey, we don't want you grabbing either that wild growth, overgrowth, or the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then the Vex follow-up. So as you pointed out, Cubby, heavy index towards banning out that mid lane. Really want to put Spyrax and PS1 into the bottom of the champ pool.
Yeah, please ban the Blanc. Azir can poke out LB, and Vex is actually a newer counter to LB that a lot of people are liking. Personally, I still really like the Electrocute Luden's Echo one-shot Lissandra build. Oh, they didn't. Okay. Ooh. I fully expected LeBlanc coming out here for Spyrax as... Yeah, taking away Vex and Azir, you're trying to protect that. Ryze is still up, but the issue that Ryze will face is that Lee Sin does have playmaking potential against it. Xayah can go invulnerable against it, and also it's low range, so difficult to pilot with the Yuumi, as surprisingly enough, may not be the Blanc, actually might be a Twist of Fate.
Wow. So Spyrax actually feeling like it's giving up that mid lane control in trade for the side lanes, maybe rotating with the Lee Sin and making sure that, you know, maybe that Xayah comes online, or of course leaving Chippies up to have a massive impact in the top lane if you get that top lane ahead here. A lot of question marks and a lot of options, but they are going to match possibly that mid lane, a rotation through the champions here. And one way to catch up with the TF is to send a global of your own. Galio locked in here as the answer.
Galio really puts a timer on Minnesota. We know now that Minnesota want to play fast, need to play fast in order to take down Maryville. So my eyes now, it's probably going to be a Predator Galio. We've been seeing that a little bit more ability to get out of lane. In fact, it's probably going to be Predator Twisted Fate as well. So I want to see if either of these mid laners can really get out of lane and make sure they can have that big positive impact, as Minnesota forced to blind their top laner, going to be Fiora. So who knows? Maybe Chippies wants to throw down the gauntlet. Could be a Jax or an Aurelia coming out here.
Yeah, and to keep in mind, a little something that we did see is University of Minnesota had used the Fiora to win games. That's how they made it here into the semifinals. So that is something that Maryville will definitely have respect for in that top lane. However, looking through the swap, there you go, a little hover over the Jax. Is going to be locked in, just like you said, Cubby, the prediction master here, showing off the skills of what's coming up next.
Honestly, so Chippies is known for top Olaf. This would have been a really sweet game for top Olaf, but it will not be the case. It's going to be the Jax, a little bit safer, a little bit more scaling as the game goes on. And I think that makes the top lane really interesting here for both teams, given the fact that Fiora versus Jax, very volatile matchup in the top lane, and one that I think that you actually have a lot of options for Minnesota as the Fiora. You can try and guess the counter-strike stun to land your riposte, but you can also, if Chippies does combine W auto with an empowered R auto, you can actually W that and ignore all the damage as well. And if it lands, it decreases attack speed in an obnoxious amount, so that's kind of how Fiora can get through this matchup. One that's not too bad for Fiora, but it really does depend on jungle intervention, as each champion wants to play very hyper-aggressive in order to make sure they're the ones that are able to win. So a lot of eyes for me immediately go on the top lane, especially given the fact we have two supportive mid laners as well.
Yeah, you know, there's an old saying, party in the bot lane, where you see about 3 teleports if everyone's running it and deciding that everyone wants to jump down. This honestly feels like it will be a party in the top lane, you know, maybe fight even over that Rift Herald if the junglers decide to get a little bit frisky around that edge. Options kind of chipping in there, but I mean, if you do talk about the supportive mid laners, I mean, which one does get enabled first? You were talking about the Predator coming out of the Galio, and in response, the TF Predator build can happen. Which one will be online first to potentially help their top lane and jungle out?
Galio, he needs to make the earlier impact. Personally, I really like the Twisted Fate side of this matchup. I think that after 6, TF is the better champion, and I think that given the fact that you can start E in the melee matchup and use those wild cards that increase attack speed to get shove early against the Galio, it's good, but Galio is one of the few champions of the game that can actually try and match Twisted Fate and the Roam. So I think it's for Minnesota, it's going to be all about enabling the rest of the map. And for me, it's got to be the Fiora. And besides that, Ashe is going to be trying to hit all the Enchanted Crystal arrows possible to just try and make this a quick game because they are on a timer. You're going up against a Twisted Fate, a Jax, a Yuumi. Minnesota needs to get on the map fast and get out on the map to take a 2-3K gold lead by the 15-minute mark if they really want to have a chance in this one. Because if Yuumi and if Twisted Fate are allowed to get to those 2-item spikes on even footing, Minnesota will be playing from behind for the rest of the game. So really want to see if Galio can get any early dives off. That's really what I'm going to be looking for in this early game. Syncing up with that jungler, trying to go impact the side lane early.
Yeah. And with all the focus that we kind of thrown to the top lane, now the question comes down, how do these two bot lanes play with each other? Because this is, I want to say, one of the safer sets of bot lanes that we've seen so far, right? Normally we've seen Blitzcrank, I think, 2 or 3 times actually here in the round of 16
Big fan.
yesterday. Yeah. But now we just see pure safety, right? This is a Lulu, this is Yuumi, this is old school, almost feeling like scaling without any jungle intervention. I mean, does either one shine through? You talked about the Ashe arrow, but how much impact does it have in this matchup directly?
Ashe has early shove. As time goes on, Yuumi gets more obnoxious. It's not a lane that Maryville should straight up win, given the fact that it's Saya Yuumi, right? But it is a lane where you can go even, you can lose gracefully, and then as the game goes on, you just become obnoxious. And so I also want to see if Azog goes for that poke build. I think given the fact that you are outranged by the Ashe and you have some good DPS with Jax, it is available for them. But also Yuumi encourages extended team fights. So I'm not exactly sure what the choice from Azog will be. I'm leaning poke, but I think the bigger concern, I mean, everything just has to go around kind of looking at mid jungle and looking if one jungler can free up the other mid and then where they utilize that pressure if they are able to free each other up. I think that's going to be the big key for this game and really where my eyes are going. And for me, I want to see them impact top lanes. I think it's a more volatile lane. Bot should kind of be chilling, but hey, maybe a different team or maybe the teams have a different idea. And you never know if, sometimes you can catch your opponent off guard, walking bot a game you shouldn't walk bot, and could be an option here for Minnesota, who are trying to play upsets here to the #1 seed.
Yeah, I mean that is a very scary thing. You walking, get taunted by the Galio, and all of a sudden you are dead.
Yep.
That is what occurs. It's not a fun time. But taking a look at things, we are in a little bit of a lull as we are ensuring players are prepped. As of course, this is the first semifinal matchup here today. Again, Maryville coming in, going to be showing us a lot of what they have to offer, and of course, Minnesota looking to continue a little bit of a rampage with one of the signature champions from before, or I should say 2, with the Graves in the back pocket. So.
Yeah.
If we're taking a look now, after touching on that and taking a look here, if we move forward, if you were to place yourself in these shoes, because as someone that has come from the collegiate, as someone that has played, you know the feeling of, being set on a timer and of course playing for the late game. In those situations, which one would you prefer to be in, right? Would you prefer to be on the timer to push, kind of push the tempo in the early game, or would you prefer to kind of play on that defensive edge?
For me, it kind of depends. Like if it's a game 5, I'd rather have scaling options. But I think early season and then like more so, a weekend tournament, I think it's good to get practice to execute early and play full throttle. So I want to see if Minnesota is able to do that, as we are getting on to the Rift, game 1 of the day orbital, and immediately Maryville got to be careful. They have access to gold card level 1 if they want it. Looks like they're going to group up as 5 and try and get a lane ward down for Chippies.
Yeah, and I actually love this. So the idea is, again, Lonely was one of the strongest players
Oh
in
no, they just want
game
to attack
in the
Fiora.
first series. So you know what? Yeah, let's fight him. Let's go for this. Spyrex is spotted, but it was a very early spot as well. Immediately you see 2 more follow through. So Igneous is like, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get melted back into lava, right? I think we're gonna get the igneous rock joke out of the way early. As
Yeah.
um,
Slap it down minute 1. Just never touch it again.
yep, no, we're just start not cringe. Better to have cringed than not to have cringed. And besides that, ward answered by the side of Minnesota, and they will be able to get to lane first, as it looks like mirrored starts from each jungler. He's starting on the blue, pathing towards that priority. So I said the top lane. Big eye on that being so volatile, but Graves, if he wants to go bot, he has that guaranteed crab from the shove that Ash Lulu will have in this lane. So looks to be the early option for Minnesota. And now I want to see if Igneous actually switches his pathing or tries to flip the map as the game goes on, because I still feel like it's very important to impact top lane.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's something that will always be relevant, right? You want to try and get these top laners ahead. You want to try and touch on it. That's almost what it feels like the whole comp has been built around. And so that is why we do see the Lee Sin, of course, starting on the bot side. That kind of leads where his pathing will go. So far, every lane, though, is still just trying to test the metal, try and figure out, is my opponent going to be playing a certain way? Is my opponent utilizing their champion correctly?
And good for Maryville. Jax is something that Chippies has been known for, as Chippies and his ability to play the carry bruisers in the top lane. One of the reasons why he was a very exciting player coming over to play in the collegiate space for NA. Jax being one of them. We're going to have to see if he can utilize his counter pick to the fullest, as Kind Jungle has made his way into the mid lane here pretty quickly. No gold card, though, from Spyrax, but still trying to keep tabs on Galio and just enabling Spyrax to make sure that this wave gets in.
Yeah. As you can see, they're going to do the 2-man roam, make sure the Lee Sin can get in. However, it's going to find an empty spot. What we didn't touch on is, Chippy's had a huge lead built up. Remember, this is Ignite Jax as well. A nice one comes out. Riposte is done. Ignite was used. But a flash out early means Kind Jungle was not allowed to land the Q. A very nice mini outplay by Lonely in the top lane.
Yeah, good reaction from Lonely, as that actually saves his life, enables Fiora to pick up at least a little bit more XP. The second wave is still denied, as good flash to dodge out on the Sonic Wave. That is a tough one to react to. Lonely able to do it in the top lane.
Yeah. I called it little because it was a single mechanical click, but my gosh, to be able to lay that one down is to be able to get away with that. And good on Chip and Kind Jungle, though, to be able to pull that off without losing too much, right? You only good, but Fem is hiding out with about 200 HP, so those trades have not been good for them.
Yeah, it is going to be the Pokesaya build, as we tease, could be a possibility in the bot lane. And while Lulu does match the scaling of Yuumi, Yuumi, of course, still has the heal instead of the shield, so any damage that Ash Lulu are able to put down, it can be replenished by Evan RL as time goes on, whereas, of course, on the flip side, if you do get damage down through the shield, it's not going to be the case. And overall, big lead actually in the bot lane for Maryville, just in the pure 2v2.
Yeah. Showing some lane dominance already. Gonna be so annoying to play against if they don't worry about it, but that's a
Predator.
That's a TP in, yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have Predator.
Can't get anything out. Actually,
he
takes
didn't
the tower
shove.
shot, so Chippies can try and fight this because
Oh,
the
no.
rest of the team is coming in. A great reversal for Maryville University. A gold card. Slow things down. Riposte is not going to stun anyone, so Spyrax gets a little action as well. And just like that, Maryville University take 2.
I thought the Galio was able to base and get Predator, but instead he TP'd without having arrived back at the fountain. So no health, no mana replenished, and Galio ends up going down. Bates Fiora to go down as well too, and that puts Maryville a 2k gold lead early, and that one hurts a lot because they are down individually in every lane as well.
Yeah. And this replay here, you saw that the tower shot, immediate reaction, a little flash of the emote, and the collapse comes in. So Maryville University understanding their limits, but at the same time capitalizing on that overextension, which is also going to mean that they do lose a little bit of control here on the bot side. University of Minnesota will go ahead and pick up the first dragon of the game.
And for Maryville, they're okay with that, right? Given the fact that I think for them, real objective is going to be that first Rift Herald, as now that they have a lead in both solo lanes, this makes things so dangerous for the bot lane of Minnesota, because now Spyrax, he has 6, and Minnesota has to be wary of this in both sides of the map, and they have some wards down on the bot side to try and track it, but not top, where Lonely still getting pushed around by Chippies. Look how he's positioning to make sure that Vital doesn't get hit, and that's solo kill. He's dead.
Lonely dying a lonely death here, as this top lane is quickly spiraling out of control. Chippies is up 40 CS to 26, quickly counting, as well as 2 kills.
And he could be looking for a little bit more, as putting down the pressure. But Igneous actually does have access to that level 6. And has been farming up a storm. But Kind Jungle, he at least thought about it. But Twisted Fate has been tracked. Galio could answer with the ultimate of his own. So I think Maryville intelligently do pull off. And while they are looking for this blue buff, still is Kind Jungle being down a level in the jungle matchup. So expect this to go over to Igneous.
Yeah, I think the top lane, it was kind of being looked at, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm only level 5 to level 6. Really get that.
Yeah, but I mean, in that mid lane matchup too, even just watching Galio walk back in, you can see the ability of Twisted Fate to chunk, right? Given the fact that it is the range versus melee, and overall, a play in the mid lane, as we're going to have to see go on Galio.
Yeah, and they go ahead and get the kick down. That's a free kill. Number 1, a nice gold card is able to stun up Igneous. And that'll be Kind Jungle finishing things off. Possibly a nice ward hop in. Oh, but a nice little ricochet off the wall means Igneous should stay alive.
Not only does he put down the damage, but also flashing out the Sonic Wave yet again at low range. Igneous guessing that visual as he is able to escape, and he's going to greed the wave. Kind Jungle not going to go for it instead. Might be looking to base, might be looking to set up a Rift Herald play. Both solo laners of Maryville have reset, but 8:20 in. It is already a huge gold lead here for the side of Maryville, as kills going down to the bot lane.
Ooh.
Oh.
Influence coming out of Spyrax right now. We were wondering if we were going to see any bot lane action, and Spyrax says, yeah, well, I'll send a little bit of love over to Azog and MNRL.
And we'll take a second look at this one as, oh man, Azog able to put out so much damage, and also at this point play so aggressively with the Yuumi. I mean, this is a case where Maryville, I mean, we were saying how Minnesota, they have the ranks to kind of hang in this game. They won't get individually outclassed. Maryville thinks differently in this game one. This has been nothing but Maryville. And their ability to, I mean, play the map as a team, but also you put that on top of the fact that every single lane found individual leads. It is too much for Minnesota to overcome at the moment. This is where Galio starts to really feel bad, as he's getting pushed around by the Twisted Fate. He can't answer the roams because he's stuck under the turret. And it's really giving Minnesota a tough time, the fact that they cannot deal with Spyrax.
Yeah, he's going to be over everywhere. This is going to be so dangerous. And MNRL now, feeling confident enough to start rotating out, start affecting the mid and top side. That leaves a little bit more wanting in the bot lane, as Azog loses both summoners and their life.
And the Rift Herald rotation for Maryville will drop a few plates in the bot lane, but this Rift, I mean, you can put it anywhere for the side of Maryville, and it feels like with the lead they have in their pockets right now, they can turn this into a first turret. As 2 plates do go over to the Ashe, as no solo XP, but still able to get shoved and able to catch up a little bit. Important for the side of Minnesota, as Ashe has been put behind by the good laning of Azog and MNRL, who, I mean, once again, MNRL, not usually a support player, but playing the Yuumi nicely in this one.
Yeah. I always say if you're playing, if you're primarily a bot laner, you if you jump to support, mechanics are probably a little bit different, but you know what you would like to have done. You know, if you're playing ADC, you know what you would like to have from a support player, but that's going to be a challenge of Counter-Strike versus Riposte. And it is one out, I think, by Chippies. We are going to get the full jump in. That's going to be a little bit to catch. A nice dodge on the Sonic Wave again, but the just damage is coming straight through here. And now PS1 might get a great couple hits from the tower, and yes, it is. It's going to be 3. Spikes is going to try and take it up. Immediate jump in, and that's going to be the finisher. A 1-for-2 in the top lane dive in favor of Maryville University.
Kind going down is a bit of a bummer there for Maryville. Still rather clean play. They will give up another dragon, but they don't care. They just want gold in their pockets. They want to be able to execute this 1-3-1 with a twist of fate, being able to impact those sides, and they are set up to do so as this moves on. So this will be a very oppressive map state for Minnesota to deal with, as Jax is miles ahead in the top lane, has already finished that Divine Sunder. Then you combine up the fact that Twisted Fate can affect the map just like this. That will be Craves falling down, as good TP coming in from Chippies. Instantly bases. But Maryville is still able to successfully set up the 1-3-1, stretch the map, and then utilize Twisted Fate to cheat that tempo and make plays elsewhere. As looking for more plays going on to the Ash.
Yeah, we're going to see a little dive under. A nice Sonic Wave. It takes it home, and just like that, easy peasy does it. Maryville University are finding picks consistently across the map.
And for the side of Minnesota, I mean, Maryville is so good at getting ahead and then snowballing that into a lead, as they will take first brick here in the bot lane with the help of Shelly. But it really feels like Minnesota, I mean, given the fact that Graves is farming and has been kind of putting that ahead of his lanes, the ability for Kind Jungle and Spyrax to just impact the map it cannot be matched by the side of Minnesota. And it's really put them in the hole early. Really curious to see, as, I mean, even thinking about Game 2 drafts at this point, right? Like, what is their solution to this?
Maybe ban out the Jax if you're going to play the Fiora, because Lonely is not enjoying this top lane. No minions, or at least one left. It's just going to be the finisher. Chippies is now running rampant, but is now finally going to be challenged. So this is the first time I think we're going to see the jungle mid duo go for it here. Chippies is down quite low, but that's going to be the Counter-Strike landing. Wins a war over the wall. Drops Chippies quite low. And that will be Igneous going ahead and take the shut down, while mid lane gets absolutely wrecked by Maryville University.
Yeah, Lonely, definitely owner of a lonely heart in the top lane. If you get that reference, I'm a big fan of you and your taste in music. But from there, I appreciate the people that understand that reference. We had a couple people behind the scenes that do here. It's good stuff. But for Maryville, 6K gold lead. They have everything they want in the early game. I think the only focus for them really at this point is just make sure they take that third dragon cleanly, deny the stacking of the soul from Minnesota, and from there they should be good to go.
Yeah, it's been that slow turn and burn for them so far. Maybe they start picking up the pace. Dragon coming up in, of course, 2 minutes. It is going to be that Ocean soul to be able to play with, which means these fights with 2 very nice scaling supports will enjoy an extra bounty keeping their teammates alive, whoever picks that one up. University of Minnesota, for all that's happened to them, you know, picking up 2 dragons is going to be the very small consolation prize that they have been able to net themselves. Unfortunately, I have a feeling 2 is all they're going to get.
Gonna have to see, as a lot of time for Maryville to execute a play on that dragon, but they're actually looking elsewhere at the moment, as Azog and Evan, they've gotten the push in the mid lane and are rotating on this wave to go affect top. Chippy's beautiful slow push built up. This is the team play that we were talking about. Unfortunately for the side of Minnesota, Maryville, they're spotted doing this. So we're gonna have to see. They're trying to answer. Galio's coming.
Yeah, and this time, unfortunately, it was Azog that tried to jump in, tries to live with just a few HP, is going to get chased down, gets a massive heal off, tower is down, so they're going to try and chase it down. Chippy's on the far end, is going to get collapsed on by 4, is going to get run down, gets a little bit of a speed up, flash out, or flash in, and the collateral damage takes it home. It's now a 1-for-1 so far. It's a 4v4 for the rest of it. A nice kick brings Igneous right back right into the Everfrost. So, going to be taken quite low, but the trade wins as University of Minnesota are going to dodge every skill shot thrown at them. And they might try and turn things around. A little bit of a shot out. Azog takes Igneous's life, and a follow through with a poke from the Yuumi means PS1 has to run away. For all that occurred, it was a 2-for-2. Spyrax trying to get more, and finally, the Yuumi is able to bring it home. Maryville University barely eking out one, but the fight's not over. Teleport coming in from a potential fog of war. Are they going to see it? No, Lonely can't get over the wall. Maybe doesn't want to, but that's a great gold card. Chimp, one more auto attack. Oh, the feathers aren't going to land. That will be Maryville University winning out in the pressure advantage, but a scuffle in the jungle nets a win almost for no one.
I mean, bright side for Minnesota is that if you can keep Graves alive, he's doing a lot of damage. As this Graves, he is 3-2, close to, or he has the most CS on his team, rather fed in the jungle, but everyone else is so far behind that once Graves go down, it just enables Maryville to utilize this Yuumi in the elongated fight, burn the heals, get the stuns off, forward twist of fate. There's now Chippies. TP burn. This is Galio. Zip. All right. We're out. All good for Chippies. As we do have another break in the action. And Rift Herald potentially being taken, but Chippies, he's looking. No repose. That's the solo kill down onto Lonely. Ignite was used, not even needed, as Chippies too far ahead at this point.
Yep, it's happening over and over again now. This is 15-5 at 17 minutes. The rest of the team is here, but a nice take by Maryville University is going to secure no more chances. That's Destiny called down, as they are going to try and chase in a nice little stun, but that's a lot of damage on the spikes. An arrow from downtown is going to land. Can they turn anything around? That was the Galio trying to get a nice taunt off, but immediately booted out of the fight. Maryville University get the second Herald, but can't find any kills on the back end.
And Maryville, they've done such a great job of building this early game lead, but I would love to see if they can clean this one up quick. I mean, it is something where, at this point, this game is pretty over. We're just kind of seeing like how clean, how quick Maryville can make this. And what I really want to see from them is set up that 1-3-1 and just go have Spyrax impact the map, right? I think that Chippy's getting the solo plays down is great, but I like from Maryville seeing the manufactured slow push into the mid lane prio, where Maryville, they get mid prio, they go to where the slow push is at, and they make a gank, make a play under a turret. I think that that is really the key for Maryville, and what I want to see more from them, as it is a team that once they play well, or when they're playing well, they're able to sync things up so well across the map that it is really difficult for a lot of collegiate teams to deal with. Mm-hmm. Combine that with the fact that they do have such talented players on their roster. It's something that it's tough to emulate in collegiate for the majority of teams. There are only a handful of teams that can really match it. And we love to see when Maryville is able to play at that level, the level that we know that they can possess, no matter really who is playing for their team.
Yeah. It's a team with a stellar past, and when you have such a storied past, you know, you said it best, I think. If you're not winning, I mean, you got nothing else. Second place doesn't matter. So they want to be first. They want to be able to take it home, and this is how you do it off the back of amazing game plan. We now see in this bot lane, it's going to be 3 members going ahead, pressing down this 4th tower. Maryville University's way, just the mid lane inner and top lane inner are left standing, and after that, it's the inhibitor towers. That's something that you don't want to have happen. University of Minnesota are going to be scrambling to try and find some semblance of peace in the coming minutes.
And once again, for Minnesota, the backdoor soul potentially could be big, but at this point, I don't even know if they can get into a game state where 2 more dragons spawn with how far ahead Maryville is.
Yeah.
Baron spawning here in 25 seconds. That's going to really open things up for Maryville to try and win the game, as arrow goes wide. Igneous gets a nice chunk, but Yuumi replenishes that health instantly. And no engage being found here by the Galio.
I like the attempt, though, right? Igneous was hiding off in that bush, and now we're going to see the top lane. This is going to be PS1 trying to dance out, but immediately knocked into a Lee Sin. The final chapter is going to slow him up, but with that wild growth, the Galio is going to be A-okay. So for the chances, Maryville, though, are going to go ahead, summon that Rift Herald in.
Rift Herald summon, crashes, tower dead. Chippies has the cat on his back, is looking for more. The Q does not connect, but Maryville going to continue the siege. as Shelly, I should say Kelly, this one, going to be escorted for a second crash, but gets smited away by Igneous. It's saved.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dire here in game 1. University of Minnesota just trying to do damage control, and so far it's about an item behind across the board. I'm taking a look at the item advantage, and Maryville University, you can see 2 completed on this on that build, which I can spawning in 30. I think this is pretty much one of those deals. Igneous, though, one of the shiners you pointed out, still 2-0, has falling up a storm and Mortal Shield Bow, plus going to be that last Whisper item. Will be very, very scary if, say, you need an Azog without a Yuumi.
It really is kind of the last chance, right? I mean, the only win con here for Minnesota is that Graves. So want to see if maybe Minnesota can find the miracle and set up Graves for success, but looks like they understand they still cannot take any fights at this point. They're down 10k gold. Igneous looking for top camps, as Chippies will be bullied off the red buff that will go over to the Graves, but Dragon goes over to Maryville.
Yeah. Second one for them. Unless we see somehow across the map arrow landing and the residual damage takes it, which would be absolutely hilarious if that did happen. But Kind Jungle so far has had pretty decent impact here as well, right? The early fights, and you know, I mentioned it, and I'll say it again and again. I think Lonely, if given a pure 1v1 chance, might have had a little bit different outcome than an 0-6 standing, but you know, maybe only 0-2 or 0-1, maybe even took it a trade back. But Chippy's had the number, and with the added benefit of teammates, it's Maryville realizing that that top lane was one that they needed to shut down early.
Yeah, Kind Jungle, I love seeing him on enablers, as I think that that's really a strength of his, you know, not playing the carries, playing for the team as Spyrax. Oh, that's a great arrow.
Perfectly placed as well. And hey, Lonely is able to pick up 1 kill, and would you know it, it is that shutdown on what was a 3-0-7 mid lane Spyrax. Going to be a nice chunk of change going back in the pocket.
Still a 10k gold deficit, but Maryville, they can't start up the Baron off that, as a little bit more real estate bought on the map here for Minnesota. As Chippies, he might be getting chased by Igneous, but doesn't have the Lulu in his back pocket, decides against it. We'll go back to farming. He gets the Gromp for himself, but I mean, Maryville, looking at the inventory right now, that's a great pick onto Spyrax. But when he gets back out onto the map, Everfrost, Zanya's rapid fire cannon with Predator in his back pocket. I don't know how Minnesota is able to deal with this, as no McHale's coming in for Lulu means that if that gold card connects with anyone that isn't Ashe on the side of Minnesota, they are doomed. It is Twisted Fate taking it.
No chance at all. It's just
zero. Yeah.
I don't think we've ever said that so far in any of the series. There is a 100% chance of death. Nah, this is 100% death. It's 100% death, and Fem, as soon as you lose that cleanse as well, will be dead. So we'll definitely get to see where they decide to place it. As Kind Jungle is still dancing in these areas, still wanting to take a fight, but with a 2-level deficit, that is something that Igneous can be proud of. A little bit extra damage in the back, but it is kind of negated if you are found by 2 others. And the entire side for Maryville University closing out and blinding that jungle.
Igneous trying to poke in just to clear some more as Kind. Stuck around, he's going in.
Yep, they're going to go in, but immediately caught out. A nice arrow slows things down and straight into the knock-up, so they are going to get a little bit of a taunt out. But look at the healing. It's just too dang strong, and Kind Jungle is going to be able to route and blaze out. Now we are seeing a little bit of a challenge here. A teleport coming in for the side of UMN. A nice gold card is going to catch Galli, who is going to have to knock his way out. No Justice Punch to knock up, but to escape, as that should be Baron. Started up for Maryville University.
I really like this from Maryville. They pull the TP. They instantly start the Baron, knowing that they have Minnesota in a handcuff. Chippies pushing bot will crash that wave, can threaten the TP to the Baron if they go for the fight. And if Minnesota responds, he just gets to hold it. Maryville take the Baron for free. Minnesota not able to recover on the back half of that play. They're just now getting to the pit, but TP comes down.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice to have, but again, look at Fem. No mana is going to try and chance it, but Chippies just wallops away on top of the Graves. That will be Baron secured, and to jump into death, they are going in for Lonely next, and it's just surgical cleanup here for the side of Maryville University. It is the precision of a team, experience in winning, destiny being called down to catch that Galio. We said it, right? Gold card caught may almost mean death, but that 1% getting the flash out, that's going to be the cleanse followed through. Dustin runs up. Can they stall long enough? Nope. Chippies has the heals, and Chippies is running rampant. Now the gold card is going to secure the statues of death as Galio does fall. Flash into the Lulu as Lil Chimp says thank you very much, has slain, and it does have they do have 2, but remember that is 4 still dead. Base is going to be broken apart as Maryville University put the final touches on this game.
That's just a great execution from them, preying on the fact that Minnesota go for the early TP to try and get a fight. I can't blame them for that. They way behind in this game. They need to try and manufacture something for themselves, but it doesn't connect. And look at the map state that Maryville puts them in the back half. Instantly start Baron. Instantly threaten the TP from Chippies and collapse upon Minnesota, guarantee the fight win, and pretty much put this game away as another Dragon coming up here in 20 seconds. But you got to figure that this game for Maryville should be done rather soon off this Baron push potentially, as Maryville 12k gold lead, Baron in their back pocket. It's going to be too much to handle here for Minnesota.
Yeah, this is Chippy's just going kind of ham here, right? That teleport in, everyone followed up. Not even Baron. I feel like even without Baron, Chippy's could probably end the game on his own. The CC didn't even wasn't really enough either. So it's just crazy to think about that he got that far ahead in the top lane. Divine Sunder, Blade of the Rune King, Hullbreaker, following up with possibly Asterix. I think I believe that's the build there. So it's just a monstrous feat to have, and just like that, this game became a battle of the top laners. And this series as a whole, I feel, will continue that trend. Bottom lane, last inhibitor that needs to be knocked down. We'll see if Maryville complete that or just try and push to end the game.
And pushing to end the game seems to be the game plan. That rapid fire cannon with the gold cards will be threatened here by Spyrax. Predator is propped, but too much to handle here for the side of Minnesota.
Yeah, this is going to be the tower falling. Inhibitor falls shortly after, and last chance for University of Minnesota. What can they do here? All members are up. Ultimates are up and available, but HP bars are not there. Slowly getting chipped away. Look at that poke coming out of the Xayah. Igneous trying to play frontline here, but the Yuumi is constantly stalling them out. They're losing HP at a rapid pace. They need to make something done. First Nexus Tower is down. Second is about to follow. Predator can't do anything, and they're just going to jump right in. This is going to be the cleanup for Maryville University as they take the win. That will be 4 dead. A follow through of the Lee Sin in, and the kick to finish it. A clean ace at the end. Maryville University take a 28.5-minute Game 1 victory.
And seeing Maryville, not only play the 1-3-1, but also have Kind Jungle on an enabler, and they won all 3 lanes, and then all 3 lanes were able to help the others win harder. That was really the story of that Game 1, and I think that Maryville, their ability to really stretch out the map and collapse upon other members, they're a tough team to give Twisted Fate, especially when you have Chippies in the bot or in the top lane with the counter pick. I know I was screaming for the Blanc on that R4, but love seeing Chippies be helped out as he did so much work in that game on the Jackson. Minnesota said that they have the individual skill to potentially hold the candle to Maryville. Maryville, they think differently after that Game 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be all down to the Game 2, so of course we will go to a very short break, ensure that the teams are ready for a Game 2, and maybe Minnesota to come out with a different strategy, or for Maryville University to complete their easy ride to the finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here we go. We are going to be set for game number 2. Very excited to bring this to you once again. Maryville University showing a lot of skill, patience, and execution. This was a phenomenal game to watch, and for everything the University of Minnesota tried to do, which granted, they tried quite a bit, Maryville University had an answer for just about everything.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that game is all Maryville from the start. I think
Mhm.
Chippy's prepping that three-wave crash and of getting Fiora behind in the top lane, and just the consistent focus. We talked about how it was a volatile matchup up there. I think Maryville played around it better than Minnesota, and that was the big difference in that game. Is Maryville took that one rather cleanly. It took a few extra minutes, but there was never really a time in that game where it looked like Maryville wasn't going to win it.
Yeah. I mean, we pointed out the fact that Lonely has gotten that Fiora before and has absolutely run a very fantastic game. And the immediate shutdown of that, saying we're not even taking that chance, that was the most surgical picking of a top laner I've ever seen happen. Not only just because Chippies was playing well, but because of the fact that they put so many resources up there, right? Kind Jungle even took a level disadvantage just to make sure Chippies was ahead. That is something that I think speaks to the team. How they're willing to prioritize each player.
And it was the right call. I mean, making sure that your Jax is fed. We saw what Jax was doing in those later team fights. If I'm going to have a Jax like that and I go down 2 levels in the jungle, I will take that every single time. So props to Kind Jungle and Maryville for putting together a nice game 1. And curious to see what's going to happen in game 2. Wondering if we get any side swaps in here. I've already spread my red side propaganda today for collegiate, so don't want to do that again. But I would think that, or I think that it would help Minnesota try and better fight back. So yeah.
Yeah. And talking about what they got on that red side, let's go ahead and touch on that mid lane, right? Spyrax on that Twisted Fate had such a great deal of impact, right? The Destiny's coming down, the Predator boost into gold cards. At one point, we were even saying 100%, if you get caught by that gold card, if you are not the Ashe with the cleanse, you're pretty much dead in the water. And about 99 times out of 100, that was true this game.
Yeah, I mean, the game was all Maryville, right? And I think that if you are Minnesota, we can spend as much time as we can talking about that last game and how good Maryville looks. But I think it's more interesting thinking about Minnesota and like what you would change up. And if I am Minnesota, I want to take away the pressure that Spyrax could have to impact the map and try and at least make sure that Chippies doesn't get to 3v1 top lane like he did in the last one with Counterpick.
Yeah. Looking at the champions, though, I believe we have gotten some information that University of Minnesota will be on that red side coming out here for game 2. And we'll go ahead and take a look at that. So, I mean, we got to spread it one more time, right? Let's hear that propaganda. Let's throw those leaflets around to everyone at home watching here at the preseason showcase for the 2022 upcoming year. You know, watching these teams battle out, you're seeing one of the top, if not the top, current collegiate program showing off what they can bring to the table as well. And on the blue side, maybe they got some different aspects, and maybe University of Minnesota can come out with some counters.
And I do want to see if they end up denying things like a Twisted Fate or a Yumi. I think those were really big in the success for Maryville, especially given the fact if that's going to be autofilled support, I know that he plays a lot of Yumi. So I think taking that away would, I mean, at least force him a little bit off of his comfort zone. If Maryville doesn't have access to Shady for this one, but as we move into this game, you have to see if that is the game plan from Minnesota, as they have a few other things. They have a lot of things to take away from Maryville after that last one. You also have to consider even the Lee Sin from Kind Jungle. I mean, it went down in levels, but I think his ability to play make on that was really difficult to deal with as well.
Yeah, and so far we still see the same bans coming out here. Maryville still don't want to give that Senna over. It's kind of interesting to see that is the one pick that kind of says, okay, played a few too many games on that champion, just don't want to let you have that one. Surprisingly, though, University of Minnesota said this time we are actually banning the Evelynn first. Last time it was the Kindred, and so a little bit of a change up there, maybe trying to let some of these junglers through. What Maryville don't want is to see that Talon once again. You stated it again. Players playing it just a bit too much in solo queue.
It is Igneous' second most played to great success, so Maryville just maybe not wanted to deal with that. As Minnesota going to continue to get rid of the Lucian as well. So far, no bans swapped up. As Minnesota, they do have one more to go. And I'm curious to see what Maryville takes away here. They could try and take away something that would potentially set up for their opener or their B1. I feel like Maryville, there's no pressure on them to really change anything up after that last game. Went pretty smoothly, but taking away the Camille, once again, that will be the call.
Yeah, it's standard, right? For Maryville University, nothing's changed so far. Exact same bans throughout it. It's on University of Minnesota's side. So last time they did ban out the Kindred. That's the one that they had decided they didn't want to give over. Multiple champions that they can ban away here, 3 or 4 from just game number 1 itself. If they deem it too big of a risk factor, and just like that, you called it a possible setup for B1 Yumi, University of Minnesota, say, you ain't getting it this time, Evan.
Yeah, and I think that Graves here for Maryville, if they want to take the 3-way flex, that's a good option. They could always just blind these in as well. So I think those are the two things that Maryville might be talking about right now on their side, as Graves will be the pick. That's what they decide to B1. Minnesota, we're going to have to see how they answer. We've seen a lot of teams pick Jarvan into Graves, just knowing that across the board, if it does get slotted into the jungle, Jarvan can aggress onto Graves early, and if you are able to connect the flag and drag, you do win the trades. But still other options, as we're gonna have to see what kind of direction Minnesota goes in, as it looks like it might be a carry in the jungler, or in the jungle I should say, as Igneous, jungler Minnesota, gonna take Hecarim.
Yeah, this was actually his game 1 choice back in the quarterfinals. He put up a 7-0-11 scoreline. Very, very well done. The problem is once again, this game 1 of this series did not have as great of a showing on the Graves. So we are going to see if the Hecarim can do any better. ADC coming out here for University of Minnesota, trying to go for that long-range grab, locking down members with that Deadly Flourish. The Jhin will be rocking for Fem.
And I do really like Hecarim plus Jhin as a combo, as Hecarim can engage over the top. Jhin can follow up from absurd ranges to help support the Hecarim going in a little bit deeper. But also, I do like the Twist of Fate as, once again, another gold card to force ultimates out of Hecarim to really pressure him and deter him from finding those engages in fights. I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota, or Maryville, I should say, also takes something to counter the Jhin that Minnesota is showing for their marksman in the bot lane.
Yeah. Options are available. Waiting to see what the final pick
the
is.
Azog Jinx.
And it's the hyper carry Jinx. Shout out to Arcane, of course. I think, Covey, you recovered from your late night binge of watching it.
I don't know. I think I had more bags under my eyes today than I did yesterday. But yeah,
you already got the next 3 episodes? Come on, man.
No,
it's one more week from now.
Don't have those early. As
Okay.
Jinx is something that Azog has been known for under, especially under his other IGN Lobos as well. But hey, Minnesota, Azir was taken away from them in the last game, but they do get their hands on it for this one. So that will be the choice into Twisted Fate. Banning away Jinx pairs. Would not be surprised to see a Thresh and potentially a Braum taken away. It will be a Lulu taken away, as I like that as well. It's a very good pick into the Hecarim. And also, Minnesota, they do have the chance to select the support of their own. Leona still on the board, so it could be an option, but looks like they're more worried about getting rid of some of the enchantresses that Evan RL might be able to play down bot.
Yeah. Lux being taken away, Lulu, and just that combination that can allow it to spiral out of control. You can already see that University of Minnesota are going, well, you know what? They picked up the Jinx, so obviously the priority might be placed towards that bot side this time a little bit more. Questions, of course, are abound with the Malphite and Jax banned away on the top side, so Lonely not going to play either of those. It's surprising to see the Jax banned away, because this might be opening into, I want to say, a bait of the Fiora once again. I'm not sure if Lonely will want to take a blind here, but instead it is going to be that Rakan being locked in to pair up with the Jhin.
Like Rakan, you can jump in, follow up the Hecarim engage, very flexible, as the Enchantress bans make a lot more sense now, as Enchantresses, good way to deal with Rakan in the bot lane, but this does open up Maryville to take something like a Thresh if they want it. Pairs so well with Jinx. And I wonder what Evan RL's Thresh looks like. As that could be something that we end up seeing as, an Olaf coming out for Maryville. So this is something that it is a Chippy's specialty in the top lane, but honestly expecting to see it in the jungle, as Kind Jungle might be looking to win out on the 2v2 in the mid-jungle duo, and also pairing Olaf up with the CC, that Twisted Fate is able to bring a very good combo. Maryville also round out their draft, taking the Braum.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a very nice team fight skirmish setups, maybe around those global objectives. The amount of utility that they have to play with, right? That glacial fissure into the traps made from Jinx means that University of Minnesota are not going to enjoy trying to jump around. Now, a hover of a Quinn,
No.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I was about to say, we have
Ooh.
not seen a Quinn in ever, and I hope I don't see it for a long time. That is going to be a Darius, though, locked in on the top lane. Whether it's Graves or Olaf, someone will have to deal with the Noxian Guillotine himself.
Yeah, curious having that into the Graves, as Graves does have the range advantage. You might be able to push around Lonely early, as I am assuming it is Graves top for Chippies. Yeah, that will be... Chippies is known for his Olaf top, so there is some reasoning behind the awkward speculation there. But I think on the side of Minnesota, this is at least a team comp that I feel like they can execute upon. You have Hecarim and Rakan in the Jinx. It's going to be so difficult for Azog to play this game out. And I think a lot, once again, is going to fall on the hands of Spyrax, but also Kind Jungle. If they are able to get that 2v2 going, we talked about how Maryville, a lot of their game plans, it's about getting mid-prio and then going to slow stacking side waves to try and pull off dives. So in order to do that, you need to get that mid-jungle 2v2 on your side so you have the shove. And they have the potential to do that with Twisted Fate and Olaf. So that's really where my eyes are going to be going early.
Yeah. Watching Spyrax again dance around players, always making sure to have that full range, making sure those gold cards land, because I don't think he missed a single freaking one. And I say that with all confidence that I think he knew every single card that came out. I don't think I ever saw Reggie being pulled there. But on the flip, this is I want to say a bit more aggressive for University of Minnesota, right? This is that Azir coming out here. It's obviously going to be a bit longer range than say the Galio, right? Options, though, my eyes immediately are drawn to the Darius, because once again, this is a challenge up to the top side, right? This is the challenge of, hey, we might get towered over again, and praying that I can 1v2, 1v3 my way out of it.
Yeah, and playing Darius into Twisted Fate Jinx is something that's a tough ask, right? I mean, this is the pure lane counter pick. This is, making sure that we do not get bodied in the top lane, and you're still going melee into range. So gonna have to see how Lonely can deal with that. If it can be better than last game as Orbital getting into game 2.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun here. It's gonna be a ball of a time.
Yeah, so Maryville's, their level 1 is absurd. They have Gold Card, they have Braum, they have Olaf. This level 1, the map is theirs. They can do, as long as they're stacked up like this, they can do whatever they want. So they are looking for that bot lane play. We'll now be sneaking into this bot brush and probably just going in for the invade to see if they can get any wards down. No flashes should be burned, as that is a cleanse on the Jhin. But does donate a ward. That kill actually went over to Jinx, so eventually getting that next level a little bit quicker. And Azog actually opting for the Ghost this game. Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I thought they were gonna try and tag it. There were two there.
You're getting excited.
Try. Yeah, maybe, but of course they are gonna play it a little bit slower. They're gonna try and temper their aggression here, as University of Minnesota realize that this is a tough hill to climb here. Question marks, though, up on the top side. I do want to bring it to attention. Usually you see either a flash teleport, for a Darius, or a flash ghost if you're going super lane aggressive. This is a flash ignite for the Darius, saying, I really want that bleed damage.
Actually, that is rather curious not having that be the ghost, as always going on the Kind Jungle early. This is spotted.
Yeah, this is going to be
interesting.
Yeah, and also started the
no
Q,
W, yeah.
So that's meaning that the kite actually comes out really well from Chippies, and Lonely is actually coming back and is going to eat a good 50% of HP. Wow.
Chippies, with the fleet of footwork and the fact that there is no slow available for the Darius, is able to play rather aggressively there. As speaking of aggression, Kind Jungle going straight for the red buff of Hecarim. And we're going to have to see how the Hecarim responds, as it looks like he's going to his top side. He's going to be disappointed at what he finds once this red buff is in the hands of Olaf.
Yeah, and he's not going to go straight to the red. He has no idea. He thought that the invade from Lonely was going to be enough to deter that Olaf, and here's the spot. No, it still doesn't spot?
Oh, Azir's in trouble.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, Azir could be in trouble there as Hecarim. He
Mhm.
finally gets the bad news. As his red buff is gone, Olaf steals away camp, but Brahm's in trouble. He's
That
dead.
was a bot lane fight kind of out of nowhere, and that's going to be the win. Jinx opting for the ghost, so feels like Jinx kind of took the summoner spells of the Darius. No heal to come through, so a fully aggressive bot lane summoner spell set for Maryville University.
Yeah, and Braum does struggle into Rakan if you aren't able to get the Winter's Bite off, which is difficult to do with how slippery Rakan is. It's not the dream matchup. You're not picking Braum for a winning lane, though. You're picking Braum for what he brings in team fights. It's the damage mitigation, then the potential engage, the disengage from his ultimate, the Winter's Bite. It is a lot for teams to deal with, as unfortunately Evan RL and Azog essentially... Evan showing a little bit of his greenness, playing off role as he goes down early.
Yeah, just a little too deep into the fight, and of course, eating a bit too much damage. The good news is that there is only a flash left on the ADCs, meaning if the Rakan is somehow caught out, there's only a single dash out, but this is going to be a hard fight on the Chippies. He is going to dash back, flash out, and immediately deterred, so it took 2 dashes to get away, but thankfully, Chippies keeps his life.
Yeah, does have to burn flash, but that's not the end of the world. It does give Hecarim a place to target later, but right now he's targeting mid. He's at least making sure that Spyrax doesn't go for any more pokes. Spyrax sniffs it out, though, walks down, is able to get out of this one, and he is starting to get pretty close to that level 6 orbital, so gonna have to keep our eyes to see where that first Twisted Fate port goes.
Yeah. The options, I would say, are going to be that bot side, maybe. With how aggressive the bot lanes have been, I wouldn't be surprised that both Evan RL and Azog are, you know, shoved up to mid and maybe even closer to the tower, and all of a sudden that's all it counts for. Braum looks like he is going to try and pull the wave here.
No
looks
W.
like the Khan is gonna try and body block it off, so. Okay.
Yeah, Jin doesn't have access to the Deadly Flourish, so is able to pull it for the most part. As Jinx will only miss out on 1 creep instead of 3 or 4 there in the bot lane. Good play from Evan RL. As Chippies, importantly enough, he is building up a slow push in the top lane. So if Spyrax hits 6 off this wave, which I believe he does, could be dangerous for Darius, as a dive is in the cards here for Minnesota, or I should say for Maryville against Minnesota. As Minnesota, their response... He's trying to have the Hecarim up here and hovering. Graves doesn't have flash, so they could be the ones that are first to look. That could be big as 6 comes in, and yeah, here comes the look.
Getting a little bit of fun here and cheekiness as the alcove is going to be played around. They are going to call the teleport up, and with that, Destiny, that's going to call another teleport in. And now Spyrax is going to get dragged in, so Maryville University not enjoying the fight that's breaking out, but with the Braum coming up, that's a slide in. The Spears of the Soldiers give the Emperor a kill. University of Minnesota come out 3-0 here in the early game.
Yeah. I love this from Minnesota, right? They know that that's the game plan for Maryville. They see that slow push stacking, and they see the Twisted Fate dinging level 6, but they beat them to the play. Hecarim knows that Chippies doesn't have flash, and despite him buying as much time as he can, they took this Darius to focus on the top lane, and that top lane focus pays off there.
This is a reversal. It feels like Maryville University did the same in game 1. Now University of Minnesota get to bring it right back. 2 ganks early is going to net them so much. The question is now, I want to see what PS1 in that mid is able to do, right? On the Galio last time had to follow the tempo of Spyrax. This time around has an opportunity to dictate the pace of the mid lane fights.
And at least for Minnesota, it's so important to win out on that first TF ult. It's exactly what they just did, right? That port, they get a kill out of it. In fact, they get 2. So for the side of Minnesota, I mean, that slows things down so drastically for Maryville. You notice that we haven't seen the early dragon taken yet by the Olaf. It is, you know, not an ideal dragon. You don't need the early ocean, but Hecarim now looking for plays. That Braum, he's going down.
This is so aggressive. Igneous going ahead, influencing 3 different lanes across the board early. Now we're going to see top lane, a little bit of fight back. So just like that, both teams have realized this game is not going to be slow paced. You got to take your licks wherever you can and get a punch in there here every so often.
I like the response from Maryville. They can't take the Rift Herald yet, as Shelly isn't yet on the map. And Minnesota just going to utilize that to take the Dragon for free. But Kind Jungle denying gold, denying camps. This is a win overall for Maryville. As props to both teams, finding good plays on the map, trying to get their side laners ahead. Zazog, oh, he's fighting back. Do they look more?
I don't know if they want to chance it too far here. That was going to be the danger, but you know who is? And behind enemy lines is Chippies, but that's going to be another teleport. Lonely getting the treatment once again. It has been a prideful case of fights being brought to the top lane. A rotate from PS1 does negate a full dive. However, over the wall they go, and Chippies will be the sacrifice. PS1 should be able to pick up that one with a couple auto attacks. Puts himself at 2-0. Bot lane.
Oh, and meanwhile, bot lane.
Yeah.
The dive is successful. They sneak out. They're going to try and take down this Braum. They have the shots to potentially at least chunk him out.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Braum. You can only chunk so much, so the Braum will walk away with a fairly nice HP bar. Evan RL going to have to watch as a couple plays go down in bot.
And, I mean, this is still so much improved for Minnesota, and it's...
Oh,
The
are they really?
He's porting on the pony.
Yep. Good gold card. Takes it home, and a swing of the 3 is going to put a shutdown into the side of Pyrex.
And we are going to get a second look at what exactly happened in the bot lane as... Oh, it's just the dive. They don't need ultimates. They just are playing bully ball down there. As, of course, we know how things go from here. But overall, this is actually an overstay for Minnesota. Going for those Krugs, you cannot do this against a team that has Twisted Fate with an ultimate up. And Spyrax ends up punishing. And I think most importantly off of that, Kind Jungle does get Shelly. So, yes, Maryville, they're still down a little bit of gold at this point of the game. But with Shelly and with the ability to potentially at least pressure for that first brick, they can find their way back out onto the map despite this very good early game coming out from Minnesota. Love what Igneous has done on this hack from the fact that he has direction. He is attacking this immobile Jinx. I think it's been a really good game plan here for Minnesota.
Minnesota keeping this one to a team for the first time, I think, getting some invades in of their own, finally challenging the Olaf to a battle of who can take whose camps. Dangerous factor, though, is the Braum is hiding around in the mid lane, and they are going to be caught a little bit by surprise. A nice gold card means they're going to have to dance out. Immediate pony ride out is going to watch as the Jinx rocket flies right between the goalposts. And thankfully, that could have gone a lot worse, as now they're going to ghost their way out as well. Maryville University go ahead and take that fight and say thank you very much for all the pressure you just gave us.
And that pressure was made off of the hovers from Evan RL and Kind Jungle. As, the Darius, he pops it tonight, but Chippy's is able to schmoove himself right on out of there on the Graves. Still using this pick in the top lane. It's really gotten popular because of the safety that you feel in the top lane. As Graves having that ability to pressure the waves and be ranged, as him being safe up there enables Maryville to look elsewhere as they don't find anything in the mid lane, but at least force Minnesota out of that topside river.
Yeah. And so far, I think you hit it on the head earlier, right? Yes, University of Minnesota have gotten the kills, but so far, Maryville University, I feel, has gotten more out of their kills, right? This is going to be the second time, or third time, actually, that we see Lonely try to jump on here, and that's going to be the Packer and ready to go and flash in. I think a little bit of miscommunication, but the fight still breaks out as we are going to see a dash into the Emperor. And go ahead, take a bow. University of Minnesota might be having some issues here. The Olaf is taking a bit too much. I spoke too soon. This pick from Kind Jungle is going to start running everyone down. A smack of 2 on the back of the head of Khan means he is gone. And just like that, Maryville University lose 2 but take 3 to even things up.
Yeah, Kind Jungle, he's been a little bit quiet in this early game, but he's getting involved now as Azog. Oh, he is able to dance his way out of that one with the Ghost. But, I mean, that is the perks of the Olaf, and we are getting a replay. Second look at how Kind Jungle was able to rip through Minnesota on the Viking. As I mean, the good part about Olaf is that this is a comp that has to go in. And,
Mhm.
of course, Olaf, when you are able to just press hard, go unstoppable, look at him survive the wall coming out from the Azir. Yes, the damage does go down, but Olaf is not able to be moved, and that was the difference in that fight. As Kind Jungle was able to press R, was able to land all those axes and just get involved. Gourd Drinker now completed for this Olaf. As a good answer from Maryville, they continue to take the correct steps to claw themselves back into this one. And now that Darius, he doesn't have flash, he's in big trouble.
This is lonely. This is half what we expected as well.
It's the Yes song, you know?
Yeah, it's just
That's it.
pain.
Yeah, I mean, these are the issues with Darius, right? It is a great lane bully pick, but when you don't have access to Flash or Ghost, you are just a walking punching bag, right? And the ability for the slows to land from Olaf and make it so that Darius can't move even more is very dangerous. Is they drop Shelly, they feed that first brick over to Azog's Jinx. They're going to get the second crash off, and Maryville keeps on fighting back.
This is a team that we know and love. And, of course, on the back of the jungler, Kind Jungle has put up a phenomenal scoreline thus far. I want to see a bit more as well. This is going to be a chance for them to extend their lead again with the Infernal Dragon being played for Soul next. It is going to be a pretty crazy battle depending on who wants to dive where. Bot lane, you can see that Igneous continuing to try his best to maintain a bit of presence down there, but with all the action being put down bot, University of Minnesota are going to lose out a bit on the mid lane.
Azir is still able to deter the pressure, though, as the Leandries going up against 2.5 health stackers pretty much on the side of Maryville will feel nice throughout this game. And I still feel like the team fights for Minnesota, I mean, they have win cons. Hecarim going into Twisted Fate and Jinx, you can go over the top. Him and Jhin combined, very powerful. The fear can split people up to land some of those long-range curtain call shots. You want to combine that, and any reset for Darius means that if he's able to close the gap, he can wreak havoc in the fight. I just want to see if Maryville, the only person that can truly break that is Kind Jungle's Olaf, and he is very far ahead right now on the Gourd Drinker with the Sterax. So we aren't going to see any fights here for the next few minutes, given the fact that Minnesota did take that second dragon while Maryville was making the top lane plays, and they'll get another dragon here for 3 minutes. But I still think that Maryville, as long as Olaf is involved in the fight, they have a chance.
Well, absolutely. It is always a chance. And now we're going to see a little bit of a dance top. We are going to see a jump over as to surprise the Hecarim. And he ults straight into the Twisted Fate, but the Emperor's Divide is going to keep him a little bit further away. And that's the Emperor down. Azir is down. Run through 4 members top. Immediately into gold card. Now the Get Excited Jinx is going to fire away with the rockets. One more card takes it, and Spyrax is going to take one home. 3 kills, I believe, for Spyrax now, if I can count correctly. And that's a full set of kills on the top side as Maryville University are starting to turn this on its head, and has been for the last few minutes.
And that's the Viking, baby. I mean, Hecarim and Rakan, they dive right in, and guess what? Eat these axes, eat this true damage, eat all these attacks I'm able to put down on the Olaf, not to mention the Gourd Drinker. He loves when people have to jump in, and Kind Jungle doing a good job of that there as blue buff is taken by Graves, and Chippy's is not able to smooth his way out. Azir did TP, and Chippies will die for his sins.
Yep. Just going to take that kill, and now a gold card into the Azir once again, and a little bit of a hit. So the Braum coming in to help out, but the Rakan wants that quickness, wants that grand entrance. A nice flash out from the Braum means that the safety is there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see even more action. This is consistent fighting from University of Minnesota, and with 2 carries low, it's a possibility for the Darius to try and get some tower damage.
Darius not able to take enough, as he does have to respond to a push in the top lane that was set up by Maryville. But Minnesota at least fighting back. I just think it's really difficult for them at the moment to deal with this Olaf. And, you know, Twisted Fate Olaf as the 2v2 might not have been able to get off the ground, but Kind Jungle, as this game has gone on, has really done a lot of work on the Olaf, making all that late jungle pick pay off.
Yeah. And you can see it now. The score so far, the gold as well, has been swinging really, really heavily in favor of Maryville University. Most notably, I want to say in that jungle, I think that's the one that we see one of the larger gold differences, as well as Azog, right? Just shy, I think, of about 1.5, 1.6k each.
And we did tease that, the fight before this next dragon. We are 30 seconds until the Infernal Soul we have on the map here. And I mean, I think the big key is if Maryville and Minnesota, go toe-to-toe, it's got to be, can Darius close the gap? The stride breaker on the Darius, is it able to get any work done? But second Herald has been dropped by Maryville, and it is not being dealt with by the side of Minnesota. It's going to get that second crash down, and this does enable Maryville to walk into this bot side river, get some early control, which will make it much more difficult for the side of Minnesota to find that big over-the-top Hecarim engage they're looking for.
Yeah, and the longer that Minnesota decides to stay here, the longer it's going to be Maryville pushing in. This is going to be the Destiny being drawn in. What are they going to do? Dragging down to about 1k. That's going to be burned down. It is taken by University of Minnesota's side, so they're on soul point. But what more can they get? They're going to get one kill. Are they going to follow through with a bit more? Glacial Fissure is going to slow them down. Now a chance firing out top is out. Kind Jungle is pushed out of the fight, and for all the fighting, they only lose one. University of Minnesota are bleeding a bit, but they have secured the objective that they wanted and can walk home happy.
Oh, no, that's great for them, right? You're on soul point now. At any point, you can get this Infernal Soul and feel like you're closing the gold gap with that value, and that was all off of Igneous. The over-the-top engaged found Azog. Keep in mind, this is a greedy summoner spell take, taking both Ghost and Flash. Connecting with that ultimate means that Jinx goes down instantly. Minnesota win out on the fight to get the objective, and despite all the good efforts in Maryville between those two dragons to pick up more footing in this game, Minnesota are still the ones that took the dragon for themselves and maintain that control over the objective.
Yeah. And they need it, right? You're taking a look at the gold, right? 3 to 4k, and a majority of that is starting to stack up in Spyrex's favor as well, right? Because of that passive income, because of that passive, killing the minions. 163, by the way, has done a heck of a job farming up here. You need that extra damage. You need that extra Infernal to be attacking on the damages. So we're seeing here the rockets already, the Ruinous Hurricane completed for Azog, meaning he is going to shred just about anyone and anything in his path.
Yeah, and that will be one turret falling, as they might be shifting their focus onto the top inner now. Or I would say that, but the top inner already fell to the Herald that they were able to drop out there, as the only inner turret left for Maryville is that mid lane one. Not one that I think they're going to be getting anytime soon, but look at how they're stretching out the map. Once again, the 1-3-1, syncing up their side lane pushes. They see people bot. This enables Spyrex to be aggressive, but Chippies might be in trouble.
Yeah, Chippies is going to get a little bit of help because Lonely didn't want to flash over the wall, and
yeah,
Igneous is going to have to take that one on the chin. Chippies gets away with that aggressive farming. Baron.
And once again, they see two bot. They immediately start up the Baron. They're trying to pull summoner spells, pull cooldowns out of Minnesota, and at least get a curtain call. So that's one. As more gold cards land. That they cleanse from Jin. Rakan counter engage, but that's nothing. Hecarim goes in, but he's exhausted.
Yeah, and they're going to try and blow them up. That's going to be the horse going down. A nice little cleave down, and it's straight 1-for-1. Can they get more? Again, a gold card in the back line as Spyrex is trying to fight it out. PS1 going very, very low. Are you going to get a little bit more? Maybe, but Lil Chim is going to fire away as Azog is starting to run straight through the enemy. A good pull can't finish it off, and Fem is looking at so many low health targets. If only he had the curtain call, but it's not meant to be. Maryville University get away with only losing one and taking 4 in response.
And their ability to manage their health bars there, the big difference maker in that fight, as Minnesota, they kept on trying to agree to get a member or two out, but once one falls against the Jinx, you're all going to fall, as Azog got excited. And, this Jin.
Yeah, this Jin is now going to feel the wrath of a couple auto attacks coming out of Chippies. Collateral damage is not going to change, but remember the Baron is stopped. That's all they really wanted to do. And Maryville, they took a chance. It almost went poorly, but instead they get a very ace.
Okay, so Minnesota down another 3k gold off of that, and I mean honestly, I'd be curious to see another look at that fight, because the way that Maryville were able to bunch up and just play in the river over the wall, that engage, it was never going to lead to any fruit for Minnesota. Igneous going in with the ult, immediately exhausted, immediately taken down. And once that happens, I mean, that is your big carry Hecarim. It really feels like Azir can't follow up on that. There wasn't a curtain call to go over the top, and now that's a big gold deficit for Minnesota to go up against. They took the last dragon down 3k gold. They now have to find this one down 6k gold, as Maryville putting extra resources in this bot river to make sure that doesn't happen. And this Azir, he's in big trouble.
Yep. Not a chance. Absolutely not a chance. The Azir is currently melting away. This also means Dragon should easily go into Maryville University's pocket, unless the Hecarim. Again, Igneous has played a pretty solid game here, 3, 4, and 5.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Unless we're going in for the steal and, you know, probably the tombstone combo, you know?
I mean, it's a sacrifice. You know, I mean, do you want to try and do that, right? You would put yourself on so point. It's a chance, but one that you might want to not take, as Azog is just melting through Lonely right now. Couple shots in the back. That's Destiny called down as well. Thought about it. No, Destiny getting away on the rest of the mid lane. Are they just going to chase? Are they just going to push? What?
It's 1 second until this dragon spawns. It's up. And I think that they're giving Soul. They want to end the game.
Yeah, this is not a fight that you want. You have to recognize this. You're Minnesota. They're about to lose. That's going to be a two-man pull, though. This might be the bait that they want. They get a nice cleave down. That's going to be Lonely taking one back. And it looks like Minnesota have been able to stall it away. That's going to be Infernal Soul taken by the Minnesota squad. So they only lose their inhibitor, and they're going to get routed. Wait, are they going to chance it too? Pinching out, but they don't want to give. They don't want to take it. Fem, though, gets one poke. Curtain call is not available. So it should be Maryville University walking away from this. They got the inhibitor, but lost the permanent buff.
Feels like Maryville showing a bit of hubris there. As they're still looking, but
Chimp?
Oh boy, that Rakan. He's melting. No ult. Oh man. I mentioned Maryville showing hubris, and then Minnesota had the match. That's these are the rules.
Hold my cup and watch this is what Chimp said right there. And unfortunately, Igneous was caught on the blind side as well. This is now going to result in a Baron attempt, or a Baron advantage right now for Maryville University. 3v5 with Kind Jungle able to most likely sustain up and take it home.
And I mean, it's still Maryville in the lead, right? But the reason we're critical is that it feels like an unnecessary risk going for the base there instead of just peeling back, taking the dragon. Yes, you had some cooldowns burn, but there was no ultimate on the Hecarim, as Spyrex was able to get out of that mid lane. So that's why it kind of felt awkward to us. As Maryville, despite losing that Infernal Soul, they still get back out onto the map, take the Baron uncontested, and will now have the chance to actually siege to end the game for a second time. Hopefully this time to a little bit more success.
Yeah, you're hoping the siege does, but keep in mind, again, the Soul is down, and this is the first time I think we've seen a Soul in this series, right? This is the first time we've seen 4 dragons taken, and granted, to Minnesota's side, they've done a phenomenal job of maintaining that dragon, the dragon pressure here. And that's really going to benefit the side of PS1 and Fem. These are 2 champions that love to poke out. It's going to enable them to lay down enough damage to, who knows, maybe keep Chippies out of your face. Maybe keep Kind Jungle on the edge at about, 60 to 70% HP instead of full. Maybe even find Azog and be able to burst that Jinx out, who has, by the way, been scaling up very nicely.
Yeah, completed LDR now for the Jinx, so that armor on the Darius and the Hecarim will no longer be an issue. Yep, that's what rapid fire cannon TF looks like. Also TF going for a Sheen this time around, as Azog holding the wave, waiting for the team to crash more. So I actually really like that from Azog, showing off some good macro, as 3 waves crashing for Maryville. They're going to try and take this, but the light engage.
Yeah, they got to go in because they just heard a tower did drop, and they're going to try and find it. Lonely gets to draw in, but can't finish off the fight. Now Chippy's on the other side, is going to get a couple damage hits in, but that's a huge poke. PS stepped up a little bit too far, and he is zeroed out. That will be the kill that they need, because again, no Emperor's Divide, no flash on their mid laner. It's going to be a 4v5 hold. Can they make it happen? They're going to charge in. That's going to be a chase all the way to the back. Azog is going to watch as the stun comes through. Igneous can't follow through, and that should be Maryville University cleaning up house here in game number 2, taking the series into fashion. The game was anything but pretty, but the end result is all that matters. Maybe, though. All right, that's the Rockets coming out here. That's what I was expecting here. Fem is going to take down the Jinx, but I mean,
Minions.
come on. Yeah, that's going to be it. Baron empowered minions are going to take it home. Maryville University move on to the finals, taking a 2-0 over University of Minnesota.
Yeah, and I mean, game 1, super clean for Maryville. That one, Minnesota had a really good start to the game. I liked the game plan. They sent Hecker and bot, or they repeat ganked top. They sent Hecker and bot. They were able to shut down the first port from TF with some nice answers coming out from Minnesota. And that made things difficult for Maryville. But I think a lot of it actually came on the shoulders of Kind Jungle. That Olaf, so good in the team comp that must come into you in order to be successful. And once Kind Jungle won that 2v3 in the top side where he got the double kill and got that Gore Drinker, he was a menace from there. There was no way to deal with that Olaf. And I think that he was very important in Maryville turning around that game, making sure it went in their favor, and moving on to our grand finals, which will be later today.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time, of course, but we have to see who Maryville University will actually be playing against. So we have one more semifinals matchup for you here today. We'll be rotating to that one here shortly, as that will be University. Nope, I think I got those days wrong. Oops. Hey, that was last weekend, if you will. It will be Illinois State University versus University of Arkansas. We'll be showing up here in just a few. Please don't go anywhere. We'll have that match for you here shortly. And we are here ready to go for our second semifinal series of the day. We are back on the desk here, and hopefully my internet decides to hold out for the rest of the day. That is a prayer and hope that I will send up to the heavens. We now have, though, Illinois State University facing off against University of Arkansas for a chance at making it into the finals. I mean, Illinois State University, it hasn't been pretty, but they're here now.
You know, I feel like that's the story, though, of ISU, is that they play their own style, and a lot of that is around their mid laner Drew Dozer, and a lot of that involves picks that he feels comfortable on, and a lot of fighting. And their games, they're not clean, but they're hella fun. That's all we can really say about ISU. And you know what? At this level of play, I respect it. I feel like they take a lot of fights, and you know, just because it's, you know, their games are 2 kills a minute doesn't mean it's bad. I think they're good at getting gold on their carries. I think Drew Dozer, with his champion pool, it catches a lot of mid laners off guard, and he's kind of a litmus test for if you can deal with my champion pool and my play. Like, you know, can you deal with it or not? It's a tough challenge for a lot of the mid laners in collegiate, and my eye is going to be on that today.
Yeah, facing up against Lazy Lambo, who hopefully is not that lazy, but just like Maryville, University of Arkansas have had a very interesting time through this tournament. Now, having played in the Demacia bracket just last week, they were able to take down Mizzou in a 2-1 series, fell in the semifinals. Now here, they get the same treatment, though. 2 forfeits, unfortunately. Their opponents had dropped out, so they've had a free ride, didn't even play yesterday. This is going to be the first series for them.
Yeah, but I mean, thinking back to last week, I was on the cast of Mizzou versus Arkansas. And they were a team that they had an identity, and it was our top laner. It's a role swap from support. So the top laner is going to play tanks, going to be a very supportive carry for the rest of the team, and he gets out onto the map and tries to enable his team, and that's really what the bread and butter was for Arkansas last week. And hey, they did a good enough job of that to upset Mizzou, who were favorites going into that series, and beat some players that were higher ranks than them. So Illinois State, a little bit of a tougher ask and a tougher task in front of them, but they've shown that they can be up for it before.
Yeah, and I think there's no better option than to take down, or try to take down, Illinois State here. Again, if they win, they'll have to face off against Maryville University, and that would be a treat as well. I mean, you take down one of the top seeds, you go for the next one, maybe take an arm and a leg, or even go for the head there as well. So really going to have a fun time to check that out as we are getting into drafts here for game number 1. You're going to be popping out here, and of course you can take a look here. ISU will be starting out on the blue side with Arkansas on the red.
And I think that for Arkansas, it's kind of tough because, like, on the red side, you might want to think about saving counter pick for your mid there. As Drew Dozer, I mean, he'll play stuff like Katarina. He'll play stuff like Corky. Still plays the Galio. And he's got a whole bunch of other tricks up his sleeve. His Yone is very good as well. So oftentimes that can be difficult for mid-laners to deal with if they don't have counters. Because once again, they're usually champions that you don't go up against nearly as much and can be difficult to deal with. So that is an option. And on the flip side for Arkansas, I'm looking for ISU to actually ban out the Evelyn. I think Exod was fantastic on that, really good in the Hecarim as well in Arkansas's games last weekend, and has deserved some ban and some praise, as it feels like Arkansas, I mean, it's kind of stereotypical saying this of the jungler, but Arkansas wasn't able to get going until Exod was in the lane. That's when Arkansas started to find ground and gain footing against Mizzou. And so I want to see if ISU maybe putting more of a target on Exile to make sure that they're throwing him off his comfort zone in the pick ban. It's good, and ISU taking some hope, or taking some notes, doing some homework. Will be taking away the Evelyn from Exile.
Yeah. First ban also came out was that Vigar, so targeting Lambo there. So 2 champions are staying with that. We want to deal with the light here. Camille, though, banned away on Arkansas' side as they do go a little bit into the deep end. Yeah, that is a rough time for my internet there. GP next.
Yeah, GP being very targeted at ShamWow in the top lane, a specialty pick of his as the GP. A champion that, with the changes, scales very hard. Now going mostly for the crit build and avoiding grass. But while we are getting through the rest of the pick ban, I do actually want to talk a little bit about ISU, as they're in the rare situation where their roster is the same this year as it was for the spring semester of last year. And I think that, talking with Nausicaa before the game, definitely mentioned that, sometimes like we have had moments where we feel like we are complacent, but the first LAN they played in at the Harrisburg LAN that they hosted earlier this year, ISU didn't do well. They did not make it out of their group. That really hurt them. They're a team that feels like they can compete at a high level, and that wasn't the level they wanted to be at. So I know that a lot of the team, Nausicaa included, have said that has really been the motivation for ISU to start improving early. They went undefeated in their group for UPL, unfortunately dropped out in quarters. They had a 5th, 6th finish at Route 66, which was a very respectable finish at a very competitive LAN. And, I mean, they've been able to topple teams like UST. So I want to see if they can kind of channel some of that play today, because they're going to need to, as their final opponent, already Maryville. They got to earn their way there. And it all starts with this first pick, Lee Sin for Gluten Free Panda.
Yep. Going to go ahead, that one home. And of course, the last bans that came out were the Anivia and the Vayne. So a wide range of champions that were banned out, something to keep in mind for later if those are allowed open. But it's a standard, right? Lee Sin first, then Graves, or Graves, and then Lee Sin if they're not banned off the table. The question is what follows afterwards, right? We've seen so much paired with the Graves thus far. University of Arkansas might want to grab a solid lane matchup to try and help out the Graves if it's going in the jungle, or grab up a jungle to help out the Graves in lane.
And this is something where we saw Arkansas, the flex for the Graves is actually between jungle and mid, as once again, Knight, a role swap from support, more has the role of being a tank, playing more of the Mel fights and the Orns, and yeah, will fall behind in lane, but we'll still look to have the big impact on those champions and bring what they can bring to team fights later, as it appears that later might be the key word here for Arkansas, is that Yuumi lock-in tells us that we're going to be looking to do some scaling in this game.
Oh, man. And just like that, right? That's the answer right back and around the Lulu coming out here. Aphelios being hovered here. There are some other options that could be made, right? We could say, hey, an opportunity for the Jinx, but Aphelios still works wonders getting boosted up, having that rotation of guns coming through here. Very, very interested to see how that bot lane fares for ISU.
I like the fact that they're just slamming this, and it already puts the threat on Arkansas that says any champion that you pick that goes into the team, we are going to be able to deal with really well. The control that Aphelios and Lulu has over these team fights. The only way to beat them is really range. And Arkansas, speaking of, I guess, over-the-top damage in some range, it's going to be the Karthus. And Exile is the big carry for this team, and definitely has some AP junglers in the match history. So I'm kind of leaning towards Karthus going jungle, but I have been hearing rumors of Karthus Yuumi being a very powerful bot lane. And Karthus can be used to counter Aphelios. That wall, it's a big slow, tough to deal with, and it is a form of control. So kind of curious to see what Arkansas will end up doing. If I am ISU, I want to take away a lot of range. So I think getting rid of something like an Ezreal here is very warranted. And I would even consider maybe getting rid of the Jace as well, as Aphelios does not interact well with champions that outrange him. If you have to go into range of Aphelios, he's going to pump out a lot of damage no matter what gun he has. So I think taking away some range, big key here for ISU.
Yeah. And for Arkansas side, it looks like they're focusing on that top lane, saying, hey, we don't want to allow ShamWow to have anything really nice. And it's surprising to see the that's one that kind of surprises me when we were talking about, Knight rotating up and around to the tanks. It's ShamWow. ShamWow's just like, all right, maybe we we play for that defensive posturing. Nope, not going to be allowed.
And honestly, I think we might just see an Ornn picked here. Shen, Fiora, both really good against Ornn. It could also be a Tahm Kench. We've seen Knight play Ornn, Tahm Kench, Malphite. So once again, really sticking to those tanks. And I would not be surprised if that is the lock-in for Knight in this one, as they try and protect this flex between Karthus Graves they have going, as it will be the Tahm Kench taken for Arkansas.
Unbench the Kench. It is quite a fearsome opponent in the top side. If you're not careful, if you let it scale out of Oblivion, you don't try and take it down early, you don't take any type of shred. So you're going to be taking that one home. And the question is now, right? The flex is still there, depending where that Karthus and the Graves decides to go. So you have to kind of go with the flow here. And ISU say the flow is take the Corki for Drew Dozer, can deal with a majority of the champions that might be flown through. Plus, the mid to late game is still pretty nice.
One of his favorite blind picks, and he also has that Lulu in his back pocket. And this Ornn, I would really like for ShamWow. It's a matchup that Ornn scales into really nicely as time goes on. And having Aphelios, Lulu plus Ornn, this is a core composition that we've seen having success at tournaments like Worlds as well, and is going to put a lot of pressure on Arkansas for this one, as you got one last pick to round things out, as it looks like. Is it a Hecarim for Exod? Do they end up putting that Karthus bot, or are they going to go for something crazy for their marksman selection, as Arkansas has to figure out how they're going to round out this team composition?
Yeah, I haven't seen Twitch too much, but I wouldn't expect to see it here. It is going to be the Tryndamere.
Whoa.
And, you know, could be a Tryndamere mid. RMC, my a caster that I know and love, is probably punching the air right now, upset that this is locked in here. But we'll see where it goes. Again, a lot of different flexes depending on how they want to place some of these matchups.
Wow, I can't believe they actually went for the Karthus Yuumi. I was teasing it out. I know it's a thing. I've heard about some of it. So the real power of Karthus Yuumi, it comes at the Rift Herald rotation. If you are Arkansas, you can leave Karthus bot and have Yuumi rotate to Rift Herald with your jungler. Karthus can suicide into the wave, can still kill it with his passive and get everything, and impact the fight with his ultimate. So I really want to see if Arkansas goes to affect that. And honestly, I do like the Tryndamere. The team fight from ISU is terrifying. And Tryndamere into Corki, you get free priority in the Wane for the entirety of the waning phase, and you are a beast in side lane, not to mention the fact that you have Karthus ult to help you in the side lane if you do take any risky fights. So I think that while this pick ban isn't very traditional from Arkansas, I can see some of the theory, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to execute it, because we have two very different team compositions going toe-to-toe. Ornn, Aphelios, Lulu, front to back, very standard. They want the 5v5s in the river, whereas the side of Arkansas, they want a 1-3-1. They do not want to take any team fights. They want to split up the map and really lean on the Tryndamere lane with Karthus helping out from over the top.
Yeah, and I understand that if Illinois State play into the 1-3-1, if they're forced to try and divulge and defend against that, it's not the optimal. It means I feel they pretty much already lost that game at that point if they're already set. But if you had to select one player to hopefully on Illinois State's side be able to challenge those side lane splits, to challenge those positions and allow your team to 4-man it down mid, who would you decide to send? I mean, you could do the Corki or the Ornn, or maybe, God forbid, the Lee Sin.
No, it's actually gluten-free Panda. I mean, it's for it against the Tryndamere. It's going to be all about the hovers, right? Because you're not going to kill him. He's probably going to take Ghost Flash. He's going to have the ultimate. He gets 1,000 spins a minute once he gets his items, right? But you can scare him off, and if you are able to scare him off and win the rest of the map, that's how you end up winning the game. And I mean, the bright side for the side of Illinois State is that if they just stack up the dragons, their team fight, once again, River, it's so deadly. They got Corki poke, they have Ornn engage, they have Lee Sin, the Peel, Ornn engage, so many options. And so I want to see if Arkansas can maybe take an early dragon or two, and then take that rift and really start to force this 1-3-1 and free up the Tryndamere as the game goes on. I think that's going to be their big key to victory.
Yep. Well, here we go for game number 1 of the second semifinal series of the day. Once again, you are tuning in to the Midwest Esports Conference CLOL preseason bracket, the Piltover week 2 here. The Piltover bracket has been a phenomenal bracket to play through and enjoy watching. So far, hopefully everyone at home is also very entertained. ISU and University of Arkansas have taken to the red for game 1 with some interesting compositions. Number 1 is that headbanging man right there gliding his way into the river. The Karthus going to be rounding it out with a nice set of summoner souls. Like you said, all eyes kind of down there to see how well he fares.
Yeah, and I mean, we already kind of talked through the idea,
Absolutely.
right? Where it's all about the Karthus ult, and really how that's able to support the team. But we do have a couple unique builds coming in. So first off, ShamWow starting off with only the Rejuve potion. That's because obviously with Ornn, you can't build items outside of base, so might be looking to go for something like a double Ruby Crystal going into Tahm Kench to start stacking up that health. And then the Rejuve bead start for Tryndamere in the mid lane. Those sell at a rather high price, and it's way too efficient. There is no way that Corki gets to harass this Tryndamere out of lane. Drudozer has taken Exhaust plus Barrier, and even the Spellbook, which is a bit unique, but knows that going up against this Tryndamere, it's going to be a very difficult lane for Corki, and he will consistently be under pressure from this Trynd.
That's a rough one, right? This is going to mean that...
It's brutal. You cannot do anything in that matchup.
It very much means that either GF has to babysit this mid lane, right? Or Exod is going to be camping this lane. It's one of the two situations that either way, Drudozer is not going to enjoy it too much. So we'll see how that one plays out, of course, here in the top side. We're going to see the two beefcakes kind of battling it out. And so far, ShamWow actually trading out very heavily. If that were level 3, that I feel almost had kill potential.
Tahm Kench does have sustain as long as he is able to connect with the Qs. But for ShamWow, it is something where if you get that full channel W off on Ornn, it's really good. And he is actually going to go for that first item, Torn Shield, just to make sure that he's able to have the sustain to go toe-to-toe with the Tahm Kench in this lane. But it's something where Ornn, it fares fine in this matchup. And, I mean, the scaling of Ornn, it's not only just for himself, right? It's for his teammates, which really makes him terrifying, especially when you give him 2 hyper carries to go off of. That's really big for the side of ISU, as Tahm Kench actually going to pop the gray health. Does bring himself low, but Exod waiting, trying to make a play on ShamWow.
Yeah, it's going to be a very nice smoke screen being used. A little bit of a Q and a knock up, flash out by ShamWow. And that will be Knight of Dark going ahead and getting some top lane control here. Now GFE in the mid lane is going to jump in and take a fight. Remember, that's it goes into a flash out. Q does land, and so he is going to take a bit more chip. But now look who appears. XOD is there to save his mid laner.
Both Psalms out of Tryndamere, level 4. So that will at least deter some pressure, as Drudozer was able to sneak in a reset and took the double scaling items in the Cole and the Tier. But still, Tryndamere should have total priority in this lane, especially once level 6 is dinged, as Exod going to be forced out here, as ShamWow, I should say each team spotting out each jungler, and Action Bot. Oh, that Karthus is low.
Oh, and a flash in, one more auto attack, a heal comes out, and the summon Airy doesn't make it happen. So an exchange of blows means almost all summoners are burned by Arkansas' side. Meanwhile, Disconnector for ISU still has flash and heal available.
Yeah, Disconnector, though, will have to potentially base after that reset. Oh, actually, it looks like they're sticking around. Lee Sin is skipping over the Krug, so he's coming straight into this bot lane. They're really going to look to pressure this Karthus Yumi. They want an early kill.
Yeah, it's going to take another about 10 seconds, so you're praying the wave is able to maintain. Remember, only the Ignite is up, meaning no slowing ability is there. This is going to be the Gravitum, though, coming out.
They want
and the
this.
Yumi attached. That's going to be a simple kill, and come on, GFE. You can't do that. That was a kill. That was a kill for
No, I like it. You know what? Getting early kills on Elise Sin, you can shift that gold elsewhere. He has execute damage, does a lot of damage if you get that early gore drinker. I like it. Take it. Make sure you get involved. You skipped over Krugs for this, you know?
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, you know what else they're not skipping over after that kill is going to be the Dragon. So ISU going ahead, putting up some nice global advantages here. Most notably, of course, is that first Infernal that will help scale into the mid to late game very, very well.
Yeah, and I mean, we also talked about the importance of the dragon stacking for ISU, right? Because as the game goes on, Arkansas can really stretch out the map with this Trinity card that's not an easy thing to deal with. But ISU, if they get their team in the river, they will win every single team fight. So getting those first 4 dragons, very realistic for them. And like the fact that GFP is focusing on taking those dragons so early in the game.
Yeah. And so far, though, I will say the track record of teams that have gone for Dragon and been able to push it to late game has not fared so well. I think so far in the tournament, there have been multiple times. I think the team that has gone for Dragon has actually been cut down due to the tower advantages, and also maybe it's a little bit different for ISU here. Maybe they're able to take it all the way home as well, since they have that 700 gold lead right now layered into the jungle station. But in the top side, we do see a bit of a CS disadvantage. Knight of Dark sitting with about a good 2.5 waves advantage over Shamwell.
I mean, if you were asking me if I'd rather have early Dragons or early Herald, I would take the Herald every time, right? The importance of taking that first tower and getting that plate gold over to your carries, or, you know, pressuring mid and maybe removing the mid outer in order to create some more space in the map for you to function. I think it's way more important than taking the first dragon. And I think that community consensus is that that is where the balance between Herald and Dragon is at the moment, is the Herald before plates is way too valuable. But I think for this team comp, it's not bad, as I have to pause. Exod looking bot, Disconnector flashing in.
Disconnector just went ham and said, well, can't do too much about it, so went for the kill, took out the Karthus, and Exod was able to pick up a 2-piece. Is not going to take that one home, so GFB and Exod going to be running up a pretty nice kill thread.
Right place at the right time here for Exod, as you can see Lazy Lambo, now that level 6 is on this Trinimir, is able to push with no consequences, as Drudozer getting above. I mean, the nice part for the Corki is that you are going to be under turret for the majority of it, but it is difficult for Trinimir to dive you, especially if Drudozer is getting the hovers from GFP. So Drudozer, I mean, is definitely taking advantage of this. Didn't take flash, took 2 combat sums, and then has gone for a double scaling build in the tier and the coal, as looks like ISU off that double kill bot on their own bot lane actually went for the preemptive lane swap. So we can see them putting that early priority on this Herald, and because they're ahead of the play, because Ornn is able to decently wave clear, he's using ult. He's doing A-okay, as Karthus is actually in trouble.
Oh, and that Q chunking out. I look at trees down to about 75, and you got to drop the heals. This is turning into an ISU favored setup, as Disconnector and Nausicaa are playing towards the top, but in comes Exod. That's going to be a knock-up on the Lulu, and just like that, Knight of Dark takes his first kill of the game.
Good response. And I mean, I want to see ISU go for the Herald. Like, they have the first move. They had priority in the top side, but by sticking up there and hitting that turret, you are putting yourself at risk of getting ganked by Exod. Could have just went for the Herald, created the play, but there's also the power of the Trinimir, right? Lazy Lambo consistently able to get up in the face of Drudozer and at least clear these waves, threaten the fact that Corki can't leave this lane. If he leaves this turret, can just get ghosted upon by this Tryndamere. So this is some of the difficulties that ISU are running into earlier in this game, and I want to see if they can solve it, as it looks like they're actually dropping full priority on that Rift Herald. Potentially might be giving a window for Arkansas to take it themselves.
And a little bit of a look through in the mid lane. Nausicaa is able to draw out a Ghost Summoner spell from Lazy Lambo. That is one less defensive summoner spell that Tryndamere will have, or offensive, depending on how aggressive you want to be.
Hit the Herald.
Yeah.
It's the perfect time. You got both people on reset. No.
The inner coach out of Cubby right there is just like, come on, do it for me.
Please. No, I mean, I think first Herald is like a very important objective.
Yep.
And that was a good timer for them to take it. I think it would really help break open the map for someone like Tryndamere who wants to be in these side lanes, as GFP is going to ignore the control ward, just assert some dominance, as this is getting close to the second Dragon timer. Curious to see if Arkansas tries to contest an early one, and I like the fact how Drudozer did go back to base, grab that package to have this up for the Dragon so he can make sure that he's able to get mid-lane priority, which he can do as long as he has the package, and at least threaten the dragon. As you can see the chunk he's able to get on Lazy Lambo.
Yeah, but that was a good force out. I think Lazy Lambo even heard you, in the future, knew that was going to happen. So forcing the package out may or may not be nice, but again, no one is on that side, so that should be ISU going ahead and collecting a second dragon here in this game. Feels great if you're ISU
It will be
side.
traded out for the Rift Herald, and this is another reason why I think Arkansas could have and should have taken that Herald earlier, is that by trading these timers, dragon stacking for ISU, we've talked about that being a very real possibility. Their team comp is so good if they get into the river first. It's so difficult to fight in Ornn and everything that ISU are showing.
Ooh.
Zaz going deep.
Yeah, that was a nice chain of CC, but a flash out by Sham. Wow, means the Immortal Shield bow is going to get a little bit extra, but enough damage. Almost went down as Judozer is now going to have
the barrier.
a little bit of a problem here. Excuse my voice right now as GFP is going to go ahead and save his mid laner.
Oh, the barrier from Judozer are so big as he is able to barely sneak on out of there. And now with Card Assault down, Disconnector looking very aggressively on his bot side, looking to get his 4th plate.
Ooh, yeah. And that's actually a nice little grab. So about half left. Disconnector does have the Chakram, so flies high with those. Is able to pressure out, so still that little run-in on the bot side, or on the top side in the jungle, means that that Requiem is used for naught. And University of Arkansas are going to have to wait another close to a minute and a half left to try it once again.
And for the side of Arkansas, the fact they haven't been able to break open any of these side lanes. Oh no, Disconnector, he's split.
Yeah, Nexod says, oh, well, there's the rest of the team, and that's a call for the teleports. Time for the party in the bot lane. Let's see who wins it out.
Ornn no ult.
Ornn immediately jumping right back out. Meanwhile, the mid laners stay in mid. But overall, the fight is kept as I look at Trees is staying alive with very little HP. Lazy Lambo, though, ate a lot of damage in mid as Judozer is starting to climb into relevancy.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised about that, as, I mean, Lazy Lambo has failed to get enough plates, enough damage down on this mid lane Tryndamere, and Corki racing towards that evolved Mirror Mana is actually in a decent position at the moment, as Druidos are this dark tech with the exhaust, with the barrier, and the spellbook to pick up Flash when he needs it. It's been paying off for him, as he has been able to farm up a Storm on his Corki. I mean, this is a pick that we know he's very proficient at, but it's a very difficult matchup going into the Tryndamere, but seems like Druidos are in that proficiency really paying off in this game.
Yeah. In a matchup where we thought that he was not going to be able to get too much, he is sitting with a 1.2k lead over Lazy Lambo, and that is primarily from the Cole plus the early kill that he was able to pick up. Managing a 20 CS win, too.
I also love the fact that I think going back through this game, he has asked GFP to hover him at all the right times.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a big key about playing in the Tryndamere, is just eking out the Ghost and the Flash. If he doesn't have those summoner spells, he is really half the champion that he is with them. And I think they've done a good job of bleeding that out, as Nausicaa potentially looking to bleed out a little bit more from the Karthus and the Yuumi, but will be deterred. As still quietness across the map, each team farming, and ISU comfortable to do this, as they just want to continue that dragon stacking.
Yeah, no problem not to, right? No reason to stop doing what's working. ShamWow saying the same, but unfortunately, different response has been made. A nice dodge out into the Call of the Forge God to keep him safe, dodging out on the Tongue, but this is still a rundown that's going to be very, very dangerous. Slide over the wall, Tongue lash to the back of the head, and ShamWow will pay, as that was Disconnector getting the first tower of the game. Judozer throwing down the exhaust. Collateral damage I don't think actually hit. Nice catch over the wall means a flash is made, and Lazy Lambo picks up a solo kill.
All right, I'm out of curse. Druidozer, he was doing a good job. Does bleed away. One solo kill there after I said he was playing this matchup real well. Still is, but Lazy Lambo able to catch up and burn each of those summoner spells. And that was the one instance where he didn't have GFP hovering him. GFP showed bot to drop the Herald, to take the turrets, I should say. Herald, of course, going over to the side of Arkansas. Once he showed bot, Lazy Lambo goes all in, burns each sum, takes down Druidozer. So good awareness coming out of Arkansas, who are only down 1k gold. Keep in mind, this is a team that is heavily outranked individually by the side of ISU, but Arkansas, while they are down in this game, they've at least been able to hold their own early.
And I think that has to do a little bit with their composition, right? Their composition has done very well to stall out some of these tactics. Most notably, I look at Trees on the bot side with that APC, with the Yumi attached to it, right? The Karthus has stalled out so well. Yes, he's down in farm, but at this point, once again, you just need it for the record, and that's all you're really praying for. That's going to be a root and a half as Night of Dark has to flash away. A big rocket misses, so it's not going to chunk out. Mid lane tower is to fall as ISU take their second tower of the game.
And not even a contest for this dragon as... Oh, Tryndamere, he has his ultimate up. His Druidos are really stepping up and going in. Oh, my goodness.
I look at Trees, stepped up and got checked. Judozer said, what of it? And walks home with a kill.
GFP walks home with the dragon as well. 5 minutes away from an early Ocean Soul here for ISU. And Arkansas running out of time and starting to lose real estate across the map, which is not what you want to see with this 1-3-1 comp. It really need to stay ahead of the game state of their footing, and that's just not the case in this one, as Exod moving in to take out Disconnector, but Lulu's here. Now he's in trouble.
Oh,
That's
man.
red, white.
Wrong gun combination to walk into there, too. All the chakrams.
Good management from Disconnector, and nice play of Nazca and Fog as Disconnector. He's dead now.
Oh, nope. Not really. Gets a flash
just
out.
wait.
Is able to run away. Lazy Lambo is going to get slowed down. That's going to be the
Okay,
kick. Keeping him up, and that is going to be the fire off on the back end, but that's going to be the rage, the undying rage,
Catch it,
giving him
Yumi.
life, but the Krug. GFP shaming that Krug all the way through. Now I jump over. And a nice shield to follow. Are you kidding me? The plays are made as ISU win a frantic top lane fight.
And just not respecting the Aphelios and Disconnector, right? We're walking into red-white, and then from there, I do want to give credit to GFP. The kick away on the Tryndamere was huge, and him not having access to Ghost meant that he wasn't able to close the gap, as off the back of Disconnector's Aphelios, ISU win a big skirmish and now push themselves ahead. 5k gold up. That's a huge lead for them moving into a potential Ocean Soul fight here soon, as Disconnector, he's still here. A lot has been burned by ISU. No mana on Lulu. Disconnector's in trouble.
Yeah, well, lots being burned to try and get them killed as well. That's gonna be the Devourer here. Should be the finisher, and they do. Exod is able to take that one home. Nausicaa is gonna try and run away. Dodges out on the tongue lick. But a Q over the wall as once again GFP is able to single and solo out Exod and try and keep him on his toes. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the tower did fall, so 4 towers to 1 is the current score, with ISU running the front.
Tryndamere does have to be careful here, as no ultimate quite yet, but does have access to summoner spells yet again. And for the side of Arkansas, they haven't been able yet to get what they want to get going, which is Tryndamere splitting and Karthus ult helping out over the top. As I think that was the first fight that we saw Tryndamere and Yumi synced up. But because GFP was there to kick him away, ended up being Arkansas losing out on the fight. As Exod still trying to funnel himself, get big, but Druidozer, oh, can he sneak this away?
Yep. Looks like it's pretty close. Nope. Smite. Exod says, not today. Not today.
2 minutes until Ocean Soul is up on the table, at least for ISU. And I've been talking a lot about them getting into the river first. I think the real power of that is the fact that if you have to walk through chokes up against Ornn, Corki, Aphelios, Lee Sin, it's doomed. There's no way for Arkansas to force their way through a choke unless it's a blind W from Tom Kench. So I think that's going to be really difficult for them as this game goes on, and something that they're definitely going to have to be looking out for, as ShamWow trying to get the ult out of Tryndamere.
Oh my gosh.
Does so successfully.
Yeah, ShamWow drops the Lazy Lambo down to nigh a single hit, and I mean, even with that follow through from the Undying Rage, it is going to be Lazy Lambo going ahead spinning out, as he did draw ShamWow's flash. But we're starting to see who is going to be challenging the potential split push for ISU side.
Ornn, Anathemas, I guess, is all you need in order to do that. As, oh boy, Drew Dozer going in on Exo, but Yuumi able to get out fast enough. They were looking for the cat, but she wasn't able to get knocked around by that package. But this actually isn't up. Wow, Dragon spawning at 45, but they're going to drop Rift Herald and go right for this Baron.
Yeah, it's a perfect gun combination. The Chakams are shredding out, and again, the big bomb actually lands, catches I Look at Trees a little bit by surprise, and now we see Exod roaming into position. Is he going to get anything? Dodges over the wall. Is he going to get the smite? No, he doesn't, because Yuumi's smite is stronger. The cat takes the Baron, and the cat gets more cheese on the back end. A nice devour to keep the Karthus alive. But my gosh, was that close. Baron taken by University of Arkansas.
I got to see that again. Did GFP miss the smite? I know Exod didn't get his off, but I saw it flash at 25, and then the cat was the one who ended up getting it. Is ISU. They will take the mid inner turret, drop down to this dragon. Still should be able to secure Ocean Soul. But a big steal from Arkansas. At least tries to keep themselves alive. I think this game's still pretty doomed. But, wow. The big Yuumi plays by Sir Tuttle.
Yeah. The game's still somewhat doomed, but it doesn't look as bad, right? You didn't lose every single global objective. They're going to try and jump in. Are they going to get any more? That's going to be Call of Forge guy going down, and it's taken away. And now it's University of Arkansas fighting against a team that is constantly regenerating. That's going to be Hill coming out. Lazy Lambo, though, smacking like a truck. And they get one. Look who's online now. It is the Polymorph going down, but Lazy Lambo is going to follow through. Another spin, another slap, another slash. And looking like he wants to get a bit more, but doesn't have the ulti, and now going to get knocked up and killed. The melting is occurring, though, as Drew Dozer is coming in and taking and dealing so much more. But that is going to be the Tahm Kench taking it home. An excessive battle leads to an ace for 3 in favor of University of Arkansas.
And this is what we were talking about with ISU, playing aggressive, playing their own style. We've seen them be rather measured throughout this game, but they are never afraid to take a fight. Them being on the back foot there, keep in mind, they lost a member early, and they were focusing on the dragon, but still fully commit to the fight, end up dropping it in the end, but at least fight back a little bit, as Tahm Kench does live. And it is a 4.5k gold lead now for ISU that has been brought down a little bit by the play of Arkansas, but you gotta believe that with Ocean Soul now in their back pockets, it's gonna be so difficult for Arkansas to find these kills, as it is going to be all-in fights from them, but still, Ocean Soul could be enough just to keep you alive from a Tryndamere, keep you alive from a Graves ult in the back half of a fight. So, I still think ISU, obviously, very heavily advantaged in this one. But we get to see some of the power of the Tryndamere when he has sums up. That was a big fight from Lazy Lambo.
Not just that, when you enter as a later combatant, right, is the best way to put it, right? He did not enter as the fight was beginning. He entered at the end. Most of the abilities were expended. This time, though, he's going to get polymorphed and slow down, and he realizes he can't be the one to follow this up. This is going to be Call of Forge God, though, going out. Remember, no flash, I believe, on I Look at Trees, as he had used it already. Final chapter is going to be used just to clear it out, and ISU getting wins across the board without doing too much.
Yeah, just using their goal lead to kind of push fully around the side of Arkansas. Like that play coming out of ISU is, not to mention, they're even further ahead than they are on the scoreboard as the ornaments have started to come in. Shamblau, now at level 13, has access to his own. Starts to get access to his teammates as well as bonus stats. Never bad for the side of ISU as they're looking to wrap this one out rather cleanly. No Baron up for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but with their map control, they are able to start sieging upon these inhibitor turrets without it, as they will be looking to take down one of these turrets before that Baron spawns.
And against the 1v4 or the one split pusher off on the edge, which is the Tahm Kench, it looks like it's going to be 5 barreling down this bot lane tower. The inhibitor tower goes down. Judoza goes in. That's a huge crit on to the Karthus, who immediately falls. Now fall through with a few more kills. This is a huge pick off. This is going to be the Requiem used, but it barely does anything. Lazy Lambo gets polymorphed again. This is the second time in this fight, and they are trying to get out, but a nice knock. They keep the Tahm Kench there, and just like that, the ace at 25 minutes means ISU just need a singular wave if they want to finish this game 1 with 4 dragons, a soul, 7 towers, soon to be 9. in Illinois State University show that they are a team to not be messed with. They take game number 1 in fairly convincing fashion.
And as crazy as it seems, or mechanics in that last fight.
Yes.
Finding the knockup to cancel out the Tom Kench escape. Also, I don't know if it was an auto attack after a Bellows breath or if his Q, that terrain was spawning. He cancels Yumi dashing to a teammate. Looks like ISU are sticking around for a bonus couple. Can they find any more?
I mean, it's fountain farming. I'm sure they can. We'll see how far they go, but of course, there they go. They finish it off and say it's game now. It's game, finally.
And, I mean, good play from Illinois State. I know that dropping the Baron and dropping that Ocean fight, really the only two bigger mistakes that they made in that game. And by that time, I mean, the game was already over. And a lot of that just came from their team play. I think a lot of credit goes to Shamwow on that Ornn. Got the counter pick against the Tom Kench. Was able to have an impact across the map. And in that last fight was really critical to the success of the side of ISU. Not to mention the fact that Ornn was so big, he was able to deal with Tryndamere in the side lane. Pretty nice.
Yeah. That fight bot just solidifies that tanks are really, really rude sometimes. Just don't deal with them. Just don't deal with them. But we are going to game 2, as it will be Illinois State University wanting to make a gun and run, or run and gun, to the finals and take a 2-0 very quickly. But it is going to be University of Arkansas looking to buy it back and make this a competitive series. Please, don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are here for game number 2, potentially the final game of this series, and the final game, potentially the final game of the semifinals, if University of Arkansas have anything to say about that one. We are going into this one with a very large chunk of information about the Illinois State group, considering they won game 1 in clean, predictable, surgical fashion, almost like a mirror of Maryville University in their series.
There were a couple mistakes made, but it wasn't all bad for the side of ISU. As I think their team composition, it's a very easy one to play and execute. And as wild as it sounds, I think ShamWow actually had a really standout game on the Orn. I think his rotations were good, and he just had a good idea of what to do during the team fights. Simple enough, but he executed it very well. Won the lane against the Tom Kench, was able to snowball that lead elsewhere. And overall put together a really good game that helped ISU overcome Arkansas in 27 minutes. There are 1 or 2 bad fights along the way for ISU, but they're a team that loves to fight. They love to test themselves when it comes to those 50-50s, 40-60s. They think they can win at everything and anything, and sometimes that's great, sometimes that's bad. Overall, still ends in a win, and ISU rolling into the next one up 1-0, and on blue side once again. So we're going to have to see what kind of adaptations come out from Arkansas.
Yeah, and one of those has to be thrown to the mid lane, right? Or at least not thrown, but at least considered, right? The Tryndamere coming out here, I believe it was R5 coming in here, surprised us, and it did its work, right? And one of those mistakes that you were talking about by ISU, not considering that the Tryndamere could come in. It was a late stage, I think, dragon fight, or mid stage dragon fight, and the Tryndamere, I think, came out with a triple kill, kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, Tryndamere wasn't all bad this game. And it's a pick that I think in the Corki, it has some validity, right? You get the shove, you're able to snowball that elsewhere. I think the issue is that the ability of Drudozer and GFP to work together, make sure that Corki was never really under threat of being dove by the Tryndamere. And also keep in mind, level 3, level 4, they bled out both of Tryndamere's summoner spells, which made things a lot easier for Drudozer for the rest of the lane. So a lot of credit to GFP for some really good hovers. He did fall behind in the individual jungle matchup versus Exile's Graves, but I think once again it's a worthy trade, and he makes sure that his 2 big carries and the Corki and the Aphelios were set up for success, and that paid off dividends as ISU, and off the back of those 2 champions and ShamWow appealing, were able to do enough damage for them to overcome what Arkansas was throwing at them.
Yep. So taking that information, we are headed into this game number 2. Teams are staying on the same sides, no change-ups like you said. ISU still going for that first pick advantage. And for University of Arkansas, a couple counter picks to come out here. Remember, they did test the waters with that Karthus Yuumi bot lane, and for what we saw, it wasn't amazing, but it didn't really fall behind. It just couldn't really get those Requiem kills like a lot of Karthuses need to start snowballing the game.
Yeah, so for the side of ISU, I mean, the last time it was the first pick, Lee Sin. So I want to see if Arkansas denies that or starts to deny anything else that ISU were throwing at them. I think between that, the Aphelios Lulu being locked in, it was difficult for Arkansas to function. I mean, that's the team composition already, where it's if you're going to dive in and go for team fights, you can't win. Forced Arkansas to go for the split push, and they weren't able to execute upon that well enough in order to get the win. So I want to see if Arkansas maybe takes away some of those big team fight tools, some of those big peeling tools from the side of ISU, and try and go for a better team fighting comp, because when they did upset Mizzou last week, that's where they were at their comfiest, was when they were able to get their top laner out of lane, bring him bot, have him impact the map with the cross maps, and then make sure that your mid AD are fed. You have a tank as a front line that's a little bit behind, doesn't matter because they're a tank. You just kind of try and win the game from there with some good team fights. I think Arkansas going for the 1-3-1, maybe a little bit more outside their comfort zone. I'd like to see them return to some comfort for this one.
Yeah, well, so far, bans are the same. Teams have decided that it's not really necessary to change things up, but of course, it is the 3rd ban, I would say, in the first round of bans that usually indicates, hey, this is the swap up, this is where we start changing things up. Still, though, the Vigar and the Evelynn. I'm so sad because I personally am a huge Vigar fan. I love Vigar to death. I'm so happy that he's seeing love now, in the collegiate, everywhere, really. The time that I saw it at support, I was a little bit miffed, but still, love my little guy to death. Final ban coming out here, still the same. Of course, ISU, they won game 1. No need to change anything up.
Yeah, Arkansas, gonna have to see if they do anything about the Wee Sin pick. as that was the first pick for ISU. We don't expect that one to change unless it's taken away here, and that's going to be, looks to be the adaptation, potentially taking away that Aphelios from Disconnector, who, that combined with the Lulu, it was so difficult for all to get a comp where they want to overcommit, really attack the AD carry of ISU, and that's going to be the change. So fully expect to see the first pick Lee Sin here yet again. We're going to have to see how Arkansas switches things up from there.
Options are up. Once again, you said it's the Grays and Lee Sin. Last time they took the Lee Sin, they had a blast, so why not do it again? GFP had a phenomenal game on that. University of Arkansas, at this point, I believe they had done, I want to say the Graves and Karthus were the two that they had opted for in the first round.
Yeah.
It was kind of surprising there. So
I think we're going to see the Graves again. That would not surprise me. We did see Graves Yumi last time. I think that Yumi, I mean, it still sets up for team fights. If Arkansas wants that, it is also a bit of a deny. So I actually wouldn't mind them going Graves Yumi again. But I'm just more concerned about what their bot lane answer is going to be. And maybe if you do take the Yumi, don't show it here. Force ISU to show their bot lane before you show this. If anything, take the marksman that you want to secure that can be paired well with Yumi, and then run from there. If you get a better support, go for that.
Yeah.
Even take
still
Orange
taking
if
down
you
about
want to.
yeah. So about 5 seconds, and okay. So a little different shielding and healing coming out here, or not so much healing at all. It will be the Karma locked in here, going a little bit more poke-oriented. A lot of those empowered Amantras coming out here and just smacking people in the face.
We expect this to be in the hands of Sir Tuttle, but it does open up a backdoor potential where you could go for something like Karma Hecarim or Karma Olaf for the mid-jungle 2v2. As Disconnector will be taking that Jinx. It is a bit of a deny from the marksman of Arkansas as well. And Thresh isn't the greatest matchup in a Karma, but would not be surprised if we saw that here.
Yeah. I do like it, though. I do love the amounts of chaos that comes.
Trudeau's plays it.
Yeah, it's open, and I think they're cycling. They're going to hop here, and my gosh, once again, Cubby, you got to stop predicting this. I mean, at one point or another, people are, okay. Well, okay, there we go. Cubby is not, oh, no, yes, he is. They'll probably show up later on in the draft unless it's banned away. Still, though, Drew Dozer taking that, dang it, now I forgot the name, the Corki, there we go, is going to take the Corki in the mid lane. Again, a great blind pick. You said it before, Drew Dozer likes to take it and feels okay running it.
And I think this puts a lot of pressure on Arkansas to potentially go for something like a Hecarim or a Jarvan. As I do like the Ezreal. It does outrange the Jinx, and if you land some poke, it can deter Jinx from taking those fights. Corki can answer back, though, rather nicely. And curious to see what kind of bans they throw out at Lambeau, and curious to see if we do see anything like a Hecarim coming in to put this Graves mid. As keep in mind, the flex for Arkansas with Graves is they don't send it top. It's between jungle and mid, so a little bit different there. As I think Lulu, very intelligent ban coming out here from Arkansas, and want to see them continue to focus the enchanters. Potentially even a Zillion, getting rid of that. That could be good as well. It'd get destroyed in lane, but as the game goes on, it's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, just listen, just forfeit everything in lane, just let the Zillion do his own thing, and then...
I really hope an Ezreal Karma would just destroy Zillion in lane. That would make you very happy.
That just sounds personal now. That sounds like you had some bad experience in the past, and it just kind of made a day go south.
Zillion is so absurd. The game goes on, like he gets so strong that the champ has to have some weaknesses, and that's early. And so I would hope that Karma Ezreal would be able to nuke that to maybe a different time, as the Time Lord, very good as the game goes on. One more ban will be Shamwow's Gangplank actually being focused on again, especially as top lane. Something that actually Arkansas is likely to select here. Would not be surprised once again if they showed something like a Tahm Kench or an Ornn, as that is usually their move, right? Sacking top and playing towards bot, and they definitely have the setup to try and do so again here.
Yeah, and the Annie coming out here, banned once again, saying, hey, Lambeau doesn't get that easy engage, and of course the Karthus was banned away as well, so, giving respect over to that lane, even though you do see that Ezreal. Yeah, Hecarim's still available, and anyway, we're not looking at that one. That is going to be a hover over the Olaf as well. still keeping in line with the current setup of the champions. And there it is, just like you said, the Hecarim locked in. Yeah, we could hear the relief in Cubby's voice right there. Just take the Hecarim, play it in. Exod is going to be running that champion to see who they can catch.
He's good at it, and then you combine it with the fact that you have a Corki Jinx backline, which Hecarim can just rampage through. I really like that from the side of Arkansas. This will force ISU to grab a couple things that can potentially deal with it and also survive the laning phase. Nami is an interesting one, because that is it will help Jinx a lot in this lane, but another pick that can just get murked by the Hecarim, as you can ult over the tidal wave, ult over the bubble, make sure you're on top of that fish and turning her into some nice sushi. As now we just have to take a top laner. This time around, though, it's not a blind, or I guess it is a blind for the side of ISU, but it's still just going to be the Ornn. And I like this. When you take the Nami, you don't have a tank. This gives a beefcake for ISU and a good opportunity to engage as well.
Yeah. Wondering, though, what Knight is going to play. Remember, last time it was the Tahm Kench. It was a battle of the tanks in the top side. This is a different story here, an Echo coming out here. So it feels like that Graves might be headed up to the top side.
Yeah.
With the Echo headed mid.
Okay, so they do have the triple flex. We haven't seen Knight play this Graves yet between this weekend and the past, but it will be the selection here as Arkansas. The Echo into Corki, it's a really good matchup. Something that Druidozer has to be really careful of is using that W after Echo's E connects. If he uses the W as Echo, uses that E auto attack, Echo will follow. And that is something that Corki really has difficulty dealing with. Anyone that can get on him and pressure him early. Echo not even brings tons of wave clear, able to kill the backline minions after level 5, but it can also get on Corki at any time, really harass him, and always feel safe because he can go back to his ultimate. So this is another hard counter that Lambo is pulling out. They needed some magic damage, so the Tryndamere could not be an option this time around, though. It is going to be the Echo, and we're going to have to see if we can navigate this one and get ahead. Definitely some potential for the mid-jungle duo of Arkansas, if they do get ahead, to run this game, as getting into that backline for them will not be hard.
Yeah, and with all the aggression that we saw early, if it does swing into the favor of Arkansas, if we start seeing some of these fights, just gently take the 50-50 and run with it, it could very well happen. So in that mid lane, I'm also very curious, with a blind pick such as Corki, you have to have 3 or 4 different, you called it dark tech, and I love that term. It's we don't see it as often, but on players that excel at taking the blind pick, at taking possibly that weak side play, you do have to have those intricacies of the summoner spells and the keystone. So here, what are we expecting to see? What do you think we're going to be taking a look at in terms of what Druidozer wants to take in the lane?
You have some options here. If you are ranged in the melee, you could go for an Electrocute and E start. Is if you pop E on Corki, it does instantly proc Electrocute. It's pretty good in the melees. Also, Fleet, not bad. You will lose lane for sure if you take Fleet, but that sustain can sometimes help you get out of a W and help you avoid being under threat of being killed. Also, Airy, if you want to go for more of the poke against Echo, not bad either. But I don't think we're going to see Spellbook again. It is, once again, a Druidozer special on this Corki. And he knows this champion better than I do. But I'm just trying to play around with some different ideas, what we might see out of a talented young mid laner here for ISU.
Yeah, I love it so much to know that we might see a different style and, of course, a different shift in some of the champions around. But what's pretty constant is ISU up. It still is, yeah, and almost the exact same. Summoner spells, of course, we do see, I believe that is the cleanse. That is not one that was run last time in the standard array of summoner spells. But we are getting underway here. A 5-point spread coming out to the tables. A 4-point if you are University of Arkansas, because Lazy Lambo definitely living up to his name late out of the base.
Druidozer. There is the E start, though, that you can run if you are ranged into melee. As I think the game plan, if you are on the side of ISU, it feels like getting bot is what you want to go for, right? You have Lee Sin into a squishy bot lane, have some sustain with the Nami, the range advantage with the Jinx, should be able to control the wave and have Shub. Want to see if we see a potential 3-wave crash. That on top of playing towards the Ornn, not the greatest. And it feels like Exod might be thinking the same thing on the side of Arkansas. Once again, I think going for the bot lane, attacking that Nami, a good path to victory here for Arkansas. And we've seen Exod in this tournament already get very fed on this Hecarim, and we've seen Hecarim do pretty well in this tournament. So wondering if Exod can continue that trend in this game too.
Yeah. Huge chances available, as we did see an exchange of greetings between the supports here. Sir Tuttle was answering first, and that might be kind of a glimpse in, a pre-show viewing of what the Nami is in store for. Of course, we do see the electrocute Nami, so Nausicaa willing to possibly take those trades into the bot lane. So it might be very aggressive right off the start, something that Disconnector may or may not be willing to take.
It looks like full clear is coming out here for the Hecarim. Not surprised. As racing towards that level 6, very important for Exod. And I want to see if the side of Arkansas can get the Hecarim there safely, as pre-6 is when Lee Sin does have the opportunity to get up in the face of Hecarim, do some serious damage. So that could be another route that GFP looks to take in this game.
Chuzos are, of course. As soon as level 2 hits, Lazy Lambo takes a nice chunk out of the Corki.
Yeah, and you can see Lazy Lambo too with the Echo. You can animation cancel your Q and E, so you can pretty much throw them each out at the same time. Land the slow on the Q, which guarantees you the E. Make sure you get that passive proc, which we see the electrocute, the passive proc, the big move speed buff going over to Lazy Lambo. Early on, you can start to see how difficult this lane truly is for the Corki.
So I was a little bit surprised. I think sometimes we do see the corrupting potions on Corkis whenever they run this, but opting into a much heavier sustain lane matchup, as well as for the Echo as well, going the Doran's ring. So a little bit of a change up on both ends, as the full clears are coming to an end quite possibly. The Hecarim has fully completed it. The Lee Sin, of course, leaving 2 camps up. And a challenge here on the first scuttle between the 2 junglers will commence.
This is weird, though, because I guess Echo isn't able to join, as he is low. But the bot lane of ISU does have priority, so if Exod wants to go for this, yes, he is up a level, but he's going to be down members as... Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a good catch out. Flash in. One more auto attack can do it. A rocket follows that jump in, and chaos has occurred. A huge win, and a zapper catches Sir Tuttle as well. Flash out from the Karma. Illinois State University, though, find to a major win, considering one of those kills, I believe, did go to Disconnector. A bubble trying to predict where the Ezreal was going to land does mean that at the end of the fight, Disconnector has double buffs and is going to poke out very heavily. Lazy Lemmo down, getting chunked out, does have Flash, but is able to maintain Flash in this case, but sitting at about 100 HP.
Yeah, that's another reason why I wanted to see ISU path towards that bot lane, because Nami and Jinx should have priority, as I mentioned. And one of the dangers for Exod going bot as... An attempt was made.
Yeah.
Unfortunate there for Lazy Lambo. Not able to find that one. But, yeah, I mean, as a jungler, right? Exod pathing bot, yes, you are able to attack the Squishy and Nami, but going for that crab, you don't have priority from your team or teammates. So we see the dangers there, as 4 members of ISU were able to rotate against the jungler of Arkansas, as the rest of his team was late to the rotation. They were stuck under their turrets, and that made things difficult. Taking that first crab goes over to ISU, and a huge lead for them early. As you can see, Disconnector, all the work he's able to do with these double buffs already.
Yeah. Red buff plus the fact that you can have, I want to say, almost infinite rockets up, means that the laning phase is pretty much over, right? You can see the likes of I Look at Trees and Sir Tuttle hiding under the tower and warding up in case of a dive. This would be almost the perfect time if we did see GFP start rotating down. Only a flash and heal on I Look at Trees, whereas Sir Tuttle would be the optimal choice to kind of go for. Either way, still farming it up, about 10 CS up in Disconnector's favor, as we do see Drew Dozer enjoying a battle of wits of who can catch who for the damage chips.
Lazy Lambo. Trying to go for the harass. You do have the option on Echo to just Q the wave at this point and pretty much get, like, guarantee a full clear, but still believes... I mean, he is 0-2, but he still does have the damage to attack Drew Dozer, as he is going for it right now, but doesn't have 6. A little bit dangerous for him.
Yeah, this is very, very painful. Remember, Lazy Lambo has already kind of gifted over a second kill, so maybe starting to feel a little bit of the pressure and maybe willing to take some of those more like 46. Yes, ooh. Big rocket lands, drops into about, I want to say 80 HP.
Does have a couple teammates around, and Drudozer is going to take this time to grab a TP, base, get back out onto the map. Not quite the timer yet for that package, but the really nice part about Corki is that you can just base at 7:45 mark, take the package at 8, and instantaneously get back out onto the map.
Oh, GFP wanted it big but couldn't finish it off. So very nice attempt, but the Call of the Forge God is able to knock it home. Hecarim dodges out on the side, but a nice knockout means that the Graves is going to pay for that teleport. So an exchange of blows nets a 2-for-1. The snipe from the Call of the Forge Gods and the knockup means that once again ShamWow on this Ornn is putting up an impressive performance.
Lazy Lambo was able to hold the Chrono Shift successfully for the first kill, but might have wanted the Chrono Shift back to press R on the second one. As the Ornn Horn, it connected. He ends up going down. And this lead continues for ISU as they are starting to grow it. These individual plays for them starting to be very big as all this pressure that Drudozer is putting down in the mid lane is so difficult for this Echo to deal with. As I mean, this is a matchup that you can pressure in, but Lazy Lambo, just given all the help that Drudozer's had, and given the fact that he has died 3 times now, has not been able to get up in the face of Corki and make an impact.
Yeah, really needs that proto bot as well. You can see Drudozer, whenever we see a tumble out of Lazy Lambo, it's an immediate call of that Valkyrie, right? Ensuring that no one can really throw any damage down. Level 6s, though. A bit of drop back. Disconnector really wants this next tower plate, but look at the zaps going through. Rocket goes out and dodge to the side. I look at trees. It's just like, well, that was an attempt made at my life. Guess I got to go ahead and wait it out for the next chance. As first dragon of the game goes down at 8:15, 8:20 in this game.
Pretty easy for the side of ISU, given all the priority that their bot lane has, and actually not going for Shelly. Just going to try and make sure that this first tower falls naturally to the power of Disconnector and this Nami as Exod going in.
Yeah, and they're just going to chase it in, so that is going to be the fish cooked up. First, the horse takes it home, and Drudos are actually taking quite low from the tower. True Shot Barrage is going to go out, and just like that, University of Arkansas are going to go ahead and punish the over-aggression coming out from ISU's side. They go ahead and collect 3, save the tower dive on the bot side, and are going to net themselves a little bit of change back. Now the gold lead only 1.5 apart.
Way too hard of a force coming out from ISU as Exod, I mean, pretty much got around the Lee Sin by pressing R, right? Landing the 3-man fear and hitting both backliners. That is all the space that they... Oh. Okay, ShamWow.
ShamWow soaking up some of that kill threat in the top side as the Ornn is now starting to become a carry. 3 kills the most in the game. Meanwhile, you know, we can't even talk about the past games as that wave is going to cut them all off, and that's a flash forward. Disconnector one more, wants to heal, wants to tag. It is going to get it, but who's going to help out? I look at trees. That's going to be GFP saving out the Nami. Just like that, the overextension, no one worries about it because ISU take a couple kills back in a standard set of fights.
Good play coming out from Disconnector, flashing forward with the heal. Honestly, Sword Total almost outplayed that. Baiting in Disconnector to, or I guess baiting in the Nami to ignore him, as almost was able to catch back up on the Karma as Drudos are just casually taking 2 camps here on the Corki. Standard stuff.
Totally standard. It's hey, are you sure you're not jungling? I mean, Drudos, that's a nice fancy basic tech you got there for a mid laner.
Man.
Yeah, it's a perfect way. Again, now about 18 CS up. Drudos almost gets caught. Lazy Lambo, for all that's happened, I have to respect the aggression this Echo is consistently putting down.
You have a lot of safety. Like, you have the R. You are able to step up and do this quite a bit. So, like the fact that Lazy Lambo is maintaining that despite going down a couple kills. But the real pressure on the map is still the ones coming out from ISU. ShamWow has casually gotten himself to 3-0 on the repeat Ornn game, and now finds himself in the bot lane. The turret's already taken, so they rotated Jinx top. Herald has still been ignored. They did not use the first package to try and take that, but now Exod, good ult.
Yeah, this is Nausicaa not enjoying what's occurring here. Yeah. So Exod is going to take that home.
And that's the danger of taking Nami into a Hecarim team, right? There's really nothing that Asuka can do without flash up there. As goes down to the pony. That Herald ends up going down to the side of Arkansas. So at least Arkansas finding something on the back half. Good bounce back from them.
Yeah. And it's a simple one, right? You need those simple kills. You need almost those guaranteed kills to work. As we do see Drew Dozer, 0, 1, and 3, taking a lot of damage in an early chrono break being used. Lazy Lambo was hoping to get back in range, hoping that that spot was going to be in the right position.
Exod should just send it. They've got this.
Way's not there, though, so maybe maybe they're not fully willing to commit. Yeah, we're hoping for it, but I don't think he's going to. Yeah, already back. Is this the same level of take Herald, please?
I mean, my love for objectives increases my love for, or is more than my love for tower dives. And hey, at least Exod's trying to send it somewhere else, but GFP here to answer.
Yep, nice little ghost, nice little speed up, and no sonic wave to catch him out. So,
there it is.
All right, cool.
It's a tough matchup for Corki. I mean,
yep.
Lazy Lambo is behind, but you can still see as a viewer at home some of the difficulties that Corki faces as Echo always able to pressure, always able to get on you. Not to mention the fact you have push in the lane and just very difficult for this Corki to survive as a couple Ornhorns go wide there. Nice footwork from the horse.
Yeah. They're just kind of sending it, and I love this kind of almost feeling out period right now, right? We've crested over, I want to say, the 12-minute mark. We're heading into the 13th. The first tower has already fallen, so this is where we see kind of that jockeying for position that a lot of teams will do, and you can see it in the gold, right? That jockeying has put Disconnector at a fair advantage, 6.2k versus 4.3 on the other side. It's also reflecting in the items right now. ISU have consistently found those fights, and so top lane, three plates taken down. In the mid lane, 2 plates have been taken down. That's a total of 10 plates that have been gifting ISU a huge chunk of change to be able to battle and pressure for the second drake. They will put themselves at a global advantage as well.
And plates about to fall, and you can see how many plates have just gone over to ISU throughout the first 14 minutes of this game as Drew Dozer stepping up a little bit, knows that he has the package, and good reaction speed by him as Exod actually taking a ton of damage, but Drew Dozer, he's still in trouble.
Oh, and Lazy Lambo doesn't enjoy this either. A nice kick back means that the come in from GFP is able to secure 2 in the mid lane. From Dragon to mid, GFP does it all. And they'll go ahead and leave Disconnector in the bot lane to push for a few more tower plates. Or towers.
5k gold now. Oh, boy. I think ISU, I mean, the difficulty about this stage of the game, too, is that we haven't really mentioned scaling that much. I like the scaling of ISU. Yes. Jinx Corki with an Ornn, it's pretty absurd frontline. It's very difficult once you get behind to find any way to team fight this. You can see ShamWow just pushing Graves off up 2 levels based on his play on the Ornn. Yeah, farming in between turrets. They do see everyone else in the map, so he's able to do this safely, but it feels like Arkansas just having difficulties hanging with the raw individual play here of ISU as this game moves forward.
Yeah, this is just the difference that we do see in the University of Arkansas. I mean, a team that, again, upset Mizzou. It feels great, you know, to be able to do that, but to do it here, there's always more things to be able to be expanded on, you know, to practice on, and this is a great way to kind of figure out what needs to change here. Lazy Lambo, though, 2-4-1. Exod, 3-1-2. There are still some chances that the Squishy, you know, the Jinx, the Nami, the Corki can be pinched later on in the game. It just means the University of Arkansas may have to buckle down and sacrifice a few more global options before they can try and retake a fight.
And long pause here because we might have a pause in the action unless any solo plays end up coming down. Dragon not spawning for another 3 minutes. And if you are on the side of Arkansas, it feels like the only way back into this game, it's got to be off the back of Exod. 3-1-2, completed the Vine Thunder on this Hecarim. Do ISU overextend in a side lane and can Hecarim punish? Now, the issue is you can't punish ShamWow. That Ornn is too big. The Anathema's chains, plus working towards what we expect to be that Frostfire Gauntlet, just like last game. I don't think anyone's going to be able to rip through that on the side of Arkansas. It's going to take a while before you're getting through that Ornn. But if he is able to find Corki without package, That could be an angle that Exile looks for. Not to mention Nausicaa on the Nami, as it is Graves actually the one found out at the moment.
I just love the fact that Nausicaa is the one leading the charge into the Heck Room. It's like, when does the Nami ever get to be in the Vanguard?
Yeah, no fear coming out.
When the fish chases the horse, the entirety of the ecosystem upheaved in this game. We are going to go ahead and see the wards being dropped here in the top side of Arkansas's jungle, and this is because they want to be able to keep ShamWow safe, right? Huge thing, keep the orange safe and disconnector safe as the mid lane is attempted once again.
Echo not able to find anything there, as I mean, given the veracity that ISU has played this early game at and the speed, and they only have two more inner turrets to go, but they've already taken the bot inner, and now this is the overextension we were talking about, but nice Gale Force from Disconnector.
Yep, and that's going to be a bubble as well. Can they find it? The nice easy layering means no chrono break comes out. They are going to take the Lee Sin back. And that's a trade of 1-for-1. So, you know, for the fight, it is going to be University of Arkansas stalling out that mid tower take to be just a tick slower.
But that Gale Force from Disconnector was huge. He dodged out on the Hacker Wall, on the Fear, and that saves him from going down. Makes it so that despite the 1-for-1, they can keep on pushing us now. Drudozer, he's going in.
Yeah, this is going to be a 1v3 and make it a little bit more. Call of the Force God going down, and I think Exxon is just going to take it home. Tries to cleanse it out, but you can't cleanse damage. That's going to be a bubble landing. Nami is going to take one home. Nausicaa picking up a kill, and just like that, 17, 18 minutes into the game, Lazy Lambo going to look for a bit more. Can't get a stun on anyone, but the chunk damage is enough. That's going to be the Time Winder not landing on anyone on the recall, and that means the bottom lane inhibitor tower will break. Univers staying up, but now it's free access for ISU as Dragon comes up in 25 seconds.
Nausicaa's Nami. The ability to land these bubbles and chain the CC. I mean, Echo not being able to press R in that first fight when he was in mid. Really good Nami play coming out from Nausicaa, who... I mean, this is not an easy game to pilot if you are Nami. You are going up against a Hecarim and an Echo that can be empowered by a Karma. If you are mispositioned at all, you will get punished and die. We have seen that once or twice in this game, but overall, Nausicaa dealing with it very well as we have the reset from ISU. They're able to take river control. Drudozer saving the package for the objective. I like that. And there's no ult on the Hecarim, so I'm wondering if ISU force quickly Graves is way out of position.
Yeah, that's bye Graves. Yep. And Tuttle. Oh my gosh, Drudozer. That was 3 auto attacks. I'm pretty sure that's all that took. So that's 2 members down. Lazy Lambo, though, is going to look like he wants to try and chance for this. 2-shot barrage gives a little bit of information. Parallel Converge comes down, and not going to happen. You can't really out-smite a jungler when you don't have smite, but you might be able to win the battle. This is going to be a level 10 versus level 11. Lazy Lambo still taking chunks out. And a little bit of rotate back. Another Q lands, and with the Nami here to help, they are going to dance in. Chrono break back. Dodges out on the bubble. Flips it right back. One more tag. Yeah, might be able to answer. He is getting a jump all the way around. Lazy Lambo, where's all this mana coming from? But a nice kick into the Sonic Wave will finally finish it
solo
off.
Kill.
Yeah, and it's now going to chance it here in the mid lane. Following through, top lane has some action, but mid's where it's at as ShamWow is going to try and take on 3. Remember, this is one that soloed out the Graves earlier. And now get some help from Drew. Does a huge rocket follows in, and Sir Tuttle is going to fall in just like that. I think this might be game, and that's a rocket, a bigger one to fly by. And that will be ISU going ahead and pummeling the Nexus Towers. It all collapsed after that pick on Graves. And since then, ISU have never stopped pushing. A well-deserved victory for a game 2. We're going to see the last-ditch effort, it seems, from Lazy Lambo, and I look at trees, but I mean, it's Drudozer. What can you say? A couple more auto attacks come out. Disconnector is now joining in on the fight. That's a double knock up into the fountain farming period. Everyone's favorite time, unless you're the opponents. University of Arkansas not wanting to give any more kills up. It's a little bit difficult to do so.
All right,
as they're just having a blast.
Yeah. All right, Lazy Lambo, he tried to get the jinx, but not enough. As ISU, they're trying to find any more kills. This Disconnector, he falls. Should be Nexus hitting pretty soon. And ISU, 21 minutes. What a good game from them. As I mean, really off the back of, I would say, Drudozer, as I'm talking through this one more fight. Oh, all right, another Hornet comes in. Exod, he's staying in the stable as the Hecarim. He wanted this feed. He don't want to get put in the fodder. As fortunately, the Redbirds do find themselves in the grand finals going up against Maryville after taking down Arkansas.
Yeah, and a well-fought victory. Again, we somewhat expected this victory to occur, but we did see some shining lights from Arkansas, so that'll be really fun to kind of maybe watch their progression over time, right? They have that potential. They took down Mizzou last time, and that is something that they can write home about after this preseason showcase here with Unified Collegiate, the Midwest Esports conference here. And I'm excited. Finals coming up here shortly will be at Maryville University versus Illinois State University.
Yeah, as we do have, I guess, one or two more closing things before we dive into the final. There will be a short break before we dive in, but excited to see two teams from the North ready to go toe-to-toe. I will say that Maryville, given their history, does have an upper edge over ISU and has had an upper edge over ISU since ISU, I think, had Hyper. They've one set. There was one upset that ISU had over Maryville in a UPL. I think it was because they did win a split at one point. I think they might have taken down Maryville in that way. Besides that, it's been very Maryville favor. So hey, good chance early in the season for ISU to try and change that script for 2021 as we head into 2022.
All right, well, there you go. Some thoughts moving in. Of course, that will be it for us here on the broadcast. My name is Ordle. With me was Cubby. We will go ahead and be heading out, but we have some more fantastic casters coming up. Once again, it'll be Ravishing Ravish and Beat Down Boulevard to close things out for us here today. So go ahead, keep watching. We'll go into a very short break, get some food, get some popcorn, get some water, whatever you want to do. Get your party poppers, if you will, as well, as we'll be heading into the grand finals of the Midwest Esports Conference 2020 or 2021 preseason CLAW Showcase.
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
And yet again, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the finals for the MEC weekend. I will be your final set of pair of casters for the evening. I'm Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. It is just me and nobody else is here. I am both caller, play-by-play, man and child, being and God.
I'm just the ornament. I'm just here to look pretty, you know?
Well, when are you not, bro?
It's a good question. Scientists are still trying to find the answer.
And they just absolutely have no idea. I think we have to absolutely befuddled. It's a mystery to us all. And it's honestly why Beatdown Boulevard is just so handsome and what's below the Marianas Trench. We may never know. What we do know is that we have a series on our hands, maybe. Because we do have the finals coming up for us.
Let's be real.
ISU.
We know ISU are going to make this one a series just like they did yesterday. So I'm already ready for 3 games. We're going the distance. It's going to be hype. And I'm sure because it's much earlier in the day, our brains will be just fine. They will not fry. They will not short circuit. And they will just work.
Yes, sir. Nothing will be made into mush today. My eyes will stay wide open, and I will be able to speak confidently about what I see in front of the screen. Yeah.
What do you see?
I see the rosters, my friend, of ISU and Maryville. But yeah, again, as we all know, one main change-up is that Lobos or Azog is playing on ADC.
I think at this point he wants to just be known as Azog, which is fine with me because it was always in previous seasons of UPL. I always had to tell myself, nah, Azog is Lobos. Azog is Lobos. Now Azog is just Azog, and you know what? I'm here for it. Good change, big fan. Like you said, only real major change besides, of course, Evan RL being in there in place of Shady in the support role, again, as has been for the day so far. It looks like that isn't coming in this time around. It will be Drew Dozer from the start for ISU, who just have their full roster start to finish here.
Yes, sir. And then now one big thing I find that, especially seeing Evan RL play in and out of the overall, Maryville rosters consistently over the past couple of years, I've seen that he's very, very comfortable on utility AD carries. Now, what I mean by that is, of course, he's very solid on playing, Mage's bot side. Also, along with playing the Senna back when that was meta too. He's a phenomenal Senna mage when it comes to ADC. But more so on the carries, it can definitely go back and forth depending on his performance too. And then Maryville, we know that they especially prefer playing a lot more towards that top jungle duo that they have. So with the addition of Azog, they've been playing things like the Jinx as of today and as of late as well. So I think things can definitely be very how should I say, scrappy between them, like you were mentioning.
Scrappy is the exact word I was going to use as well. And it's interesting, too, because although it's true, Maryville absolutely can play towards chippies. He is really good at, I think people call it being weak side warrior, where it's interesting when I look at this 80 carry matchup, you think Disconnector and you think Lobos. 2 80 carries who, like you say, they're playing, I just called them Lobos. Azog, it's now we're just going the other way around. But the point is, these 280 carries do play those champs like you're mentioning, the Jinx. Earlier on, we saw Disconnector play Aphelios. These kind of champions where it is the big hyper carry, the big boy pants, if you will, in 80 carries. No utility to be found, simply kill. So I'm excited to see what the 80 carry pool is going to be like when we actually go to draft, what's going to get banned away, what's going to be left up. And I'm just really glad Jinx is finding her way back into the meta. And it's not just because of Arcane.
No, not at all. Riot definitely did not buffer because of Arcade. Not you for a second. But like you're saying, Beatdown, here, question for you, my friend. What classifies big boy pants from small boy pants?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. If you're playing Ashe, I'm going to be honest, small boy pants. Okay. Just a pretty good. You're playing for the arrows. You're the engage for your team. You're playing. See, I feel like Jhin is somewhere in between because I think Jhin is really hard, but I don't think he hard carries like, Xayah, Jinx, Aphelios, which by the way, those 3 big boy pants. Just in case. Pants. Yeah, I think those are just off the top of my head, big difference. Senna's another one, small boy pants. Let's be honest.
All right. Understandable. You know what? These are all very informative notes that I matched. Go ahead and take down. And I'm ready to take this newfound knowledge into all my League of Legends games as we head into draft for the game number 1 for this BO3 between ISU and MU, though. Like you were mentioning, we should start off by seeing a little bit of the early ADC bans between these 2 teams. I'm expecting, right, and especially a ban towards that Corki outside of Maryville, which has been banned away from Judozer consistently. But it's like we start off with a TF up against Maryville with Spirax, who was a phenomenal TF player.
Oh yeah, a lot of priority, even today alone for Maryville on this pick, and it's done a lot of success for Maryville when Spirax is able to get it. And we talk about utility players. Spirax is definitely another one of those who, while can play those carry, those strong scaling mage picks, I've seen him play things like the Galio, like the TF. So taking these things off the board makes a lot of sense, especially because he was running Predator TF, and I didn't like it. Not because it's bad by any stretch. It's just really scary. And that's why I think ISU agree with me. Pater says, nope. Get it off my screen. And that aside, now I think we're just going to see a lot more of a focus to maybe some top bans towards chippies, some of those really strong picks that can function pretty well with little to no jungle attention, things like Camille and stuff like that. And then we'll see what B1 is.
I mean, what would you rather have Beatdown? Would you rather have Predator TF or Predator Jinx? I find the answer is I feel more clear
like
to
functionally, what am I more scared of?
I mean, because if you remember yesterday too, we actually got Predator Jin as well. So
Jin. I would rather have Predator Jin. I would much rather have Predator Jin. Yeah, no, Predator TF, like it's so, dude, imagine you're getting ulted on, you're already dead. He's gonna pop Predator, you can't run away. Like, what's the point? What's the point?
Yeah, you know what? I get it. I see it. I understand
Right?
it. But one more thing I understand as well here, because we see on the ISU, it seems to be a equal deliberation of taking out the strong picks for both Chippies, Spirax, and Spirax yet again. So, right? And I'm actually pretty happy to see the Jax taken away, especially for Chippies, because we know he is very, very good on the Jax. He actually quite prefers it into the Camille or even things to the Piora, which we've seen ShamWow personally preferred. And look at that. What did I say?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Jax is definitely not great. It's not about lane, but it's about later on into the game. We even saw Chippies play the Jax earlier today, so it makes sense that you just want to take it out when you want to pick yourself something like Camille. I personally haven't seen if Chippies can play the Fiora, but it would be a pretty interesting thing to bring out in response to, out on the day. But I think for the moment, Graves is a pretty solid pick because one, you can take a jungle, two, you could put it top lane as well because of all the sustain, fleet footwork. Once you eventually build up the lifesteal with the shield bow, it's not that bad. If we do see that Jace actually locked in, but I feel like Hyper is doing what Scotty did yesterday, just picking hovering champions that are in Arcane. Yeah. You can't fool me. I'm too smart now. Oh wait, we actually got the Jinx. Okay, Arcane pick shout out. Let's go.
I was about to be really excited to be like, yo, that'd be really cool because if they pick Jace here, because we did see Jace yesterday. But yeah, speaking of which, I just watched episode 4 of Arcane too. So I'm getting to like Jace less personally, but
really,
yeah,
dude. I'm gonna put it out there right now. Jace is correct. Everything he's done so far in the show is correct. That's it. Let's just move on.
All right, fair enough. Okay, but maybe not everything so far.
No,
but
everything.
We can no. We'll talk about this later. Anyways, point being, right? Response towards the Jinx, which you said before, ASOC definitely prefers. It's a very strong power pick and high precarity potential, along with the assassination from Spirax coming in. We see ISU decides to go for the safer 80 carry and the engage on the Xin Zhao. There were so many options. You had it all. You picked Xin Zhao. All right, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably, I'm not, depending on the support matchup, I don't know if you're going to be able to get push bottom. It's tough, like we said yesterday, even with Xin, the idea is definitely Jungle Kingdom in the earlier parts of the game, and there will still be opportunities, I think, from what we've seen so far. I like the Ezreal too, because he is that safe pick in the bottom lane, and also, like a light switch, once he gets this Muramana finish, that second item, it's like, whoa, wait a second, I'm dead. What's happening? He does so much damage. So, although isn't quite as interested in like the front of act, say something like a Jinx is, can still dish out just as much damage later on if ISU plays these team fights right. But because that LeBlanc is in the game, you got to play these fights just right.
Now, there's no way that actually picking Quinn. Now I know Hyper is playing with us as usual.
There it is.
But Tom Catch is a lot more believable.
I like Tom Catch.
Yeah, Tom Catch isn't bad at all. It's a pick that we've seen I find has fallen off recently in terms of meta, and just like players just might not be as comfortable with it, but I still find he's extremely strong still. The amount of AP damage in his kit is ridiculous. one might say, and it can play really well in some most tank matchups as well.
Agreed. Tom Kench is. I kind of share your confusion about why it's not as popular. Just because I think it's so lane dominant. It is insane. In if you leave him on the weak side, he's really good in the 1v1, in the 1v2, like whatever the case may be. So I like this pickup overall, and it does offer you a good amount of engaged teamfight setup with that Abyssal Dive. I like the Galio lock into. Solid matchup into the LeBlanc. We've seen the Predator going as well, so a lot of roam capability too with that hero's entrance, with just him sprinting down the river in either direction, and of course the teleport.
Yes, sir. Because with the Galio lock-in, I would have actually preferred previously for Dudozer, as a GFP to take Jarvan. I thought as though they would have made a lot more sense personally, especially alongside Camille. And it's not also banned away. Would have just been a better jungle pick in general, but hey, you know, people have their comforts and their overall plans, but you know, I'm sure I will hear from Peter later on as to why Zin made more sense. So, you know what, man, you let me know, go ahead in my DMs, Peter, prove me wrong, but I'm still just saying Jarvan here is the override play, especially into an immobile 80 carry like Jinx, who you want to make sure you can access as quickly as possible. But this is a pick that we don't see very too often, but I'm actually happy to see with the Alistar.
Yeah, to the Zen pick, I think he has a slightly more reliable gap close in a way, but he can only really knock up one person at a time. I think that's the difference between the two. And I really like the Galio pick because Camille Galio is so good. The combination is insane. Can just jump right in, Hextech ultimatum. There isn't a world where you're dodging that hero's entrance. It's just not happening. But I agree. I also think the Alistar pick is solid because one, in lane, you have this Rakan who is trying to go in, and out of lane, you have 1, 2, 3, basically 4 champions who are trying to get on top of this Jinx. So at least offering some kind of disengage ability for Azog to be able to kite it out in some of these fights, I think is perfectly fine, especially because one, well, you're creating a lot of space with this Tom Kench and this Alistar. You're also having to make ISU worry about, all right, where's Spirax? Where's this LeBlanc? Oh, damn, we didn't see him. Our AD carry's gone. Well, thanks.
Yep, it's just as easy as that, right? But early on, I find Alistar is a support that you can't definitely punish because of the very long cooldowns that he actually has. And into an Ezreal, can't do a ton about it. You can't exactly just engage on top of him because you'll see that coming, and just he goes away. Quick note as well. I have received word from coach of ISU, Bader, and I quote, Jarvan is a terrible champ.
Oh.
No.
That... I would love to have that discussion, to be honest, because I'm really curious what he's thinking in that regard. But like, I still stand by, like, I think the Zen pick is fine here with what they want to do too. So I'm not too worried about that pick in isolation. And I think the thing that makes the thing that also makes the Alistar pick kind of nice too is that you kind of pretty much have gank assist in every single lane you're in. So it makes it easier for Kind Jungle to actually have an easier time when it comes to actually getting some of these ganks off, since he doesn't have any CC in his own kit.
Yes, sir. Now, as you continue on forward, right between this finals matchup, I find between these two teams, it should be, I find a decently tame early game, especially with the picks that they have. Nothing should go super wary, but I think Spirax meant to get the ward there too. Did he actually get it? I don't think he did. I
don't see a ward, so maybe it was just a bit of early information. Spirax also has Conqueror on LeBlanc.
Okay. You know what? I'll say what I usually say when I see stuff like this. Interessante.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say what I usually say. That was probably a misclick. Unless there's some dark tech that nobody wants to tell me about, in which case, all right, like maybe it's because you're melee into essentially ranged in this mid lane matchup and you just keep auto attacking them, stacking cog. I don't know. I might just be reading too much into this. I'm just gonna not. Hey, look, they're fighting.
Ah, look at that. Classic. ISU and Maryville fighting.
What?
Shocked. shocked Desu. But I think things are perfectly fine to continue forward in between them, right? But Nate, just real quick, I want to point out there are 3 predators in this game. And
Predator Rakan? Wow, I want to try that. I actually really want to try that now. Dude, it's all about movement speed. It's especially for these supports, trying to move around the map. And Drew Dozer, of course, when you're playing Galio, you're basically a second support. It's about map movement. It's about getting to make these rotations as quickly as you possibly can. And I think that's why, ever since we've seen a couple of nice touches in the right direction for Predator, is why I think we're seeing it start to very much rise up in popularity compared to other Keystones.
Mm-hmm. And I do remember a time where Predator Galio, in fact, was the preferred pick over just any other Keystone with Galio too, right? Because it just made more sense. And Predator in general becoming a lot more prevalent means that the movements, the ganks, and the cross map plays are definitely where these teams will definitely shine. To get cross map, Kind Jungle coming down. There's no wards here to beat down. They could go for a dive, but the wave is very small.
Yeah, this might not be it. Kind Jungle actually is just going to go for a 3 camp into an invade. Doesn't seem like he's actually going to be able to catch anybody out. Wants to use the push, though, that his bot lane have for him here. And actually just might end up stealing the Raptors. I don't know if they actually noticed this happen. So he will get away with this, will get spotted, but does mean he's going to be able to walk away with an extra camp there. Maybe even a scuttle.
I mean, yeah, actually it could be really nice considering if we see Evan RL just matching him here on this, that means that bottom top scuttle could be theirs. But no, instead, he'll choose to just roam past the mid lane, take his own top camps, take his Krugs, and likely take the scuttle from there. So, but I was going to say, GP likely would have matched the bot side, but they're both going to be top side. JP wants to fight him on this? No.
It's looking like he is not wanting to. It's tough because, well, like what I was talking about with Zed, you do need lanes with push to be able to make some of these more aggressive plays. Bot's pushed in, mid is pushed in, means you aren't going to have any chance at dealing, or rather picking up the scuttle crowd. Double scuttled is definitely unlucky, so hopefully GFP is going to be able to find some of these ganks in the next couple of minutes here. Otherwise, like with Kind Jungle having so many camps still up, we're going to start to see that lead grow in his favor.
And that's one thing that you definitely don't want for Graves here, right? Because as a power farming jungler, one thing that you don't want to allow them to do is, one, give them the space to farm freely, 2, give them any early kills. Because Graves turns into an absolute monster. And Kind Jungle, we've known, does definitely have carry potential. We're talking about that big boy pants, and Graves definitely could be a contender for wearing them.
Oh man, that's just gonna start a whole other conversation about big and small boy pants and other roles. But just for the sake of simplicity, you're right. Graves fits that role.
Yes, so there we go. Oh,
okay.
Good knocker for that immediate ignite. Azog, that was actually kind of sick, bro. But can't land that rocket extremely low. One more mystic shot. La miniona savios mil. Azog dies.
Wow, that was very unlucky. Not only does Azog get creep blocked, also ends up dying to caster minions. Truly the Winions coming in clutch for Disconnector here. And now, I mean, that's a big start for this Ezreal, who honestly was running tier versus Azog, who's now walking back to lane with the Noon Quiver. I don't know. Oh, he's actually going to TP back to lane, so just so he can get the lane shove. Yeah, he has Sheen. Like, this is an Ezreal's dream right now.
Yeah, but this guy can just chill. You're telling me that he can, like, now play more off of his auto attacks and trades might actually go in his favor up against the Jinx with these rockets? Yo, this lane feeling a lot more doable. And we were saying before, we saw the result of this against Ivan RL. As soon as he went for, just the pulverized headbutt combination, immediate fade away from Disconnected, right? He just runs away a couple of seconds, and that cooldown is traded for his. And it's just that easy, which is how I find the lane should go, and likely will go more often than not.
It's true, and I mean, now at this point, we're back to kind of a slow state. Evan RL is just hanging out in the river here, trying to see if someone walks up to him and he can just harass them a little bit, make it harder for Nausicaa to set up vision around this dragon, actually walk into the river. Has to go back to lane the hard way. I think right now, See, Chippy's also on recall. He's actually going to use his TP to get back to lane here because he had to recall at an unfortunate time. Means he doesn't have advantage over ShamWow, who could easily just come back to lane or make a cross-map play, and there will be no answer.
Yo, Chippy's definitely took a attack speed, like ruined there too. Considering how quickly he stacked those up, that was a little bit too fast. But yeah, I know.
Are you uncomfortable?
Also been the home guards. I'm like, yeah, that was those 2 stacks were there mighty quick, which I don't like. To anytime Tom Kenshin stun me more than needs to be happening, then I become scared personally. I'm scared about there's a hero's entrance and there we go, the 2-shot barrage will get the second for disconnect.
Already immediate value here. GFP we talked about ShamWow on this Camille, but it also applies to the Xin Zhao. He can go in, Galio can follow, and it definitely makes what is a little unfortunate about Xin Zhao at times that much better when he can get very easy and consistent follow-up. And we see what that looks like right there. Easy kill for ISU, who are starting to get themselves a bit of an incremental lead, and Dragon number 1.
Yes, sir. Solid early engagement. ISU off to and I never thought I'd be saying this, a good controlled start. They've been they've taken like just I want to say meaningful engagements, planned things out in terms of their waves, and now from this, they've got a pretty healthy lead, good early objectives, and now with that, they can't even actually take this Rift Herald because Klein Jungle gets spidered out, so they know their intentions, but the roam up for Ever and RL might help them out.
Right? We got a lot of people in the top side actually. So Chippy's he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there you go. Hexic Ultimator not going to land the knockup here. Become a 2v2. In between, they make that a 3v2. Chippy gets a crit on him, but he's just so tanky.
Here.
There's the reversal. That crescent sweep between GFP. Igniter on top of him as well. Stays alive. And nobody dies. They just trade cooldown. Psych. It was a fake.
Man, that was such an interesting interaction. That Crescent Guard made it so the pulverize from Evan Arhel, I think, hit everybody, which is kind of insane. Speaking of, Azog, wait, was that one from the ult? Oh my god, yeah, he hit him across the map with the ulti. That was a big play coming through from Azog. Is going to give him a bit of actually allow him to catch up in gold. And, oh wow, we're just fighting all over. This is the ISU we know.
Yes, sir, there we go. Now, Oscar has not left top lane yet. There's the knockup. I did not know why Kai Jungle thought he could take that.
Well, doesn't matter why he thought that. It's just showing that it did not work. That's just more kills he ends up giving away. He is ahead in farm compared to GFP, which is some saving grace. But overall, the gold lead isn't really that substantial. We're looking at 300. If you look at Disconnector, still a strong lead because he's 2-0 at the moment here. And same thing top lane. Like everything, for the most part, going ISU's way. And they're just going to continue going forward with this one. We're actually going to get a replay too. Oh, it's just going to be of the rocket.
Nice. Let's see this tracking. Never mind.
It's a good read, though.
Yeah, it's
Bye.
a good read still. Yeah. Well done. That's just the product of good vision. And there we go. Judozer, because of which gets 2 out of this.
Yeah. Evan RL probably shouldn't have been there with the low HP bar, but maybe there wasn't really an option for him. So it's a little bit unlucky. ISU, though, I like it. Nausicaa still on the move, making plays, being impactful everywhere, even though no kill comes through. Spirex doesn't have the flash anymore. So now has to be a little more careful in the coming minutes because that Rakan ulti, the quickness, is going to be back up very soon.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of things be back up as well. Here's Entrance. Another massive tool.
True.
That's up right now for Judozer. And we've seen the crossback plays we'll try to go for.
Wow.
Things should be more interesting. And ISU suddenly has a 4th or 5th person immediately at an engagement they make. Which, by the way, I am firstly taking notes as to how Judozer is playing the wave, because I'm like, up against the block, I usually struggle. But he's actually doing really well. So, and he's also going for what I think is Everfrost. So I'm like, all right, people notes.
I mean, it is nice that you can consistently lock people down. It's just about the hard engage here. When you think about like Ezreal, how much damage he's going to do later on, Xin, Camille, there's a lot of burst to come with that CC going through. So why bother even building for the sustain? Just build as much damage as you can. Galio's still going to be somewhat tanky naturally. It's still a good look, I think.
Yeah, things work out pretty fine, right? Considering between the two of them, right? And especially with the Predator, you should be okay. And although with the more MR you get, you do get a larger magic resistance shield. But that being built into his passive still doesn't mean that he should be fine. He's a big boy for a reason. Speaking of big boys, Chippy's trying to set up the wave for a potential dive with Kai in jungle beside of him. But fortunately not, gets caught out. And Dudo's couldn't stop his back either. So sad times all around. Nonetheless, the ISU maintaining control of the pace of the game.
And it feels like Maryville they're all they're doing really is trying to answer things that ISU have been doing so far. Not a whole lot of proactivity available to them kind of at this point, and they just can't seem to find any openings aside from the one kill that they managed to pick up very early on into GFP. Besides that, nothing really going for them. ISU reading the plays really well and usually just neutralizing them or ending up turning them.
Which is huge from them, which, speaking of plays being neutralized so far, good chompers neutralized that one for Dudozer. Will at least Evan or Ala to stay alive. But from here, though, the Dragon is still going for ISU.
It's going to be the second Dragon pretty early on, too. You could trade for the Rift Herald. Kind Jungle might go for the invade, dive top. There's a couple of options, but it's nice for ISU that they continue to just stack these dragons. They can get a decently early Dragon Soul as well. And depending on what it is, it might be highly, highly desired.
Yeah, so especially for them, there we go. But there's a Hero's Entrance as well. You just dissuade the gang top side. But now the question comes up for Rift Herald as to whether or not either of them decide to take this. Because previously, Kai and Jungle was denied, but they have to know this is going on. They want to fight against this beatdown.
I don't think they're going to get the opportunity, though.
They get the knockup immediately onto what the big shot. The quickness comes out. As Shippies is gone, though, the Supermaker Death Rocket will likely kill Shab, while Evan RL will get the kill with the Ignite as he also falls. Trades 2 for 1 right now.
Oh, they're
for
going
ISU. Going back in. GFP want to go right on to Azog, but Kind Jungle will die instead. Although Azog limps away with the jungler being down, that means ISU gets the Rift Herald. What a nice engage from them.
Yeah, not the kind of fight that you want to be taking here. The ISU rotate their bot lane early on, and they're basically ready to fight it out. When you can't walk into ISU's comp when there's fog. Face checking it is so dangerous, especially at this point for the Rift Herald, when there aren't even any place for you to get for yourself. That's going to cost them dearly, as now they're down 2,000 gold. You can see bounty starting to form across ISU and leads and just pretty much all of the right places, especially Disconnector really starting to get up there in goal and getting closer to that big spike we keep talking about, because at that point it's going to be really difficult for Azog to catch up and actually be able to do anything, because we're getting a taste of how difficult this game to play is if you are an 80 carry versus ISU's composition. So much all in, so difficult for you to just right click. That's all 80s ever want to do.
It's crazy. A request so simple, but a task so hard. I never thought that 80 carries would live in such a tumultuous existence with the League of Legends, but they have known that for a while, that you're not allowed to play the game for an 80 carry, especially if you have no survivability. Although things like Shield Boy have helped them, but end of the day, man, if you're squishy and you don't have tools to get away, you will die. That is the law of the land of Summoner's Rift. Sucks.
It really does. It is a really unfortunate rule, but nothing can be done about it here, especially for Azog, besides just supreme team fight positioning here. And at this point, we're just back to that wall state that we continue to see here so far ever since that 8-9 minute mark, where ISU, they're in control of the pace. They're the ones deciding what gets done when it gets done. MU, they're just hoping they can actually manage to get their turn in. But so far, ISU have been denying them at every point.
Considering we're continuing forward with the lane swap here across all these lanes, I imagine ISU wants to fight for the second Rift Herald as well, which should come up in the next 2 minutes for them. Bot lane switch, we're talking about Chippies up against Sham. Wow, this Camille, although does okay up against Tom Kent, right? TK is very, very tanky, and he will begin to outtrade Camille if she doesn't build like any sort of AP resist, surprisingly. But On the back end, Bulldozer just died.
He did. We missed what happened, but it is a nice pick off. Something Maryville can at least grab for themselves here, because they really do need something, and probably a little bit more, especially because even though Chippies will be able to outtrade later, at the moment, he is in a little danger.
Just a little bit, but considering the shield is not going to help him, Nausicaa will end up getting one. And with that, they'll also all converge on the bot tower as well. But Spirax is really, really low. I don't know if they know this yet. They likely don't. Two-shot barrage is not up yet either, so they cannot punish him for that.
Nope, probably took a bunch of tower shots just to ensure that he could take down that turret, at least get something, some extra bit of gold for MU. But it's just paltry to what ISU continue to take for themselves here. They're taking turrets, they're taking jungle camps. Kind is just trying to grab some semblance of CS for himself because his jungle is off limits. You see the dot on the map, but every jungler knows you walk in, it's empty, and there's that pit of sadness in your chest where it's like, man, they took everything.
Bro, you know it's like when you come home for thinking there's pizza at home and find the box there, but it's an empty box?
Yes, exactly.
God. Who does that? What horrible
Bad
person. Just absolutely. I've personally experienced the pain of empty pizza box in the fridge, and I don't think I've ever recovered from such. In the fridge, but in the fridge.
The hell? Like outside is one thing, but
That's what I'm saying, you know?
that's crazy.
It gives you just an extra layer of hope that should not be there. Like the dot, even with the vision, you see the ward right outside of jungle capture. Thinking, yo, it's right there. It's waiting for me. It's calling to me. No, psych, it's dead. Suck. Yeah, actually, Azog thought too that he's gonna live longer than 3 seconds. No, sir, you thought. But Shelly should be able to get another free charge onto a inhibitor tower too, cracking open the base of Maryville at 18 minutes. Illinois State University playing this one very well.
Cubby said during the semifinals that ISU have a chance here to kind of flip the narrative, change it before it really gets set in stone going to next year about who is the better team. And I mean, this is not a bad way to start that off, Illinois State. They are in control of this game. Drew Dozer probably not in control of his life, but overall, I think very positive. You got Ocean Soul Point for ISU, one dragon away from a very, very powerful buff.
And you mentioned previously as well that that's sort of the win con that they currently have set up for themselves on the side of ISU that can lead them to snowball just this entire game. In terms of the neutral game objective they've been playing so far, has been absolutely excellent. Patrol they've had almost the entire top side, making sure that they can punish and consistently force out Azog and Evan RL, putting them in very comfortable situations and playing around being stuck in this mid lane, right? And forcing out the lane swap so early on means that as of right now, ISU can kind of just run the map the way they want, and MU just has to wait to see if they can do anything about it.
Might be able to do something now, but oh god, there's so much follow-up.
Yep, there we go. There's a follow-up onto two. Jujos are there as well. And now GFP is fighting through people by himself there on the backside. He's managing to live, but Azog is untouched as he keeps going forward. Kind Jungle is dead. Azog has to run away. Those choppers are flashed over. There's the taunt, followed by another. You thought he juked them, but no, sir. Only so far you can run. ISU, complete dominance in this game, and they could just take the Baron here or just try to push waves.
And just the insane counterplay that comes in from ISU. Like, that is a play Maryville are setting up for. A dive they could potentially get done here, but it doesn't actually work out for them. They end up losing out because of things like the hero's entrance and like the TPs. Just the insane team fight coming through from a team that's already so far ahead. And now they're about to get even further ahead as they pick up Baron number 1 at 21 minutes. That mid inhib already being exposed. Mid always being so far pushed in. ISU are one fight away from a very fast game 1.
It would be very, very impressive to see that, considering what we saw yesterday from them, right? Things were Definitely a little bit back and forth, I could say. Bizarre even. But today, they've looked like a much better, much more controlled team. And Kind Jungle actually thought he could get a single jungle buff, bro.
Yeah.
Imagining as a jungler, you're allowed to farm.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate now. Nausicaa, I was gonna say in trouble, but he's not. Everything's fine. Not a whole lot of punish available, and at this point, like you just gotta try and take advantage of some of these key tools being down. No teleports mid and bot, no heroes entrance. You might be able to overload and make a play somewhere. This could be sort of the idea here, as they have three, no, actually all five in this bottom side river, but they can't actually get onto Drew Dozer.
Yeah, because actually this is really nice for them, considering ShamWow is just split pushing top with GFP mirroring him. So MU have to decide on a couple different things. They know they're fighting what is essentially a 5v3 right there in the mid lane. So they can either decide to take an engagement or they have to respond to ShamWow. But instead, they'll be able to do neither. They bleed out across the entire map. And now as they're pushing into the base, no one is dead as of yet, but the inhibitor is definitely going to be there. Dragon is up into the minute and 10 seconds. ISU have complete control over that. That means Ocean Soul should handily be theirs. Let's try to end here.
I don't think so, unless Maryville take a really unfortunate, unwanted fight. I think they're just going to be able to walk away here on the side of ISU. Get very easy recalls despite Spearaxe's best attempts. And that's right. It's as you say, 2 inhibs down. You're going to have supers coming through shortly mid and top. And with the waves already pushed so far in as it is, you could just happily walk, clear any vision that's already there, set up for this dragon. It should be an easy Ocean Soul, as you said, Ravi, unless Kind Jungle or Azog get some kind of miracle steal. I mean, Evan RL, he's doing his best too, knowing they're on reset, hoping, okay, let me at least get some extra vision down, maybe something they'll miss, maybe it'll take them extra time to clear it out before they start this dragon, just to buy some time so that Maryville can contest this very important soul.
Maryville know they have to take this, but
Oh,
the
this is
setup
good.
they find one, they get you. Those actually pretty nice. He has no flash, no TP up either,
Oh,
but he
he's still
stays alive
alive.
longer for the convert. There's the hero's entrance. Knock up onto Evan Arla, roots him too. On the back of Kind Jungle is gone. Now what's what they're going to do as well? Azog, far away from the backside, manages to stay alive.
Azog?
Destructs there as well. Evan
He's
Arla
autoing.
barely
He's
does not manage to get
excited.
away, but he is excited. He wants to go in. ShamWow has to run away to his doesn't get a knock up on him either, but they don't root him. Flash and Chippies trying to get one. The stun, Hexic Ultimatum will use that as the escape. Maryville get a beautifully set up fight, managing to save the Ocean Soul. How much longer? Ooh! Dodges it on the rocket.
Oh,
He's
this is
going
power.
to die. Pops the shield. There's the shutdown onto Nausicaa.
Wow.
A ShamWow looking for more. Up against Spec. This could be a really tough fight. But both of them managed to stay alive.
Wow. Oh my God. He's actually going to go for it. And oh wow, they're not done. He's going to get it with the tactical sweep, but this is a big deal for Maryville, or was a big deal for Maryville, but it took too long, Ravi, because look what's happening now. Disconnector's back on the map. He is finishing the Ocean Soul on his own. Kind Jungle has to just walk away, tail between his legs, as ISU get one of the best neutral buffs this game has to offer, and pretty much seals the deal here at this 25-minute mark. Chippy's 6-1. We saw the power that he has in these skirmishes. The only thing MU have to actually play with here is this 2.5 item jinx. We saw Azog go big in that last fight, and if MU can try and potentially catch people out, maybe like Drew Dozer, or just make it so ISU don't get the fight that they want to with a lot of their key cooldowns, Azog can still potentially pull Maryville into a win here, but it's going to be hard. Look at that Ezreal.
Yes, sir. As we were talking about, suddenly one mystic shot. Where'd half of my health go? Is what Disconnector is wondering as he gets popped. So extremely quickly, but the fact to use it on the back edge, GP up on our Azog, now with both ADCs down, it's up to the junglers, the top laners of ISU to take them all down, and it only needs to be GFP, the gluten-free panda, will put celiac disease into the hearts of Maryville as he gets a triple kill and the Nexus.
And man, what a clean game here from ISU. Not scrappy under any circumstances, just one-sided, more or less from start to finish here. Maryville definitely got some shots in, but it was ISU through and through, taking it here in game one and are now one game away from flipping that narrative, winning the grand finals here at the MEC preseason.
Yes, sir. With a dominant game like that, I expect to see something more. But yeah, for the side of Maryville, it just seemed as though all they could do was react. So perhaps we'll get a bit more proactive game on both ends. Perhaps we'll have to wait and see. For now, we'll cut too short. But when we come back, we'll have our possible final game of the night. And ISU, in what can only be described as a controlled, dominant, and yet also endearing game one with his final series up against Maryville. Beatdown Boulevard, I think you and I are in shock and awe, but we're excited for what's to come in this game too.
I'm excited too because Maryville are switching sides now. They're going to be on the blue side here in game two, and I want to see how they're going to switch things up maybe in the draft. Definitely going to have to deny things like that Camille Gallio. We're reminded once again why that is such a deadly combination seen even at the highest levels of play when available. So it's something you probably can't allow that team to have considering how that last game went. When you have that much global pressure, that much follow-up to a lot of the CC and damage you have, it is really hard once you start falling behind to actually deal with that snowball, which ISU built beautifully, by the way. Great play coming through from them start to finish. So even if that combo is denied to them, I'm sure they have something in store for us.
The gold was on all the right people, and the way they set that up throughout the entire game is really how they took control of it. And I think off the back of the path that they had, from the back they had from GFP, in terms of neutral control, they played that bot lane, especially just making sure that they were not caught out by the likes of Azog and Evan RL, right? Because that could have turned into a very slow ball lane up against Jinx, who's fed. Things go very horribly, a la the second last team fight where they were caught in a choke. Things would be very, very bad. But no, they played really well. Shamboy as well, holding his own top lane, making himself another pressure point for ISU to play off of. So definitely, I'm looking for picks like that just to make sure that ISU have multiple ways to consistently push forward in the game.
Absolutely. And in Maryville, what are they going to change up is still like the big question on my mind too. Is it going to be from their side of the map? Maybe if they are going to go with a tankier top laner, it could be something a little more suited to, or I guess that might be a little bit have an easier time, more traditional in terms of the front to back team fighting sense. Things like Malphite, things like the Scion, something along those lines, maybe something we'll see from them this time around. Or maybe if the Camille is available to them, since now they're on the blue side, it's something they could prioritize, much like ISU did in game one.
I think it all just really remains to be seen as to what decide to go for. Like you're mentioning, Camille, be very, very nice, right? And one thing I imagine, actually, considering the lineup of Maryville, a champion that was locked up previously, which I imagine and I hope we'll see in game two, is Lee Sin. It wasn't banned away. I was just expecting to see it come through, but I guess not. But I believe all of our transgressions should be answered as we're getting word that game two is on the way with our draft ready and set up. So let's see what's happening. Let's see what gets banned away by Maryville. I will hold my breath because I know our producer will also likely mess with us with the picks that are flashed.
Yeah, not trusting anything until we get into the lock-in screen. I think for the most part, we're going to see a lot of the same stuff focused on in terms of bans here in the first phase. I'm interested to see if the TF will also still be banned away by ISU. Most likely, I think they have no reason to change that up, and we're going to see that one come through. So unless they ban the Camille, could still be something Maryville look to grab for themselves, something Chippy's plays a lot, something he's had a lot of great performances on. And I think that would kind of be a good start for them trying to bounce back here in game two.
Huge stuff, but for now, the bans still stay pretty consistent. What we saw in game number one, where the Lulu from Maryville was in the first of the bans, and of course, the TF pointed towards Spirit X. I imagine we'll see the same sort of limiting of options for Spirit X yet again. Because previously, they also took away his Syndra as well. And the quirky response over to Drew Dozer is one that I am shocked that it didn't come in earlier, for both these teams. But now, as we see them pop off more and more teams realize, we just can't let them have it. But instead, it'll be the change of the LeBlanc ban for ISU.
So I think that's still a pretty good takeaway, just because I think Spirax played fine. No matter how we or anyone thinks about the Conqueror grab, I still think it was pretty solid from him. Different draft, maybe a slightly different look in how you organize your team here in game two. Maybe Spirax actually ends up going huge and just ends up carrying the game. So maybe it's something they just want to get rid of just from the jump, or maybe because ISU are just looking to grab Galio as soon as they can, because the Camille Galio, unless the Camille Galio looks like it's available here, but I can't imagine they'll actually grab it.
Yeah, because Yumi banned away from by MU, that means that no MF Yumi potential for ISU. So for now, we'll try to just hold our breath as we see what ISU does take away, and it'll be the Lucian ban. So focus more towards the bot side this time, and
Makes
rightfully so, I imagine. And there we go. There's the first pick, Camille, for Chippies. These, so top side suddenly can become a little more interesting. And ShamWow, like you were mentioning, there was a potential for the Fiora last game, and that still exists here.
Yeah, especially because ShamWow is someone I've definitely seen play the Fiora in recent memory. So it could be a possible answer if he wants to go that route. Gwen is also fine as well. A champ that, as you get later on into the game, not as great early into Camille, but in a bit of a similar manner to Jax. You start to outscale in the side lane later. I'm talking like 2-3 items. Is extremely difficult to duel. In fact, we saw a bit of an example of that yesterday as well in some of the quarterfinal matches that you and I were casting. So I think that pick is fine. I think Jinx would probably be fine as well here too. We already talked about how Disconnector, Azog, the kind of AD carries we usually see on the big carry picks, the big point pans. We went through this. Zaya, Jinx, Aphelios. By the way, Aphelios is still available.
Which,
saying, Maryville.
there's that Lee Sin that I was speaking about previously. Is going to wait for the lock-in on that, because I know how our producer Hyper likes to just play with our hearts and our minds so very often. But yep, there we go. Lee Sin was left up last game in Kind Jungle. I find hasn't played a ton of Lee Sin over throughout his career, but still very, very confident on the pick as his GFP. And no, you know what? I'm going to hold off. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds because he could be playing off of what we're saying. But yeah, the Aphelios could be our response into the Jinx as well. So that locks down some really strong power picks and what is a pretty phenomenal team fighting composition for Maryville.
So far, yeah, really solid on that end. The Poppy would certainly be interesting. I really like Poppy Jungle at the moment here too. And since we're seeing the Gwen, it's pretty much the best place for her to be going. Like, your clear early is surprisingly good. I see a lot of movement here with Camille, with Lee Sin, so that steadfast presence is going to be very big in these team fights when you are trying to essentially be that front line while also keeping your AD carry and Disconnector safe.
Speaking of which, so like you Disconnector safe, though, I think one more way to do that is making sure that there's no sort of just high damage AP mage that can just burst him down. So like Syndra and Yone being taken away on both ends. So I'd be interested to see if they actually just end up defaulting towards something like an Orianna, right? Which is just a pretty safe pick. Yeah, we'd perfectly fine. The Aurelia taken off the board by ISU. So this Gwen, as of right now, I think could also still very much be a flex pick. Going mid for Dozer.
Good.
Because I think I've seen him play once before. And we know so famously Bradley is a player who's who's absolutely smurfed on this pick. But there's the Orianna. So I think we should go back to the basics in terms of ISU.
Yeah, I think that's a solid pick. It's really good for team fighting. Still does good damage later on. And it does, you take away a mage option for Spear Axe, and then you also take one for yourself with that Ori pick. Plus, leaving the Ori up, I think Ori Lee Sin is honestly a really strong mid jungle, and it does dissuade a lot of other mid lane picks as well. Things like the Rise would no longer be an option for you, so they just end up grabbing it for themselves. The Zoe is definitely a nice one, just because you do have a good amount of range. You are going to get pushed in the earlier parts of the game, and this can be really hard for Ori to play into. So Kind Jungle will have a good amount of options to kind of play for in terms of a... not only where he can gank, but also with that priority in mid, you're going to have Spear Axe able to move around the map and kind of help him out here. The Galio blind support is definitely interesting. I mean, honestly, it's probably just because Galio is up. I don't think Galio support is exactly great, especially with something like the Aphelios. It's not the best pairing, but once we get out of lane, Ravi, it doesn't matter anymore. Camille Galio, this time Maryville have it.
Yes, sir. The change up here, and I'm kind of surprised that I actually didn't necessarily ban it to just deny it away from them, right? But okay, I believe that might have been just a small little misclick, right? That is the Rakan coming in. Aphelios Rakan Much
That's
better,
good.
I
Yeah.
find, right? Because especially more than likely you're leaving Athele's weak side. Nope, never mind. We apologize for
That's
baiting
the
you
Galio.
all. It is indeed the Galio. So, yeah, Galio will be, like you were mentioning, okay with the Galio. So, like, you have about 2 solid tools you can use to try to engage. But up against the Jinx, right? We just mentioned before, a mobile AD carry, if you're able to get in range, and that can be really solid in terms of CC lockdown alongside the Gravitum with Aphelios. But it remains to be seen as what kind of setups and how they play the lane on the side of MU.
There we go. That's actually what everybody is going to be playing and in what position here. So, like you're saying, Ravi, and like we've been talking about the last minute or so, the team fight is still really good for MU, and the all-in is really good this time around for them here. And it feels like a bit of a role reversal here. Where on the blue side, you have the Camille Galio, on the red side, you have the mobile AD carry in the Jinx, and how there are so many things that want to kill this Jinx. And that is at least the nice part about this Poppy and where its role in these team fights and in and out of the jungle. So it will offer some semblance of peel for this Jinx with that steadfast presence.
One thing we should also raise up is that for ISU as of right now, right? I'm looking at just reliable engage on their end, which I'm not seeing a ton of personally. Right? Although we can look at Braum, right, which would be quite nice. Get your Fissure, it can definitely use to follow or I would say disengage or unfollow from whatever comes their way. But realistically, if we're looking at just reliable engage that we saw out of them in the previous game, I'm just not seeing it. So I'll be curious to see as to how Drew Dozer, what kind of ball delivery system he personally has besides the Poppy to allow his team to get into the fight.
Yeah, I think Poppy can serve that purpose decently well, depending, especially, it does depend on the item build you go, whether or not it's the Divine Sunder or the more tanky build that Poppy's usually used to build before that one came around. But I think that is a solid enough ball delivery system. And if you can get in, use the Keeper's Verdict to actually knock some people away during key team fights, I think you can find yourselves in a pretty solid spot here. As long as you don't knock away Galio before he used the ult, because he's just going to come right back. I think there is a lot of value to be found here from GFP, who is actually playing quite well today.
Yes, sir. Exactly like you're mentioning. GFP has definitely had some strong performances in this game. So we'll see if he continue on that trend with Maryville, bring it back and take us to game 3 for the potential final game with the MEC weekend to ISU and MU. Lead down. This looks to be a bit of a early invade from ISU. They find Spear and with the Braum. I find it makes sense. You kind of are entitled to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Galio is okay during the level 1, but definitely not as good as other supports earlier on. And Braum has the best level 1 kind of full stop in that role. So it's really easy for them to set up a good amount of vision. Drew's actually not going to let Spirax go for the recall there. Don't really...
Disagree. Blitzcrank, best level 1.
Really?
I think so. If we're setting up for
Really?
bait picks, I like it. I know Braum's passive is cool, but
That's what I mean. What if you miss the hook? Then what?
just don't miss. What?
Oh my bad. I forgot about that. The very obvious answer to any of your league problems, guys. Just don't miss. If it were Ravish, he would simply land the rocket grab.
Of course, if it were me, I would land every single skill shot within the game, and then when I was done, I would also take your girlfriend on the way home. That it's
Whoa,
just...
am I casting with Ravi? What's going on?
I cannot be Robert Bobbert, but what I can be is a play-by-play for now is Azog gets stripped down to just about half. Ignite user response at Nazca, but they should both be perfectly fine. Kind Jungle looking for a cheeky level 2 or just defend his bot laners.
Yeah, and you did know he was on that side of the... Oh.
Yep, Exhaustions right away. There we go. Dissector should really get the stun, but first blood going over to Evan RL. What a start, as he is now in the ADC position.
Really nice level 2 play from Kind Jungle to be able to just come out on top there in that one. And You get an early kill onto your Felios. Things could not get better. You already have the longsword 3-pot start too, so he's going to get a really fast build. Wow, Kind Jungle is just everywhere. He's done one camp.
Yeah, bro. He doesn't care. He wants to farm champions, Nate. What do you mean? Of course.
That's what CS stands for, truly. Champion score.
Yes, sir. Why? Honestly, farming champions is simply just the most superior method of jungling. You should just be a second laner for all of your laners that you were present with in solo queue. Which, by the way, I have an update on the overall Jarvan saga that we're going through with Pater. He says Jarvan is a bait champion. His R is bad and he falls off. All right, I can see it.
Fair enough. There you have it.
Mm-hmm. So for all of you playing Jarvan right now in your compositions, you're all dumb and bad. Simple as that.
You heard it here first, everybody.
Yes, sir. Statement stands. He top a bubble used aimlessly against GMP. Chunks him down to half health. He has C-pot, and he's at half health.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the bubble lets you do double damage, so it's pretty nice.
Zoe's a cool champion.
Yeah, she's great. She's really fun. Hey, at least she didn't get redemption at level 3. Okay, so let's count our blessings.
Yo, you know what? You're actually kind of right. Yeah, I'm glad she didn't get like a Luden's prot. If anything, at level 3, just might have been able to solo kill. Gets to the ShamWow. Did a good job of playing a little more weak side in the lane. You know, let the wave push up into him. Lucky to do so until he gets about half an item. But trading up against Camille early on, especially with Ignite on chippies, is something you do not want to try to attempt. But Kind Jungle, you want to change that as he passes towards topside.
Yeah, and I like the swap of jungle camps here. Kind Jungle farming a bit of GFB side, GFB doing the reverse. As it's still Kind Jungle, though, who's finding a lot more of these gank angles here. With Spirax moving up, man, ShamWow's W game better be hot because he might die.
Yeah, so like you said, Gwen is currently immune, though, but with 3 of the trading tower shots back and forth, they go Spirax now has it.
Wow.
And they did. That was a really well-coordinated drive in between the 3 of them. GFP looking for a spot, but cannot find it.
No, good vision means that GFP is just going to get sought or found out immediately. FNRL Azog very easily able to avoid the response play. Even though he is here, the wave's not big enough. Surely they're not actually going to dive. I think they're just going to back up.
Yeah, GFP, like you said, was found out far too early on, and although the wave was kind of set up for a potential dive, GFP staying for a long time with blue and purple. FNRL, his wave cleaner does go kind of snutty, and GFP kind of is a little bit stuck in diminishing returns at this point.
At this point, everything is just kind of relaxed now. I think that's Spirax pinging, saying he maybe wants help on this next wave. Not 100% sure there, but we could see a play come in the mid lane. Kind Jungle currently farming the Gromp, but then he'll have some time on the map, Robbie. Be able to, once again, be able to set up some plays. I see pings coming through, so maybe this is it.
We do know how Kind Jungle loves time on the map and how he's able to take advantage of every single second of it. That's half of where he spent the entire early game of the 3 minutes. For now, though, Spots Drew Dozer, right? Blue Drew Dozer probably set this one out, considering how Spirax was matching where Kind Jungle was coming out from. But does it take the blast cone? ShamWow spots this, yet calls out. Spirax is rooming, and GFP in response will stay bot side and take the first drag.
That could be good for ISU. Again, they could stack towards the Ocean Soul, a win con that got them, was a part of why they came through so strongly in that first game earlier in the series. So being able to get the first one immediately is nice. The attack speed really doing GFP dirty from that Cloud Drake, but that aside, I think it is a good play. And it's good of ShamWow to be able to get this read and just avoid the gank altogether. Just walk back and farm the rest of this wave. But what he doesn't know is Kind Jungle is still in the area, and what they don't really know is that Nausicaa is also here now. So, this is actually not a bad read from Nausicaa, ISU support.
Good roam. We saw Nausicaa the previous game, spending a lot of time topside. Matching ShamWow, making sure he got ahead of the Camille. Shutting it down, good knockback, force the flash from Azog. as both supports roaming towards top and mid.
Yeah, and worth noting too, Judozer, no teleport. So a lot of this pressure mid is definitely harder on him versus Spirax because, and I mean, when you're playing into like Galio, into Zoe and Camille, the cleanse honestly is super important. One bubble, one bit of CC would basically end your life. So he just ends up prioritizing that. But it also means Zoe gets a cleanse, of course, whenever you use it. She's very cool. But at this point, it does mean that Judozer does have to be pretty careful in this mid lane, especially when his flash is not available to him.
You can see he's been playing decently far up, but a flash on his side, right? I think he's really just depending on the vision that he set up and make sure that Nazca will likely match him if he's a bit too far pushed, just to make sure he stays safe. As GFP finds Azog yet again, he has no flashes, gets the top, but this should be a pretty easy kill for them. Judozer gets one for himself.
Funny thing about taunt, the enemy is still applying concussive blows, so the stun ends up ruining him in the end. He ends up walking away. It is a nice play. ISU not faltering despite the early success so far from Maryville, and again the constant invades from Kind Jungle. It is just back and forth here, and the junglers are still even in farm. Spending all this time on the top side does mean though I want to see more pressure onto ShamWow, but again that pink ward going in big for the top laner of ISU, or I thought it did.
Yeah, the harrowing message is not up here yet, but it was up in, I think, maybe about 6 more seconds. Cooldown early on, very high, and they'll punish that immediately onto ShamWow, like you were mentioning. But Azog now in, wanted to make a play, looking for the taunt, finds 2 immediately. Moonlight Vigilance will also land GFP there yet again to save their bot laners. Doing a fantastic job making sure that Disconnector has all the space in the world.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict is going to keep Evan RL from auto-attacking just a little bit more. But yeah, overall, being able to basically have that play go neutral for you is great for MU's bot lane, because that means Kind Jungle gets that confirmation. Hey, GFP is nowhere nearby. So that's pretty easy herald for him. And I already know where it's going to go. Top side, only 2 plates left. A lot of attention given to Chippies over on that side of the map. You've basically been split mapping the whole time. Means you're going to drop Herald top, allow Chippies to push the wave further, and be able to move across the map sooner.
It's actually a pretty big wave that Disconnector's actually losing out on, considering the super awkward back timer based upon the gank. They had to be forced off the wave so early on, but although they won't necessarily fall behind Evan Arnold so early, you know, it's just like small victories that you can take as an Aphelios, especially above a Jinx, considering both of them just hyper scaling 80 carries that are learning to fit into their big boy pants. They just haven't been able to find the correct belt yet, I'd say.
Not quite, not yet. And I think the biggest thing from that gold toggle we saw just a moment ago is Chippies is actually quite a bit ahead of gold over ShamWow because of all the plays we saw going on earlier. And it is starting to add up here. Like, not a whole lot is there in itemization. Chippies, on the other hand, with a little help from Futures Market, does have that Divine Sunder already. So with the TP up, he could come join this fight we're seeing here.
Yeah, there's the exhaust, the given over. Disconnector gets his first, not bad at all, but now Azog and Kind Jungle want to possibly make a difference. We see GFP, Disconnector running away. Kind looking for one. That's a Sonic Wave because Evan Arnold is also here. Chippies gets Nazca there on the back end. GFP has her blast away here. Make a death drop. It won't do much on it, but Disconnector has no mana. He can't put out any more rockets. He can't do anything else. The collapse from Maryville is huge. They get 3.
And that's before the hero's entrance. Azog only just getting to level 6 at this point and having that ultimate ready to go. It's just a good play from Chippies. I think he TP'd to the minion wave, was able to capitalize on that play. So you get 1 if you're ISU, but MU gets so much more. And really, the only consolation is that ShamWow had some alone time with this wave, but now Evan RL is here, and you got to know Kind Jungle is not too far behind.
And even with the alone time on the wave, Chippies now 3-1 on the Camille, and ShamWow is down like 20 farm at this point. So it's a tough call for himself. And this game plan that we've seen so far from MU, like you were mentioning, just a change of compositions. I think this is just the play between these two teams. Like, whoever has Camille and Galio seems like they'll just win the game. That's it.
Well, so far it does seem that way. Maryville definitely have a strong lead ahead of them there. And ShamWow, although under a lot of pressure, I think we'll be able to walk away from this situation. And ISU do get another dragon for themselves. It is the 12-minute mark, but so that means we're looking at maybe 10 more minutes if they pick up the rest of them on spawn. But Mountain Soul, I think, would alleviate some of the problems ISU are dealing with. You're going to get that shield if you get the soul. The individual dragons will give you some extra resistances too, which I think will be a big deal in trying to survive this all-in from Maryville's side. Of course, this is a lot of ifs and maybes and hopefuls, right? At this point, Maryville certainly are in control of this game.
Wow. Selector trying to overextend a little bit to make sure they get the tower. It's only, 2 or 3 more hits away. They almost had it, but it doesn't do enough damage. And Chippy's is that one crit, taking him to about a quarter of his health. And now with 2 people there from MU, ISU know that this lane is no longer theirs.
Nope. And with the plate still being up and available, that would have been a nice good bit of bonus gold for Disconnector, who is also a little bit behind. But he's not going to be able to get it. It's still not a bad state for this Jinx to be in. He's only a little bit behind. I'm sure we'll have the Mythic on the recall. But right now, I don't know if they should be here, Ravi. I think there's a problem.
Just a little bit. GFP is trying to max him, so is Drew Dozer. It's going to be a nice fight if they manage to get it, but Hextech ultimate immediately. That's not gone and pop. We was mentioning it in mobile 80K. It means you do not get to move. It means you have to stay stationary and die. As is half the team of ISU. Make that almost all of them. Nausicaa, only one left alive as 4 falls so quickly. Maryville University, one fight after another. Keep doing it.
And the lead just gets bigger and bigger here for Maryville. They want to go to the game 3. They want to catch up and try to set the narrative straight here between these 2 teams. Remind them who is the one to come out on top. And man, Maryville, they're making a really convincing argument so far. I got to say, this has been a very, very strong game from them. Now the Camille Galio in their hands is looking so good. And Spirax on the Zoe is also a force to be reckoned with here. As Luden's Echo is already there. I mean, basically, that's Zoe's full power. People are going to die now. It's very scary.
Terrifying. I'm shaking, in fact. Just looking at her. I cannot imagine what she would do if she was in front of me. I might subsequently need to change a pantaloons, my friend.
Yeah, you might have. Maybe Chippy's will too.
I mean, consider.
You know what? Never mind.
No, Chippy is perfectly fine considering just how strong you were mentioning. Bro, this guy's like 6-1. He doesn't have to do anything at all. The slicing from his legs means that the slice and dice on the other end from ShamWow, there's nothing to kind jungle. Nausicaa just dies. I was trying to look for maybe a bit of an outplay. But yeah, they're just wasting time here.
Yeah, I think that's the whole idea there. But not a whole lot of time else is able to be saved here. Disconnector has to walk away from the mid lane as well. I think after what happened top, even being there for that bubble attempt is a little dangerous, but I guess he needs to find whatever gold he can, whatever method of getting back into this game he can. Because at the moment, ISU, they're hurting right now. 6,000 gold difference, 1,000 down on his opponent there in Evan RL. And man, look, this gold lead, a good amount of it is on Chippies. 3,000.
Yeah, yo, my man is 7-0-2.
He's an item up.
That's kind of gross, yeah. On an item up, he's boots up, he's everything up. And like Shamar doesn't have a single. He's technically 2 items up because Shamar hasn't bought Riftmaker yet. Which, like, I know Riftmaker's kind of expensive, but yo, fam, like, it's 16 minutes.
I mean, ShamWow is, or rather, Chippies is definitely very accelerated at this point. I remember even a couple of minutes ago remarking on the completion of the Divine Sunder as it is. ShamWow, though, Kind Jungle has just been putting so much pressure on him in the top lane. He hasn't been able to scale to that point we talked about in the draft, where he can actually have a lot of impact in the side lane, in these team fights. Man, even in these little skirmishes.
Yeah, you can do nothing at all. We were mentioning how at 2 items, Gwen is a monster to deal with, but she's not even allowed to get 1, sadly. This keeps getting put down, but to your point, yeah, Beatdown, you're mentioning that previously in the game, both GFP and Kind Jungle had effectively just split the map horizontally, considering where they're focusing a lot of the resources. And MU is cashing in on all of that pressure as they knock at the base of ISU. There's the Heroes enters, locks down one. Nice shotgun getting down more. They're just going to end the game here. Keeper's verdict gets one away. But from here, that's the inhibitor. Now they're trying to go for more, but they know they have to run away.
But the HP bars aren't exactly very full the moment here for ISU. The question is, though, okay, we are going to see the Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh, no.
That's Super Mega Death Miss, perhaps might be more appropriate.
Super Mega, you thought? I think is the colloquial term. Okay,
I
but
believe so.
the thing I want to talk about, too, is the Herald play is so nice because it prevents the mid-tier one from going down. ISU don't have this play. Now, they have this bot lane pushed in as well that ISU have to currently answer. What does that mean? Maryville walk down to take this dragon. They deny the soul point. And this was such a much-needed alleviation of the pressure ISU's been going through all game long, but it's not available to them. And now, what's this game going to look like in 5 more minutes? I mean, at this rate, it could very well be done here. So ISU not likely going to, or don't have the greatest chances of making it to the 5th dragon if they want to get their dragon soul.
Because consider the control and the pressure that Maryville currently just exert. That means that everything from here on out across the entire map is effectively theirs. They are 8,000 gold up. They are, up about 12 kills. And across items and everything else, it's essentially just theirs. They're 6 turrets to 1. They run the map just as ISU did in the previous game.
Right, just like we saw in the previous game. Disconnector on this Jinx does have the opportunity to be able to pull it back, much like Azog did in the previous game. Can he actually get the team fight he's looking for? It feels like every time they fight, Disconnector can't actually auto-attack freely. He has to watch these long-range skill shots, like the Moonlight Vigil, like the Paddle Star from Zoe. And it's as you say, this entire map belongs to Maryville.
And as does almost the entire jungle on the side of ISU, Judoza gets caught out so quickly. And as he's down, GFP can't save his life anymore. He's going to try to take down the top turret as well. Break open more of ISU's base, and they can't stop them. They're fighting a 4v5. Any engagement they take here will likely be lethal as they look to pressure the inhibitor.
Yeah, they could easily just be the second one they take here. Still got 10 seconds on Drew Dozer. Maryville do have the opening here. Once Spear Axe takes this turret and walks over, will they actually go for it here? Moonlight Vigil is coming out.
Yeah, there we go. Gets a fair bit of damage, but so far, health bars right now are actually very, very full on the side of Maryville. Drew Dozer is back. He gets the Fisher onto 1. Azog gets popped. Maryville overstated a little bit, but remember, Evan RL still alive, still very, very strong. The only Azog gone. ISU have to run away in a 4v5 beatdown.
They do. And they have to watch their second inhibitor fall. They're going for it. GFP could pick this up.
Yeah, you can obviously find one to kick away too, but Chibi's locks him down. He's fighting a 2v1, and in that Spear comes in for the assist. I was a little high at 5 as he tags back in.
And still, no matter what ISU are able to take, Maryville are able to take right back. And despite Disconnector doing his best, not even at that second item, that was a dry Paddle Star, Ravi, and he lost more than half his HP. Disconnector, there's so much going against him in this game here. The gold deficit, the long-range damage, the all-in potential, it's just impossible at this point for him to have the expected impact. And ISU, some serious damage control is going to be needed here. I mean, Maryville, especially Kind Jungle, I think has just been insane the whole game. He's got the highest amount of kill participation, and the dude has just been making plays start to finish.
Listen, literally from level 2.
Yeah.
He was roaming around from bot to mid to top. My man forgot he had to farm. It's crazy part, and imagine it has some sort of effect across the entire way. But now ISU, they know of this Baron, but they also know that they can do effectively nothing to stop it either. Yes, slow down Zoe is sadly immune, but the Paddle Star would not necessarily land. And Spirax just tanks the rockets. A shout out to him. A Baron in their hand, they can now look to push to end.
Man, I think a second later, and the Disconnector actually would have stolen that, but he didn't. It was a valiant attempt, and it's as you say, the game is probably about to end here. All it takes is one fight here. ISU can't afford to lose another inhib as it is, even though one is responding. If MU get what they're looking for, it's going to be game over, game 3 inbound.
Yes, sir. It's one more turret to stand in the way. They're looking to take every single turret across to their base. Wave is quite nice shockwave land.
Big shockwave.
Ooh. Well done, all the extra fish. There you go. Spanish has to run away.
Oh, keeper's verdict.
On one. Chippy's locked down, and so is Kind Jungle. Finding supremely key targets on the side of ISU. Maryville grouped up as 5. Got taken down.
Man, GFP goes big with that keeper's verdict, knocking away the big damage dealer in Evan RL. The Aphelios knocked out of the fight and immediately pulling the trigger there onto the remaining members of MU. You pick up Chippy's shutdown, which was insane. You pick up Kind Jungle's shutdown, which was almost exactly as insane. And you allow yourself to keep this mid-inhib turret, save one of your inhibs as the bottom one also respawns. You actually have a solid shot at picking up this next dragon, but you have to if you're ISU. You need to be able to threaten this 4th dragon in some capacity here if you're going to want to actually try and come back in this game. But recalls are coming through, maybe because Baron buff is still there, maybe because there is a danger they lose this game, they're going to just back off of the dragon instead.
It's not sold yet, right? For Maryville and for ISU, sure, sold point would be quite nice. It would give them an option to threaten it, but considering with the way Maryville are playing, they could easily just take that above them. And one good team fight for Maryville can effectively mean the end of the game for ISU and game 3 for us within this series. Where as you can see forward in between them, we see, Maryville right now, 3 members still having the Baron. So they'll go for the re-up on the push.
And at this point, we're in a similar situation where they're going to go down. They have to all in on the Chippies. They got him.
Yeah, immediately, too. They exert so much pressure on it. Like you said, Chippies, although quite strong, not strong enough to 3v1 yet. Yeah. Now in a 4v5, I actually want to chase this, but they gotta get in that position where they know if they overextend, they will likely just die.
Yeah, they got to be very careful. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land, but unbreakable wall does mean Nausicaa won't really lose any damage or any HP there. It's a nice pick that they get onto Chippies, does allow more breathing room, and basically means this Baron push is effectively over for Maryville. And now all they got to do is basically step by step look forward to the next neutral objective. Baron and the next dragon coming up roughly at the same time, just under a minute apart. So I think Baron is where these teams are going to have their eyes set on, just because of how quickly Maryville are going to be able to set up around it and take it from ISU.
Maryville does a stupid amount of damage with the carries that they currently carry. I should say.
They do.
Evan RL, right? 2 items on him. They're going towards his 3rd. Now with this, he can lock with the LDR2 along with Gale Force, which surprised it was a shield buff personally. He can follow up and being put down a disgusting amount of damage. But as connected to the surprising part, has managed to be this relatively even. And I would say is actually a little bit ahead in terms of Evan RL's gold percentage, considering the kills he's been able to get and the big shutdowns, right?
True.
Just the rubber band mechanic League of Legends allow him to catch up.
Well, not just that, he's up 80 CS as well. And these shockwaves, although that one goes wide, they have been very big from Judos or these last couple of skirmishes. We're going to need to see a few more, though, if ISU want to come back in here, man. The cards are stacked against them. The odds are stacked against them. The bubble is on disconnector. That is dangerous.
Will likely not land. We see Nausicaa make sure he stays safe. Evan RL yet again takes a huge chunk of damage to the face. But look on the other side. There's a hero's entrance right by the mid turret.
Connector still alive?
Fight on 2 different fronts. There we go. This center now likely still not what? How is Max stay alive? But it doesn't necessarily matter because Azar converting on the fight. That likely does matter. They lose both junglers, but still they get both inhibitors.
Yeah, and I think a big thing there is we saw briefly on the screen, ShemWow is really good in this 1v1 now versus Chippies. This is the breakpoint we were talking about in terms of items and ability to duel here. And we're starting to see, kind of like you defined, that rubber band starting to come back in his favor, allowing him to actually manage to do a solid amount into Chippies here. Still, though, you barely hold on as you lose 2 inhibitors on ISU's side, with Baron coming up in 50 seconds here. Nothing short of a 4-man, an ace, is going to get ISU either one of the neutrals that are coming up soon.
Maryville has managed to maintain this almost 8K goal lead up against ISU, but the fact that it hasn't ballooned past this is definitely a testament to do different things. Number one, there aren't many more things for Maryville to take on the map besides ISU's lives.
True.
And 2, ISU have thwarted off 3 different attempts at Maryville trying to take their base. And also stopped the Baron take as well, which is effectively, instead of 5, it's only on 3 people, so it's not as effective. And not allowing Maryville to just split map either. So ISU do a good job of just staying alive, but just barely.
Ooh. See, Nazca, yeah, he'll be fine. Unbreakable Wall is coming out, but like you said, ISU have been thwarting a lot of MU's attempts here. They're not going to be able to thwart the Baron, fortunately, as we kind of expected there. But it does mean that Dragon is the only thing left on the board right now. ShamWow with that bottom lane pushed in is going to recall, has the Cosmic Drive. This is a big deal for the Gwen getting that second item. I mean, we look at Disconnector, he's at 3 items. Drew Dozer not too far from the death cap. A big thing that's also been really helpful. Oh my god!
All right. That's
bad.
what we were looking for. Disconnector's dead, and now they can follow up. Remember, Shamwell is very, very strong. As soon as the hero miss lands, could keep his word, keep them alive. And Asuka, like he's going to die. Chippy's gone so extremely fast. The trading 1-for-1 so far. The carries, but still alive on the side of Maryville. Evan RL just at half health. They can't move in on this, but Dudos are dying. Could be nice. Is the cleanse from there, but Azar. A lot of pressure on him. Sham was so very, very strong. The snip, kick away.
Oh, Spirax is
Both
back.
of them at very, very low health. Evan RL finally gets the pop. There we go. Now Maryville.
Disconnector's back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, wait, there we go. They're actually just so far deep into it. Kai and Jungle was way back in the backline. Oh! The Rocky you thought, bro, was not going to land. But no, this little psych grazes past him. He's asleep. She's not going to get a dive past this. Yep, there we go. Zoe's a fun champion. And in this back and forth and flip-flop, finally, Maryville will take the game over ISU.
And we're going to go to the game 3. ISU definitely fought tooth and nail for the 2-0, but they could not stop Maryville here in this game 2. Neither the Camille Galio, neither Kind Jungle on this Lee Sin.
Okay, so after what I believe was about 5 different attempts to take the base, they got it on the 6th. So, finally successful, right? Being able to take, all it took was getting Baron, the Dragon, Baron again, another Dragon, and then killing Disconnector. That right there was definitely the set off, because as long as he lives, then likely all of Maryville die, because Jinx is just that good. But with this, we make it 1-1. ISU now have to look for a way back. We'll have to see what side they're on, and perhaps we'll see the classic Camille Galio on their ends again. Find out. And here we are yet again, the final game of the final series of the night in the finals of the MEC weekend. I'm Ravish Gravitory getting my Beatdown Boulevard. Beatdown. We're 1-1 with both of these games looking fairly dominant from both these teams.
Yeah, it certainly has been. A couple of things, a couple of common themes, it seems like, for the winning teams is one, blue side. Two, Camille Gallio. Of course, if we want, that is just if we want to be reductionist. I think both teams have been playing very well, even in the games that they lost. And I mean, we just look back at game 2. Again, I want to make sure we're not like overrating Camille Gallio too much, even though it's a great combo. I think a lot of success in that game was because of Kind Jungle, despite the early invade coming through from ISU that doesn't find anything, that does offer a lot of pressure. Kind Jungle, level 2 gank, immediately finds a kill for his AD carry. Transitions to the mid lane and just continues to split the map towards the top side, make it so that ShamWow, he wasn't able to get to that point where Gwen can really fight, really carry until they've already lost multiple inhibitors, multiple dragons, multiple barons. They set ShamWow so far behind, there was no way he'd be able to clean it up.
So what I'm looking to see going into this game, especially this draft, is number 1, I'm looking for Camille Gallio on blue side. 2, I'm looking for a Jinx on red side. And
true, another thing.
And 3, I'm looking for a jungler that can move and fast clear across the entire map. So, or someone who can just cheese gang, like Lee said, which that we find. Or actually, low key, I think a sleeper pick that could come out, which are actually kind of sick, would be the Hecarim for either one of these teams.
That's true. I'm fairly certain Maryville actually played Hecarim earlier today and also ran Predator, which was also very terrifying. I don't like this Predator meta just because it's gonna show up in my solo queue games where or rather 4 or 5 individuals are just gonna sprint towards me at Mach 27, and it's like I never even logged in. Just unplug the keyboard.
Absolutely in your face, yelling, "I'm the Predator, sir." Just don't you run away from me.
yeah, true. That song, damn. I could actually make a video with that song now that I think about it. Damn it. Now I'm gonna do
you
that.
Could. Free content. There you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're right.
From here, though, as we step on into the final draft in between these two teams, ISU as of right now, I expect to see similar bans that we saw previously. I expect to see TF. I expect to see, likely a Jackson again from them, or maybe if they want to change things up, perhaps even a Camille ban would suffice as well.
Yeah, it's probably something we'd probably want to see one on the red side, especially just because so far it's been B1 every series. If you're trying to deny that combo, or at the very least, if you're Maryville, you don't necessarily need to ban those in the first rotation. Stick to what you've been doing so far. And if either Camille is somehow not B1 this time around in game 3, or we get to that second rotation, they're not likely going to pick the Gallio early on. Mm-hmm. So you could just ban it out on 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm. That's true. So going back to the blue side bans they saw previously, it was a little block that we saw last game as well. Just to deny that for Spirit X, right? Which, okay, they go back to the Syndra ban that we have for game number 1. So perhaps they're feeling a little bit more confident in giving over the LeBlanc, perhaps, because maybe the last year wasn't too bad for them at all. Mm-hmm. I would expect to see Maryville ban at least one ADC on their end, or stick to the Yuumi. Actually, okay, so not going to show their cards too early on. I actually don't mind this from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Syndra ban makes a lot of sense too on the blue side, because if you're going to be one Camille again, which is starting to seem like you're going to see, MU could easily just go Syndra Lee Sin, insane mid jungle duo. Like that would just be a really good start off for them. So I think you just want to take it out first rotation. AD carry bans, I doubt it unless we see the Aphelios ban on 3 from Maryville. Besides that, I think there are too many hard carry AD carry options. Like we saw things like even Ezreal come through. Good game from Disconnector in game 1. And there's just too many options. It's not worth banning first rotation.
True. Yeah, you are correct. But ISU will stick towards the same rotation they had for blue bans in game number 1 with TF, Syndra, and the Jax. And I expect Maryville to follow suit. There's the Camille ban. Yeah. So like you were saying, right? It's if they can't get on blue rotation, then at least deny it away from ShamWow. And instead, it will be the least seen pick. So taking that away from Maryville.
I mean, another high priority pick, good jungler at the moment. GFP's played it a bunch and had solid performances, so it makes sense that that would be the next best thing for them here. And I like the Ziggs too, just because I think Ziggs is still really good. I'm pretty sure even since 11-19, he hasn't actually been nerfed, even since the Worlds patch, so he's still in a really good position. Safe bot laner, safe just in general for him, and scales up extremely well. We have a swap too. Once again, Azog and Evan RL, they've been flip-flopping throughout this series, and now Azog is going to be AD carry once more, much like in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, apparently they're swapping back, actually. So Evan RL is the AD carry.
Evan RL is going to stick to being AD carry, but honestly, I don't see why not, considering how well he did the previous game. It was and is his primary role, right? But one ban that didn't come through, I just noticed from Maryville, is Drew Dozer's Corki. The blind Corki coming in with a jinx to match for the Zig. So far, ISU's composition, not bad at all. They also have the best ADC in the game on their side. So things are shaping up, and this is fun. Nausicaa's special, actually, for the Bard.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it's a champ he likes to play. A lot of champ he's had good performances on overall. It's nice into the Braum that we're seeing a lot of this series as a whole. And it's nice, too, because it's interesting that we haven't seen the AD carry actually grabs for ISU. They're just going to pick this guy. Disconnector's probably like, yeah, just pick me whatever. It's fine. Especially because now you do have a bit more of an idea seeing what the rest of the comp looks like on what you want to grab. I see Yone. I think Disconnector might want to go Ezreal, but Maryville also see that. So they're just going to ban it away. Ezreal Bard, a little too good for their liking.
Yeah, to be able to deny there's everything coming out for the side of Maryville, right? So making sure that you are limiting more and more of the options. They do not want ISU to be able to have the option of kiting back, because with the Corki and with the Ezreal, you can chunk their health bars from half a screen away. So with this right now, right, ISU will choose to go a bad way to Leona and the Nautilus, so limited support options. As Maryville, I'm not too sure about this Lux pick. I think this could be possibly Lux support.
I think that's good. I think that's good if they actually go that route. Oh, wow. Okay, Pyke is pretty cool too. I'm a big fan of that. It was I thought it'd be Lux because of the range and like the absurd amount of poke you can have in that bottom lane alone, outranging things like pretty much anything the Bard and any other AD can put up. But Pyke is fine too because it kind of fits in with the all-in. You can use that hook to try and get the pick in lane, out of lane when you go for these roams. There's still a lot of playmaking potential here, and it's very aggressive. So I like it.
Yes, sir. And one thing, though, I find ISU did not want to do is lock themselves into another immobile AD carry position. So they pick up the Vayne a lot and effectively allowing them to have what was the effective counter on both ends. So because Corki used to be an actual counter to the Vayne back in the day when he used to go bot side. But with this now, they have the Ornn top, and so reliable engage. Is that a lock? That was an inch to lock, bro.
Wow. Okay, looking at ISU side, I like the comp because it's just really easy front to back and really easy for them to play. You have so much scaling late game damage with things like Vayne, things like Corki, and a great frontliner in the Ornn. You have a lot of ways to set fights up too if Nausicaa can get these cosmic bindings to land, or even the tempered fate to be able to catch somebody out. They're as good as done and dusted. Interestingly enough, on Maryville's side, which seems to be the red side special somehow, is that again a lack of hard engage. I think Pyke is kind of there. If you want to count Yone because of the fate sealed, fine, but I would disagree. Yeah. You have a lot of damage on this side, assassination potential, but because of that, positioning is going to be very key, especially for kind jungle. We don't see a lot of Evelynn much these days, so we do know that post 6, she is invisible. It is very difficult to see those ganks coming unless you buy pink wards. And unless you're solo queue players, that shouldn't be a problem for the side of ISU.
No, should be fine. We know, especially since Nausicaa will likely be roaming around the entire map, right? Just trying to put down as many pink wards as much as possible in very crucial positions.
Yeah.
I am still eternally happy that they took out the true invisibility from her kit, because
I'm glad they removed that as a whole.
Yeah, which no, that still exists on Shako,
Wait, but if he walks under tower, you can see him.
but only under tower. Or else, otherwise, if he's in the bush beside you and still Q's away, you cannot see him, right?
Oh,
Evelyn,
okay.
Evelyn, at least you can see within a range. So true invisibility still exists on Shako, the worst, most awful champion of the game. I hate him.
That's true. I thought true invisibility was what Akali had after her rework, where the tower wouldn't see her.
I mean,
that was terrible.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it was an awful time. Even when Pantheon, in fact, so fun after his rework to his E, he could also block tower shots, which
Oh yeah, that was
so
man, that was
OP.
good. Anyone remember 2019 Worlds? That was cool.
Cool time. Remember 2016
Or
Worlds?
was it 2020? I don't remember.
I wanted 2019 Worlds was like what the rework was, but that's besides the point here, my friend. We can reminisce later on. What we should do is focus up, because no one here is gonna block any tower shots, because half Maryville can just kind of engage from half the screen away, and ISU wants to engage 5v5 side by side, super close together, and just go into a mosh pit and see what they can find.
Right. I mean, we saw Kind Jungle have a really good game in game 2. I can't wait to see how he's going to be piloting this Evelyn. I think the big thing for ISU, especially GFP, when you're playing the Lee Sin and you see something like an Evelyn, you want wards, bro. You want to track this Evelyn before level 6. Oh, you want to pick this pick? All right, well, get ready. Put your dukes up. I want to scrap from minute 0 to minute 6, because Lee Sin will dumpster Evelyn more often than not. And if you can set her behind, then it will make it harder for Kind Jungle to be the assassin that everyone hates when Evelyn can be.
Kind Jungle's hands are rated E for everybody, and the picture is
Evelyn.
showing 9. Yes, sir. And currently the show is open for all ages, fam. So we'll see who Kind Jungle invites to the show. Because right now, Evelyn's clear is actually decently fast as well, so she can match Lee Sin on that. So the roams from both of them should be pretty even, considering she's also getting a leash to start off. So yeah, this should be just fast clearing across the board, and it's starting on opposite ends of the map too.
Yeah, which is that is the ideal scenario for Kind Jungle. Avoid Lee Sin at all costs, GFP, unless actually we'll have the information, so could alter pathing just a little bit to meet Kind Jungle on the top side for when that scuttle spawns. This nice leash though is going to be really good for Kind Jungle, who already has solid early wave clear once he hits level 2, and it's just looking to most likely clear bottom to top, and then just recall.
Early hook in here from Azog though onto Nausicaa will eventually the trade going towards Disconnector's way. That's like Evan RL took a brunt force of Disconnector's shots right away. I believe he also almost got a full passive up on that. But for now, between Vayne and the Ziggs, both these guys want to scale up as much as possible. These guys just want to chill back and farm. But we know Nausicaa, at a certain point, he'll be gone from the lane, never to be seen again.
Yep, the classic Bard conundrum. And it's only really a conundrum if you're the AD carry. But either way, it's as you say, Nausicaa should be looking to have a lot of impact across the map. I also like the possibility of Azog and Kind Jungle moving around the map together, making plays with invisibility post 6 because of Azog's W, Evelyn's passive. I think there is a lot of playmaking potential here, but this tells me still that Maryville aren't exactly looking for the front to back. They're just looking for just little skirmishes, kind of like this. Wow, okay, bye, Disconnector.
Yeah, he decided to step forward. That's
illegal.
Immediately, absolutely. But to be fair, he did tumble just to try to get the third stack on that passive, and yeah, that's he should a little bit better because they're both level 2, and the satchel is well taken by Evan RL, so solid play from him as he looked for something top likely. But ShamWow, as he goes in there as well. Spear Axe cannot confirm the kill on Drew Dozer.
Yeah, and Spear Axe also should be able to walk away here. Kind Jungle wants to just take the scuttle and basically just walk away. I don't think he has the smite though, so might be spotted out by Nausicaa. Oh yeah, I think GFP just takes it.
Yep, and now Kind Jungle is in a unfortunate conundrum. I get the flash over the wall. There we go. He gets that. Oh, Shamrock Berry does not get. Ooh, GFP with the Warhawk. Solid follow-up. Gets a kill for himself as well.
Really nicely done, Kind Jungle. Without the smite, I guess it wasn't the best decision to try and go for that one. You still get a quick reset, though. To all is certainly not lost, but this is what we were looking for from GFP early on. Try and fight this Evelyn because, well, you heard it. You saw it here first, folks. Evelyn can't fight levels 1 to 4. It is not pretty.
Oh, sir. And especially considering how scary Evelyn gets. No matter how pretty she is, all those hits to the face can't be good for her complexion.
Certainly not. Drudozer also in a little bit of trouble, but I actually think
should be fine considering. Yeah, he should be fine considering Azog actually missed the initial pull, and like you were mentioning, Nausicaa leaving lane in just about 3 minutes, so never to be found again. Trying to make plays of his own across the entire map. We know Nausicaa to be an early roamer nonetheless, but on the Bard, this character is just gonna have to pretty much play solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine the same thing is going through your head when Azog is picking something like the Pike. You can have a lot of impact in lane, like we saw, but you can have impact everywhere else too, and that's why you pick the Ziggs. He's so safe, is able to farm from a distance, is able to keep people off him with that satchel too. So it just works out so beautifully for Evan RL for the moment, who is keeping up in farm while his support is just all over the map. Kind Jungle, although he has been a little bit pressured so far, I think is still in a pretty fine spot. He's ahead in terms of farm compared to GFP, and he's maybe a minute away from that level 6 mark, which is still the big thing we're looking for here. That's when the camouflage comes through, and that's when she becomes a problem.
Yes, sir. That's when things start to get freaky deaky. Because then suddenly you're looking at awkward, or you're looking at very interesting, I should say, gank angles. You can just step into the lane. The lane gank is an understatement for what she's able to lock.
Yeah, she can just be in the lane.
Yes, sir. She could be in front of you right now and you just would not know. For example, Shamwow had to find out, but there we go. Finds the passive onto him, gets the top back, but that is not enough AP scale yet on the Evelyn to pop someone like an Ornn.
Yeah, nice use of the Belling Breath to delay the charm, making it so Chippies can't follow up. Overall, though, Kind Jungle once again is resetting, just finding whatever bit of angles he can to make these plays. And until then, not very much else we're going to see in terms of action on the map. Unsurprising, the GFP will get the dragon, first dragon rather, until Kind Jungle is ready for some of these fights. You're not really looking to contest neutral objectives, but I'm sure he'll be ready once it comes time for that Rift Herald fight, which is going to be there in about a minute's time.
Yes, sir. We've seen ISU take the lion's share of all early game objectives. We saw previously as well, even though they were so far down. Kind Jungle is not the biggest fan of trying to fight for the first 2 Drakes, but GFP might not be much of a fan of this either, as, like you're mentioning, Kind is level 5, and a kill right here could possibly set him over to get his start back. Flash force out from Nausicaa, a lot of damage he put down, but she takes Hector very far up, exerting a fair amount of pressure onto MU.
Yeah, it does cost the flash, but ultimately not able to actually secure the kill onto Nausicaa. And like how GFP's been still exerting that pressure he has over Kind Jungle and this Evelyn, he's been doing a really good job of playing for the fact that Kind Jungle wasn't level 6 yet. He's stealing away camps, forcing Kind Jungle to wait for camps to respawn by looking for some of these plays that are a little awkward. Plus, every time he shows up on the map, you know where he is. You can respond accordingly elsewhere if you so choose to. So finally, we do see the 6 come out. So I am interested to see how these ganks are going to work in his favor.
Yes, sir. You could say that I am excited to see what is going to happen with Kind Jungle.
I can't wait.
Absolutely, sir. But Azog, though, himself has been doing the exact same play I find. He's been in the mid lane up against Drudozer. This is the 4th time now. Just trying to see if he can get a cheeky hook maybe just put it down to a half health. But because of the mid priority, it's currently in ISU's favor. They'll take the Herald.
Yeah, he is a quirky hater. And to be honest, if I had early power, I would be too. Package coming out?
Yeah, won't necessarily make much of a difference. They just cut them off, but ISU just secured that, but even harder now.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's absolutely no question. ISU are going to pick up this Rift Herald. This could be their way back into this one here. For the most part, Disconnector does get pushed on that bottom side. If GFP can find a big kick and get a play onto Evan RL, that could be a way you break first turret, get some extra gold into your vein. You could do it mid if you so choose as well. You got a lot of options.
Sir, the option right now we see that Nausicaa has to take is likely going to be death. Because he get wait, actually that's actually kind of sick stun. Ignite shouldn't kill him, no, but it's gifted over to Kai and Jungle by the end of it. And beat down, this is what we was talking about, exactly what we did not want to see. Kai and Jungle has a kill, and now the infinitesimally scared.
Yep, that's right. And with that, with what I'm gonna guess is the the rocket belt coming through, Kai and Jungle's burst is gonna be very, very high. Now, speaking of burst, GFP, you sure?
Yeah, he's a little bit, I might say, ostentatious on the potential pick, but this character managed to get Kai and Jungle on the back end of all that. Stand out the follow up, Spirit Axe in the middle of the entire fight.
Whoa.
No fate seal, but a big bomb coming out from Evan RL. It's gonna be the difference maker. ISU popped. That's a double kill for Chippies.
And I love the timing, too, from Spirax. He flashes over the wall when his team is ready to go back in, when that exhaust has expired. And it ends up being a beautiful fight coming through from Maryville. Now they are firmly in the lead in this one. Chippies picks up 2 kills. Kind Jungle is still at the 1. But overall, this pressure is so important for the team as a whole.
Taking the price of the Evan RL, considering all he's been able to do bot side as well. Although it is quite nice that Disconnector has managed to get a kill on Kanjo nonetheless, Evan RL getting this free solo XP and these 2 plays for himself.
Big fan.
Yeah, on the Ziggs too, you can just do so much with it. If one more plate goes down there, he can then start to just execute the tower, which that's crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Even with plates up, how he is able to do that. We are going to see, speaking of plates, a play coming through in the mid lane. Herald will be dropped, and plates will go through. I don't think they're going to be able to actually kill Spirax. The Space Shield is coming back, but it is still a nice bit of gold into Drew Dozer's pockets, into GFP's pockets, especially because they got confirmation Kind Jungle was in that bottom lane. At this point, I think ISU are certainly still in this one, still understanding where and when they can be making plays, especially Drew Dozer. And he's been avoiding so much.
Yeah, bro. Azog keeps coming here again and again and again. And Drew Dozer has not gotten touched by him once. So just, straight up, big shout out to him for forwarding off what are effectively 6 different plays. If I'm in a solo queue game, I'm asking the support, like, yo, fam, bro, do you want to just camp here? Considering how often you are. Bro, just go and chill beside Spirit X. Actually, let me go ahead and pay your down payment on what is this land that is now yours.
Yeah, Animal Crossing style. Now Maryville finally taking some control, some real estate, if you will, on this side, on the bottom side of the map. Now Kind Jungle can start to look for these dragons, and it's already starting to show. And at this point too, I mean, Maryville needs to keep up the pace here, because when we think about their comps and how they're going to scale do damage later on, it is really important that they do that. And
yep, there's one bye-bye. Chippy's a shutdown for GFP. We'll be able to afford some gluten-free bread after that one.
Right,
But-
and oh wow, we got more.
Yep, there we go. Kanjo gets the second. Nice. Peace out, Disconnector.
Yeah, and this is good. You want your Evelyn to be snowballing so that she can basically cut through 80 carries like butter. So this is still an ideal scenario. Chippy's not getting a kill, though, is unlucky. Oh, by Nausicaa?
Oh!
Wow.
Jokes, you thought your part was going to save you. The Fate Seal goes through all of that, though, but the turnaround. They give a GFP flash over the wall.
Wow, the Ignite?
GFP lives with a double kill for Spirax, as the Ignite will tick him down.
Wow, and that last caress to get him low enough was really nice from Kai and Jungle. Maryville continuously coming on top in these tiny skirmishes. Nice hit and run is how they want to be playing this game, and they're doing it really well so far. And you talked about the execution of turrets coming through from Evan RL. There was so much bonus gold in the Ziggs pockets. Those Mega Inferno Bombs are going to do so much damage. Spirex? Is he going to do it?
Yo, wait! My man, that was kind of snasty.
Dude, if Shamla wasn't there, it would have been schnastier.
Yo, actually, that's what I'm seeing. Considering how you move back and forth, he's staying alive between all of that. Like you mentioned, Wow, saving that play, but now he'll die because of with GFP. My man always makes a sonic wave into a resonating strike.
Oh,
he's ready
no
to
ulti.
fight. Yo, sir, Kai and Jungle can't wait for this. Do the lockdown every time. Big Bob gonna miss. Evan RL looking for the shutdown. Will manage to get the kill at least. And I'm not sick. I gotta run way too.
And Evan RL is also accelerating here in this game, picking up kills, even more assists. And you can see he's 2,000 up on Disconnector, who's finally getting some alone time in this bottom lane, picking up some CS. Maybe, well, no longer are turret plates available, so he's not getting any of that. But any gold that he can get for himself unabated is so very helpful at the moment here. But Maryville are just continuing to push the pace. They're up 4K, and you can see these leads are developing in very important places. Bottom lane, jungle, especially.
Yes, sir. Now, with these small different leagues, we've seen that ISU have been able to take advantage of that previously, like when they personally had it. But Maryville on their end, pushing their leads, I find, although not necessarily towards the end, was the overall issue, but just finding ways back into the game was where ISU just denied them. And places like that, exactly how ISU just being denied from even walking up into their own jungle is how Maryville just strangled them out of the previous game.
Right, it's just playing through vision, playing with the camouflage that Kind Jungle has to offer here. It's just been doing so much work, and because of that, Drew Dozer doesn't die, but he almost did.
Mobile 80 carries are OP, but now he will die. Considering Kind Jungle still has the last caress of users try to escape, but does not go far enough. GFP yet again will follow that. As he's Spearaxe right now, just trying to split push. ShamWow magic.
And the TP means the turret can't actually be threatened. No bonus gold there for Spearaxe, and that was a nice play from ISU and a little ambitious from Azog and Kind Jungle. He did get the kill in the end, I guess, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but you're just kind of looking at the opportunity cost of what you're getting versus what you're giving up, right? Because sure, it is quite nice that Kind Jungle got the kill, but does him giving away one more kill to GFP necessarily prove detriment to Maryville? Honestly, I think not, because him scaling up is a lot more important, and GFP can only do so much as a Fed Lee Sin.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Not quite the assassin that Kind Jungle is going to be later on. So Maryville do feel that it's worth they agree, and I think you're right about that one. At this point, ISU, fine. To be able to push out this mid wave, they have to commit many members here to make sure they're safe from the small skirmishes that Maryville like to force and are more often than not winning. This grouping up, you can see Maryville, they aren't pushing their luck either at this point. They are setting up some vision, are trying to see if they can find an angle, but besides that,
Yeah, Evan RL's dead. Ooh,
or not.
Yeah, good flash in response. Nice timing. That's that ping diff right there. Just making sure he can get away from that. But yeah, but this is all an effort to make sure they get one of Fate Seal there on the back end. Try to find Dissector. He's chunked down just by half health. Pops the shield bow. This is a very awkward fight for both of these teams, but Spearaxe and Azog just want to follow up, at least kill one person.
Man, and that Call of the Forge God not finding anything is really brutal too. You got to recall, you got to let this one go. ISU aren't going to get this dragon. Wow, they almost got the kill, but ultimately that will be Maryville stacking up towards this dragon soul once more. And that's going to be 2 of 4 picked up right here.
One after another, we see this is to be the point where we saw that Maryville decided to fight at more of the neutrals. All they got the Cloud Drake for free. The second Herald as well will be theirs. The Chippies are splitting bot side. They should be able to get this tower with Azog here, but The GFP and Nausicaa want to try to deny this pop. The shield will going to use the ultimate as well. Should allow them to get away for now.
Yeah, I think once GFP commits to flash, I'm pretty sure they're going to get to walk away from this one. They're close to their turret. Yeah, even though they weren't able to get that bottom tier 2, they did force a lot of members on the chase. It does alleviate pressure elsewhere. And because Spirax did pick up that Rift Herald, he could actually hold on to that and use it next time they end up making a play. Maybe next time they overcommit somewhere and Spirax is on the split. That is a turret he can grab for himself here, maybe even more, and have to force a response. Right now, Maryville getting everything that they want in this game. They're up 5,000 gold, and it's so hard to actually close in on them, especially when your big team fight tools, things like the Tempered Fate, things like the Call of the Forge God, aren't actually yielding results for ISU.
Yeah, because we saw it even in the previous fight, right? Although it was an awkward fight on both ends, you are a team that fights front to back. On ISU, you want the 5v5. You want your Ornn at the front. You want Disconnect at the back. You want to make sure that you're being able to stay alive. And Nausicaa putting out that CC. Speaking of CC, there's the Fate Sealed. Knocked back into one. Big in front of the bomb, but he's under tower. Spirax managed to stay alive, but all that to commit just for Nausicaa. There's the Call of Forge God you were expecting. And the turnaround from ISU, you fight as 5. That means you fight as 1.
And that is big. It's basically ended up being a 4v5. Chippies is pushing on that bottom side basically the entire time. I think Maryville are hoping that they can get in and out with this one, commit things like that last caress, like that Fate Sealed, and hopes you can just get a pick and back off like they have so far. And they technically did do that, but they had to overstay and end up trading. Still, though, like you said before, opportunity cost is the big thing. If they keep up this aggression and are able to continue taking turrets, even if they trade kills, that's still a positive for them because of how much pressure they're continuing to hold on to. And now Spirax still has the Rift Herald. He can still drop that one if he so chooses.
I believe they're looking to exactly that previously with that mid lane play. But Spirax, yet again, far too far off the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Is he, though?
Trade one, maybe, but not on Lysa. Plus, you trade, and now suddenly he got reinforcements. Good taunt. Well, lockdown. Well, good little just lockdown. I should say for Nausicaa. Just make sure they can't follow up, though.
Man, that is unreal. Through the exhaust, ShamWow still ends up dying, and Spirax is just so big right now. I mean, he has 2 items, which is basically full crit for Yone. Means that he is he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot of work right now, and because he has that 60% grievous wounds as well, no amount of sustain is really going to outlast his.
No, sir. And there's the hero play that we were looking for previously. With this, they should be able to crack the base open. Oh! Look at that. Now they use the Bard ultimate to make sure the tower stays alive. And in previous games, I find this Bard could have actually saved a lot of besieging potential from Maryville.
True. I guess not as many opportunities were there for Nausicaa to be able to do it, but it does render that second Rift Herald useless at least, which is a really big deal. But now Maryville have to go on the reset after they've pushed out these waves. Refresh wards for Azog, just so you can start to set up vision on this bottom side of the map here. Spirax is going very deep.
Spirax does not stop fighting. As soon as he sees an opportunity for one, he'll go up against all 4. Only gets the shield bow though, but he wants to try to keep health pods as low as possible for Azog.
Man, this is tough. ISU to try and move into the river and make a play like that costs them a lot of time. Look at the top lane and bottom lane. There are waves that need to be answered very soon, but it's looking like ISU are still going to say sacrificing that golden XP to make sure Maryville can't get to soul point here, so that they have to make that terrible decision come Baron time a few minutes later. So but still, ISU will get to the river first after clearing out that mid wave. So actually, there might be a chance for them to be able to pick up this dragon.
He's looking for a hook in. Mrs. Judo's a little bit off his mark as both of them fight for mid priority. ISU are first to the take, and the divisions that you were mentioning. Maryville, this will be a tough time for them to fight up against it, but meanwhile, they're on the back end. Azog dies. I get a bit too far forward in a 45, not super great. Like you said, Kind is here. Go for the steal. Get the one. They take the dragon. I don't know if they want to follow up on this. Khan goes in, immediate exhaust. And the last caress will get him out. No, it will not. Because the gift from Elysian lands.
Insane from GFP to be able to pull that one. And really important for ISU to get this dragon. Oh my god, Spearaxe, are you serious?
Bro, it's actually on cooldown for him, but this guy goes in again and again. But I don't know what Rick can do. But look at Chippies, though. This guy goes into supremely deep. He knows he's strong. The crit lands. The shutdown on the back end, though. Oh, but the Q doesn't touch this connector.
Oh, but it will.
He will manage to survive. There we go. That one will land. And ISU get the dragon, but at what opportunity cost, Beatdown?
Quite a bigger one than the one we've been talking about the last couple of minutes, Robbie. That's a lot of gold given over once again to Maryville. They deny that soul point, which is big considering it's a mountain soul. Maryville continue on holding on to this lead and increasing it, because this is a comp where when you're split and we're doing little skirmishes, they love that, Robbie. That's where they live. They're like that. But ISU, they need to get out when they make plays like these and end up picking up these dragons. Just walk away. It's not worth it. You're not ready for that yet.
Bro, it just reminds me of, like, let's say,
I know.
just that Bane line, like they were born in the skirmish. They didn't see a team fight until they were a young team.
That's literally, that's literally what MU are saying right now. ISU, they're not ready for this one yet. I mean, being down 8,000 gold really doesn't help, to be fair.
They're like that, fam. They're like that.
They're like that.
They're actually just those guys, bro. But honestly, Spearaxe has been that guy. Because, I know we was talking about how it's an on-site thing for all these. Spearaxe, it's an on-site thing for him right now. Shield ball pop over and over. Kind has to run. Solid temper fake to get Evan RL, but he does not have flash up. I mean, he's going to go bye-bye. So does Chippy. Let's see what more ISU can get. Fairmont low health bar gets one more, and there we go. More shields pop on the side of ISU, though. But Shamwell is just so tanky. You're fighting a 5v5 against ISU. You best not miss him, you.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Baron might be where ISU set their sights on it. I mean, Vayne, Corky, you do this very, very quickly, but these HP bars, it's a little questionable, Ravi. All it takes is one Mega Inferno Bomb and one death from below. Oh, or Kind Jungle.
Yes, sir, he gets two, and yet again, Spearaxe is so in there like swimwear, brother. He is the most uncomfortable piece of thing you've worn below you. That's the ace for Maryville University. That's the Baron.
And again, Maryville keep finding the fights that they're looking for, and it's because of Kind Jungle, the camouflage, making it so that ISU are having such a difficult time tracking this Evelyn. Means that they will continue on to a 10k gold lead. They will continue to take this Baron, and this dragon coming up in 2 minutes is almost guaranteed.
Crazy that after all of that back and forth, and even through ISU finding what was effectively a 4k up against Maryville 2, they're just so far ahead, and it doesn't necessarily matter. And bit down, we're back yet again at that same 7k gold lead that we saw previously for Maryville throughout the entire game. And one thing they're doing right now is they're breaking barriers. They're defying the odds. They're winning on red side.
That's right. And it just feels like when you're at a point like this with a deficit like this, it feels all but guaranteed at this point, barring some significant throws from Maryville. But they've been playing these fights so very well. I mean, team fighting in general is something Maryville for a long time have been very known for, even with different players on this roster. It is the same has always been true. And it's showing here today. Oh, disconnector. That's not okay.
Yep, there's a shield bow, and the last breath, in fact, was taken, but disconnected right there. It just seemed like every single time they popped a shield bow, they could never actually get him. But finally, enough damage was there, and there's what we're talking about for Kind Jungle. Now at a point where he can effectively do oodles and poodles of damage to all the squishies on ISU.
Yeah, pretty soon he's going to get to that point where he doesn't even need the last caress. He's just going to like QWE or QE and like they just explode. The electrocute will destroy them.
Speaking of exploding, Judozer doesn't do that, but he might in a couple more seconds if NRL wants to get cocky enough, because as we've seen, Evan RL really is like that. One more cue for far away, but instead Kind comes in for the kill confirm. Nasi continues, tries to go for one. Okay! Gets the shutdown. My man decides he wants all the smoke, but likely will die from it. Azog knows he's on vision. There we go into supportal combat to reset the gold given over to Azog. As now MU trying to break over the base. But it does not stop, bro. There's a call to Forge God.
Oh, he wants it.
There we go. One more. The resets are coming in now. Beat down. Finally, what we want to see. The health bars are low enough. Shamo will likely die. He'll be given over to Azog. He'll get the double. And that's the ace yet again for Maryville. And this should be the game.
We still got 30 seconds on the Baron buff, 30 seconds on most members of ISU. Unless a mammoth play comes through from Judozer, it is done and dusted. No switch to the narrative. Maryville will still reign supreme.
Yes, sir. MEC weekend, they come out on top after an unfortunate game 1, but dominant games 2 and 3. Taking this one at 29 minutes. Maryville University will trounce ISU.
And an exciting series we had here for the grand finals. Went the distance. Both teams played their absolute heart outs. But like we said, Maryville at the end, they're the ones who end up reigning supreme, as so often is the case here in Collegiate League of Legends. Still, a lot of props to ISU. Honestly, looking so very good on the day. And I think it speaks really well for how they're going to look in the future. As of course, this has all just been a really nice look at what things are going to look like in CLOL in 2022.
Yes, sir. Like you were mentioning, right? These are early looks as to how these collegiate teams are stacking up against one another and what these new rosters can genuinely offer. Because we've seen the offseason for CLOL as well has been pretty explosive with teams and players moving in and out and what's happening with all these rosters. But I'm hoping these teams can adapt going forward into January, February, right? I know we're going to have an exciting time on our hands as all these dudes make their way through their regions.
I couldn't agree more, and I'm really excited what both of these teams are going to look like in time as well, and all the teams we've seen today and in the previous weekend cup as well at MEC. Collegiate League is starting to look really, really good, and I'm excited for what next year will look like.
Yes, sir, I am as well, and I believe we're going to do a short break. When we come back, we'll have the interview with the winners of Maryville University. See you back in a bit. And we are back with our main man, the legend himself, King Jungie. What's good with you, baby?
Doing good, doing good.
That's what we like to hear, man. Let me just go ahead and get it started off. Okay. Yo, fam. It was an intense grueling 3-game series, so I'm gonna ask you something really important. It says that you the vibe administrator for Maryville University. How do you keep them vibes fucking fresh day in, day out?
You know, it's really important to be good teammates with everybody and make sure everybody's feeling good coming to the games. So I always try to make sure that everybody's doing well. And even this set, I was feeling a little stressed going in. So my team was able to reciprocate for me, help me feel pretty good. We started doing what is the best way to put it is we started implementing like high fives and fist bumps in between matches. So before and after, we're always like going around like hugging, like high fiving, handshaking everybody, like getting really pumped up for it.
Nice. What do you got for me?
Yeah, it's all about the dopamine, I guess. And
Oh, yeah.
the thing I and the thing I wanted to ask was, you guys are pretty solid game 2 and 3. What do you think was a big problem and how you guys kind of faltered game 1 and had ISU take the win?
Was the lack of hugging?
The game 1, I'll take fault for game 1. I basically had died level 4 or something in the Tribush level 1, and that completely messed up like my game plan, which my game plan is the team's game plan for game 1. I've got the carry pants on. I got to be able to bring it home, and I couldn't do it. So kind of transitioning more into more of like our expected identity, where like Chippies gets on to big carries instead of tanks. I think that's what changed between games 1 and 2. It's kind of passing the baton from me to Chippies, and Chippies brought it home.
Nice.
I mean, to be fair, Lee Sin is pretty carryable. I'd say he does have some pretty big pants, although I doubt he can see them. But that's all wrong. That's besides the point, though. But consider you were talking about your teammates, right? Just talk to me a little bit about going forward past this, and especially going into CLOL like the next year. What does that look like for you guys at Maryville, considering all the changes that have happened?
Yeah, so pretty much for every collegiate program that hasn't locked in anything, we're going through recruitment, seeing who will kind of be like shifting as far as rosters go. So once we kind of refine who we're actually going to bring to Maryville come January, I guess, we'll have our 10-man roster. We'll kind of do more cycling of rosters and see who really gets to play for CLOL, and then we'll have our CLOL season where we'll win.
I like that
All right.
confidence.
Yeah. Respect, man. And of course, any false shout outs, amigo?
I'd probably shout out my family. I know my mom and dad always watch
Nice.
every match for me.
Nice.
And I always get text messages right after saying like, "Oh, congrats on the big win! Like, good work! It's so exciting." So honestly, I really like that support. And then another shout out to my teammates as well for kind of helping me mentally reset between games 1 and 2, because I definitely could have crashed and burned coming into game 2. So I'm proud to win.
Respect to you on that, man. That was a phenomenal. I'm glad that you kept the vibes intact, homie. Clearly, you deserve your title on that. And I do appreciate that for you on the Lee Sin, bro. No matter where you were, it was an on-site flex. No matter who was in front of you, taking that here every single time. So respect to you on that. I wish you and your team best of luck going into the CLOL season. See you soon, man.
Thank you.
Okay. But Boulevard, that about does it here for us on the weekend. Any final thoughts from you, amigo?
I think only just that I'm really glad, especially after, and let's be real, after yesterday, how fried we were towards the end of the series, just like, late night, really scrappy games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I really genuinely appreciate how much better ISU looked today alone. And I said it towards the end of game 3 there. It just makes me, it does make me feel really excited for what CLOL is going to look like and the collegiate scene as a whole going forward.
Yes, sir. I couldn't have said it better myself. Peter even said how, or today, they focus stuff, but although they do unfortunately find Maryville too, just focus up a little bit better. With that being said, we do want to thank and shout out to our production crew, Andy, and of course Hypertension, the back end making us look good. Appreciate you being by my side as always, Beatdown
Yes, sir.
Boulevard. And thank you all for watching. And J2 in the back for doing this thing. And of course, Emily for keeping things running smoothly. I've been Ravishing Gravis, the most ravishing bear on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.